Streaming live. Let's go to the studio and see if it connects, and then we're going to check if we're registering on OBS with our friends who we call. We call by going to the infinite call. Where is DDD infinite? Here we are. DDD infinite call. Okay, I'll try not to sound too. It's like I don't even want to be awake right now. All right. Meet now. There we are. Meet now. Drop that down. Press audio call. Ta-da! We're connecting. We're connecting. Okay. Yes. Calling all the usual suspects. And okay. Let's see if some is that. There we are, our dear Aristides. Yes, we are live. Yes, and so good to speak to you. As I said, we got Troy with us. Welcome aboard, Troy. So it's wonderful to have the two of you here. Hi, and so we're live. We're live streaming right now. There's just one last totally unglamorous a couple of last things I have to do. My tea is steeping, so I do need to recover that tea before it steeps too long. Otherwise it's like soggy cereal, you know. And so then the other thing is, oh yes, I have to put my food bin out so they can dump the home delivered meals in it in the morning. If I wait too long to put that out, I mean, I could wait till a certain break period, but you know, don't want to wind up in combat with the street people too late at night. Okay, so all that being said, we will. I'll be able to do those two tasks while Aristides delivers the blurb. We're just going to let people know. I guess some sort of a setup, you know, like a genuine status report of a sort, just a brief one before I leave to do that, and we'll see if Aristides is in the mood for the blurb before I do that. As a matter of fact, let's see if he registers on OBS. T-Take Barry says, I'm loud and clear. He says, good evening, loud and clear, brother, 100% from me. Now let's see if it's the same case with Aristides and Troy. It should be. Aristides, let's do an audio check, if you would be so kind.
Yes, I'm always in the mood for the blurb.
Yes, excellent.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, you're registering. Good. And Troy, say hi.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Wonderful. Okay, so both of you gentlemen are registering. Oh, yes, already incoming questions about my photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream. That's actually from maybe around close to, half a decade ago at this point that photograph was taken, and I'll give the story behind that. When I return, I was punched in the face by an individual. That was about half a decade ago. That was about, you know. But the reason I used it for today is because I just had. It feels like just hours ago. Yeah, I just had on Friday dental surgery performed. So I just had on one of my canines, no less, because my canines are corroding at the edges because of all of the blood I drank. How's that for irony? All right. So blood is really rich, and yes, those little sugar plum fairies just keep eating those sugary sweets and shit. I mean, there's a reason their blood is sweet, aside from their orientation, I suppose. So all right. So let me get over to.
Yeah.
You ready?
Real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick. No, don't be alarmed. I'm gonna just drop off and come right back. It's not like popping up the window properly. All right.
Oh, okay. So
right back.
Take your time. We'll hold till then. Yes. So it'll just give me an opportunity to for those of you who, by the way, we love T-Take Barry and welcome him onto the call itself.
Okay.
Not to mention chat.
Back.
Yeah, excellent. And
right,
so we're already building up numbers, so we might as well go to the blurb, and I will tend to those few tasks, and do me a favor. If I should only take about 7-ish minutes, really, honestly. But if it just goes a little longer for whatever reason, Troy, help our man Aristides out if he finishes the blurb, and then the two of you bounce off each other. Okay, that's doable, right, Troy?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, you guys
Yeah.
called me pretty early tonight. I usually don't get on till a little bit later, but I'm halfway watching the basketball game and watching what's going on in LA. Hoping you guys are all right out there.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Well, we'll get a bit into that. You know, the National Guard is out here, do you not?
Yes.
Yes, yes, we'll get a little bit into that as I go into monologue. I actually intend to go into monologue quite early tonight. I really don't
Okay.
intend to be around that long. I mean, we'll see if our man George Knight breaks the, it's going to be a race. It's going to be like how long I last compared to how long George Knight, when he jumps on. If he manages to get on before I fade off, then it's fine. I just turn the show over to him and just kind of sit back for the ride. But if he doesn't come on before I kind of run out of steam, it's not like there's nothing to talk about. There's always too much to talk about. But actually, I'm glad to bring Troy on early for the reasons we've articulated, so Aristides can have someone to bounce off of, and both of you men are, more than up to it. So I'm going to just check once again on our call. Good, good. Were you talking to us there, Troy? Did Troy?
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay, good. Oh, and Brendan Zoget has joined us. So, Brendan, do me a favor. Let's test your audio. Say hi. Brendan? Let's see. He's on the call. Maybe he can't get off mute.
Oh, maybe not.
Yeah. So, somebody sent an image. That was John. And, okay, that opened up the text box. And he's in the middle of, he's usually in the middle of, oh no, this is something different. It's, what is this? Good God, it looks alarming as hell. It's shopping carts, homeless. It looks like LA. There's a palm tree. This might be LA now with the National Guard, for all I know, or backed up by various law enforcement officials or something of the sort. So thank you for that image, and I'll go back to the call. Brendan.
Yes, I'm here. I'm having connection issues, but I'm here.
Okay, yeah.
I'm here, but I'm having connection issues.
Got it. And, we are registering you on online broadcasting software, so that's what counts. So if you're able to join these 2 men in a conversation. Yeah. And more importantly, everyone else can hear you as well. And so I'm going to take care of those. I'm sorry, Brendan? He's at work. So what we're going to do is, so as our friend said,
I'm here.
Okay. Good. So our man Aristides is going to give the blurb, and then that'll give me some time to just do a few things. I got to put the food bin out for my home delivered meals before it gets too late, and I'm battling the street people. And
have you been like sleeping for like 3 days straight?
It's like yesterday I slept throughout the day. Yesterday I just slept. I just checked out and slept, and then you know me, I wake up at night, and then so I got into my love of my life, which was, this little thing that I'm doing, kind of like a gazetteer. And we'll talk about that soon enough. I want to send it out to you guys, but I want it to be a quality product first, because you complain about the spamming when I keep revising and expanding, right? So aside from that...
For the record, I never complained about it.
Oh!
That was everyone else.
Well, yeah, I don't mind that you do. You would have been justified. And
the real whiner was fucking Peter Moon.
Oh,
it was like, I can't handle the content.
Oh,
that was the dude that was crying about.
Oh, he's so disgusting.
Like you were like beating him over the head with it.
Yeah. Oh, he took it as abuse. He's such a piece. Oh, we can go into that later. Everything about him is so creepy.
Who's watching TV?
It's Troy. He's watching basketball. He's got Los Angeles.
That's a surprise.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No worries. No, that's fine. And so
who's playing?
Yeah, it's who, Troy? The teams are L.A.,
Oklahoma City, and Indiana.
Pacers.
Oh, okay. I thought the season was over. Maybe I just don't know the timing.
Right.
Yeah, these are the finals. This is the actual championship series.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. It's like Samuel Romero said, though, when he visited me, they were holding a big parade for the Lakers here in San Francisco, where they had won the championship. No
one cares about Sacramento's team. we made it to the championships a couple times, and no one gave a fuck. and then the Lakers beat us in 2003, and no one's ever like let us live that down.
And you have to be able to live that one down.
Yeah, and they just paid off the refs. It was like obviously scam, but no one cares,
Yes. So, dear gentlemen,
let me interject real quick though. This is stuff straight from what we call Black Twitter.
Yes.
The Sacramento Kings are embroiled in a dramatic turn of events here. A couple of teammates have one guy was married to a lady who was on this reality show called The Basketball Wives, Jackie Christie, and she's married to Doug Christie, who was a player for the Kings and is now the head coach. He's the first year.
Yes.
He came in halfway during the season for Mike Brown, and then they signed him to be the full-time head coach. Well, he's getting ready to come into a bunch of money and stuff. Well, he turns around and finds out that his daughter is actually not his daughter. It's actually one of his teammates' daughters from his wife. He raised her thinking for 23 years, this girl's been thinking, that's my dad. And it's actually one of his teammates' wives, Chris Webber, who just went into the NBA Hall of Fame. And
it was Webber's daughter? Holy shit.
Yeah, they said it's Webber's daughter.
Crazy.
It is crazy. It is crazy.
That sucks.
There's a lot of good things happening in Sacramento. I see Mike Bibby is now the head coach at Sacramento State, and he also brought in
Shaq.
O'Neal.
They brought in
Shaq. Yeah, he brought in Shaq to be the general manager. And Shaq's son. Shaq's son, fun tidbit, actually transferred from my college alma mater, Florida A&M University, where my father is the all-time leading scorer in the history of Florida A&M and is a Hall of Famer, and his jersey retired. My dad is 85 and living well here. And, Shaq's son just transferred from there to Sacramento State to be with his dad.
Oh, wow, that's wild.
So that's
where did they get all this money from? Because they were trying to juice me when I went to school there. They just when it comes to sports, they find money on it.
Oh, yeah. There's big time money in sports, especially football. Football and basketball are two high revenue generating sports on campus.
Right.
Yeah.
That's obvious. They can afford Shaq. No doubt. But that's cool. Yeah. That's still cool. It kind of puts us on a map, but a bit.
It does. It really does.
Yeah, it certainly does. Oh my God! But I want to hear about the. I want to hear about the fallout of this poor individual psychologically.
Well, I mean, these guys are teammates. They're friends.
Oh yeah.
And apparently, there's a lot of that. Everybody likes to give all the guff to Diddy about this swinging lifestyle and all that, but apparently that's going around all these pro athletes. You had Derek Fisher, who played with the Lakers, and he was friends with Matt Barnes, who was also a King, but then he played with the Lakers as well. Well, Matt Barnes and his wife divorced, and Derek Fisher all of a sudden gets caught on a FaceTime call at his wife's house, his ex-wife's house, and he didn't know that they were dating. Now, apparently they were cool because he was like, it happened after, but after they divorced, but that's usually a line you don't cross.
Right.
You're
telling me none of these guys could find other girls, or they just have this weird fantasy?
This is exactly what I'm saying, man.
Like they're rich basketball players. There's no way they couldn't get someone else.
Exactly. But they all kind of, there's a certain lifestyle, they call them groupies. There's a certain group of ladies who travel in a circle. They all kind of know each other. They all kind of mess with these different athletes.
But why do they gotta pass them around?
They pass them around.
That's disgusting.
I mean,
it's incestuous. It's incestuous. That's the term. It's incestuous.
Like, imagine raising someone else's daughter for your whole life. That's crazy.
Your teammate. Imagine what those team reunions are going to be like.
I like the way our man Troy said, "Oh, they're friends." Hey, I don't know if they're friends anymore. Is that?
Yeah.
That's still the case.
That's pretty rough.
No kidding. That was crazy.
Oh, I'm dying. That's I'm sorry. That's very rich. It's that's just too delicious. Okay, I'm going to tend to those few small responsibilities. Nothing glamorous about them. When I come back, then I'll oh yes, I've got a lot to catch up on in terms of links and various messages sent to me from our man Brendan as well. I'll try and give those a review as quickly as possible when I return. And right now we're going to turn the stage over to dear Aristides, after which he'll bounce off between you two gentlemen till I return, which shouldn't take very long. And yeah, we'll read some of these messages being sent to me by other parties sometime soon. That's their mutual interest to all of us on Team Dietrich, for the sake of gossip, if nothing else. All right then, I will be back. And I'm going mute right now. And Aristides, my dear man, take it away. Thank you.
I'm here. All right. So finally, blurb. Try to be quick because we got you guys here with us. As soon as you show up, hit the thumbs up, please. I'm actually just getting to that now. And make sure, slide over, make sure you're subscribed with the subscribe button. Make sure that's on. Make sure the notification bell is on so you get the little pop up on your device that the program's starting on time, or otherwise, if there needs to be a restart, that could take some time. So please do all that. I need an account to do all that. If you're having trouble, that could be the issue. Please, it's got to be easy to make an account. And once you do, you can go under your account settings. It's in there, and you can actually create sub channels normally used for different content. But the cool thing is each one of them can do their own upvote. So you can create little channel identities and do their upvotes. Also, I just put now a second upvote myself on Douglas. You could do that also. And we will, you can also grab the YouTube link there out of the browser bar, save that, post that, send it to your friends, do whatever you're going to do, write it on the bathroom wall. But that will remain the same after the program is live and it converts into a fixed program. Oh, also after that happens, after the live, Douglas will put a pinned comment underneath. The comments will be enabled only after. That's how YouTube does it. Underneath, not the chat window, which will replay, but underneath, he will put a pinned comment with contact information and stuff. Try to upvote that too, so it stays. The reason for the upvotes is that there are downvotes placed that you can't see. YouTube hides them, but it does affect the algorithm and possibly the content staying there or not. It could go away if there's enough downvotes. They put them with bots, they might go away later. But anyway, there are those that are just petty enough to try to fight with downvotes. So please hit the upvote. It's important. And I'm going to put the PayPal link in the YouTube chat. Please donate to, or contribute to Douglas if at all possible. Help him get through his month. I think this is the month where he's got his extra expenses and all that, as far as website and other various internet hosting and his insurance. Takes a big dent on all that. If you cannot find the link, we'll try to keep it in their regular intervals, but you can only hear audio. All you have to do is go to PayPal and in their search bar, type Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word, and Dietrich is diet rich. I won't spell it more than that. You should be able to spell. So, and you should be able to search for and find him there, even if you don't have a, I believe, if you don't have a PayPal account, you can still pay with a credit card. There's a way to click through to that. So you can find him there and give him a donation without, even if you don't have such an account. So please consider that. That is about all the main points of the usual blurb. And you guys, any thoughts or what else?
Man, that sounds good, man. You could be a television
oh yeah,
producer.
Man. Maybe, I don't know. Never been
That
much of
that's
a
efficient.
public personality. I've just done it so many times, If I was trying to figure out what to say, then it'd be like,
I don't believe that.
Yeah, it depends.
Awesome,
Yeah.
man.
So how you doing tonight, Troy?
Oh man, I'm doing great. I'm a little concerned, man, because, and I know Doug's going to go into it, but man, what is our world coming to? What is our country coming to, man?
Well, yeah.
When the president
one
can
thing it's
send out the
another.
National Guard, to quash dissent, to quash a protest. I mean, this harkens back to when he said, when he asked in his first administration, can we just shoot him in the leg? We're going to see this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure the legality. I mean, is it a thing where they're questioning the letter of the law, whether he can do that? Like, I mean, just in say of the in cases of.
As the president, he can pretty much do anything. But again, there's a lot of things you can do. There's the main things that you shouldn't do.
Yeah.
And part of that is to consult with the governor of the state. If the governor of the state says, hey, Mr. President, we need your help, or if he calls and says, hey, you guys okay? Do you need anything from me? Then that's one thing. Okay. But just to, he did it for a dual purpose. He did it to, first of all, be a tyrant, because he's been wanting to do that kind of thing. If you protest him, you don't like what's going on, he just sends a bunch of jackbooted thugs with masks and no identifying marks to just do things. And the other reason is he's got to try and crack that shell of Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom is the biggest threat to the Republican Party right now. Now, of course, we're far away from the next election, but I can guarantee you that he is at the top of the DNC's list as far as who should be president or who they should nominate. Now, Kamala Harris is going to still be in that mix as well. You just really cannot ignore what she did in a 6-month period, after Joe Biden was forced to give up his presidency candidacy.
Yeah.
So this is an interesting time.
Right. I'm looking up some news now, and I'm under the impression it should be the governor that mainly is mobilizing the state's National Guard.
Exactly. It takes a lot to federalize. There has to really be something going on for you to federalize the National Guard.
I don't know what all the rules are. I mean, so the National Guard, does go state by state, but technically they are members of the U.S. military, I guess.
No, they're not. They have to be federalized. He has to actually activate them on a federal level. The governor can send them out pretty much for anything.
Okay. Right. Okay. So that has
for the president to say that gives them also, it violates posse comitatus, basically. Mm-hmm. Okay. And this was another thing. For 20 years, I've heard Alex Jones rail and get red in the face and holler about Obama's breaking posse comitatus and he's a tyrant. And now all of a sudden, where's his anger on this? Where the president can just usurp authority and just go over top of the governor of the state with the 4th largest economy in the world, and just send out troops. Now it's not helping. It's not like he's trying to force obedience and compliance. He's not trying to ameliorate the situation. He's not trying to deal with the thoughts and fears and concerns of Americans who are offering their redress.
Right.
He's just saying you either like me or you don't, and if you don't, this is what it's going to look like.
Right. Yeah. Seems of course pretty heavy-handed.
Let me tell you what's going to happen next too. I don't mean to cut you off, but let me tell you what's going to happen next. You saw what happened in New Jersey when Mayor Ross Baraka and a few other people from the state went to go check on detainees at the detention center, right? Of course, they arrested Ross Baraka, and now they're charging the other lady who's a senator. I can't think of her name now. They're charging her and trying to prosecute her for so-called attacking one of the ICE officers when she was being pushed and jostled and thrown around, trying to protect an older one of the Congress people. I think that lady's like 70, 80, almost 80 years old. She was just really just trying to prevent them from jostling her. Now,
Okay.
here's the thing. They went to Holman today. They went to Tom Holman and were like, you know, hey, what are you going to do if Karen Bass and Governor Newsom show up? Well, as long as they're not interfering with our operation, you know, that's a felony, you know, as if he's the judge and the jury. You know, you can say it's a felonious act. You can't say they're committing a felony, you know, just because they show up, you know, to the ICE detention center to observe and see what's going on. But if he does not arrest, I guarantee you they get it. If Karen Bass or Gavin Newsom shows up there, he will arrest them just for the effect, because he's got to. If you arrest Ross, well, he's got to for two reasons. If you arrest Ross Baraka and put the other people on prosecution on trial for violating or interfering with federal operations, and you don't do the same thing for Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom, Ross Baraka has a lawsuit against the government. That's going to give his lawsuit a lot more weight, because now they're picking and choosing who they say violated, you know, this federal law. Or it could be based on race. Here again, this guy Holman scares me. He is the ultimate Simon Legree overseer. So, you know, he's going to go and arrest the mayor of New York City, the largest city in New Jersey, rather, the mayor of New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey. And now he's threatening to arrest the mayor of Los Angeles if she shows up. This is unprecedented, dog. I've never seen anything like this before in my life.
I'm not familiar with the whole story. So how did it start? What's the premise that it started from?
Well, okay, so in New Jersey, you have Congress people and other people who went to an ICE facility.
Oh, okay.
To go and check on detainees, and just to make sure everything was being done above board. People were being treated as human beings, and we're not going, and also to basically prevent them from just shipping detainees off to El Salvador without any due process. Basically, that's what he was doing. They showed up. They have a constitutional and they have a legal right, and they have the responsibility of oversight of these facilities, these ICE facilities. So they showed up to go and see what was going on, and they were met by 60, 80, 100 masked, unmarked, jackbooted thugs who basically, they allowed them in, and then when Tom Holman got a word about it, he basically instructed them to get them out. And so they got them out. They escorted them out to the front part of the jail where the media and everybody was. They kind of got, you know, a little upset, and they were like, hey, wait a minute, we have a right to be here. We're conducting oversight. Right. And then the thugs were like, no, you got to go. And they were threatening them with trespassing and all this kind of stuff on federal property. And so, they're trying to move, but now it's a log jam. It's a backlog of people, just a sea of humanity at the front gate. So now a little pushing and shoving goes, you know, all it takes is one guy to shove somebody else. And all these little ladies are caught in the middle, and they're just pushing and shoving, trying to usher them out of the way. And it's on video. But they charged one of the ladies who was there, Congresswoman, I can't think of her name, I'm trying to look it up now. They charged her with attacking one of the officers. Yeah, one of the guards there. So her name is LaMonica McIver. And the other congressperson, there were three of them. It's Congressman Rob Menendez, Congresswoman LaMonica McIver, and Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman. Now, again, they went there for oversight, and they were met and pushed around and shoved and ushered out of the facility, and were prevented from actually doing their oversight job. Now, and like I said, at the end of the day, they arrested Ross Baraka first, which kind of kicked off some of the pushing and shoving, and then later on, they came back and Alina Habba, who was a Trump lackey, a female Trump lackey.
Oh, got back in time to hear that. So keep talking about the female.
Alina Habba.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trump
So
lackey.
Alina Habba has decided to go ahead and prosecute LaMonica McIver for shoving an officer. Yeah, it's crazy. This is mad. Now, what I'm saying is, my point is, Tom Homan has come out and threatened to. He was asked on Meet the Press if Karen Bass or Governor Newsom show up to the ICE facility there in Los Angeles, if they would be ushered in or arrested for trespassing. And Holman's thing was not, oh, we'll be glad we're above board and we're going to let everybody see. No, he was like, if they come on to the site and they interfere with my officers' investigation or whatever else is going on, they're going to get arrested because it's a felony. I'm like, man, where did they get this guy from? This guy's worse than Joe Arpaio. And he has no law. He has no understanding of due process. And again, this whole thing is a game. The whole Abrego Garcia deal. They ship him off without due process. They say he's a part of a gang with no proof. Now all of a sudden, in order to go with the compliance from the Supreme Court, which is backing them anyway, now all of a sudden he's got all these charges. He's trafficked over 100 people and all this specificity to charges when they had none before. They just picked him up and just shipped him off and didn't provide none of that detail until now. How do you do that? How do you backfill that? Again, even if he was guilty, the point of the matter was he still deserved due process. You know, if he's guilty and he did all the things, they have to deal with it that way. But you can't arrest the guy, then admit that you deported him in error, and then turn around and say, "Oh no, we got the goods on it." That's crazy.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I'm agreeing. Yes. Came back in time to hear that, and I appreciate your articulating all of that. It needs to be articulated. I'm glad that you brought the subject up and addressed it.
Yes.
Oh, what else did I miss? It looks like Aristides completed the blurb, and we have people responding, and I want to thank all of you gentlemen for holding bandwidth so well while I was gone, and I appreciate that beyond expression. You're all doing wonderfully, and really, I'm so glad that you found your inner orator, Troy, that you're able to take advantage of this platform in the most positive way to help educate our listeners about these affairs. And by all means, continue so long as you see fit. I mean, I'm still like breathing. I'm just caffeinating and oxygenating myself. I don't know if you caught what I said earlier, but, you know, I intend to go into monologue a bit early and then, you know, end earlier if I can. But, but anyhow, continue with, you're speaking of ICE, and obviously, immigrations and customs enforcement is an issue. The individual who they have running it is the same individual who ran it in the last Trump misadministration, something I'm sure you know all too well. And he's obviously some deranged, power-mad, psychotic, and which, of course, is all that this misadministration attracts. But please continue with what else whatever else comes to mind. And by the way, Aristides, just checking in with you. Everything with the blurb go smoothly?
Yeah, everything was fine. And,
Great.
It's been nice. So everything good.
Excellent, bless you. That's wonderful. Let me try and get my voice. In the meantime, I haven't used it for a day or so, and it actually gets kind of. I guess I'd call it dusty or musty or something. But then, of course, look at the environment I'm in. The only thing it's good for is that it's the place where I can sleep. At the estates, of course, I'm always overstimulated. I sleep there, but it's more like cat naps. But here, I really die and reanimate, which is like, I truly check out. Which was apparently to the frustration of Brendan. Is he okay, or was he overwhelmed by work, or you?
He didn't say, but I assume it's normal Brendan,
work.
You know.
Yeah.
Accessibility.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. That's because, of course, he's in his work environment,
Right.
and it's what was that?
Jury. I'm sorry.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh, but please, Troy, continue. Yes, whatever else comes to mind. Certainly, there are other current events that probably stand out to you. I'd appreciate it if you bring them up. Whatever comes to mind.
Well, again, I'm just concerned as an American. I don't have any problem with a person of Donald Trump's ilk running for president. I have a problem with people blindly and
I do, but go on.
The ignorance and the levels and the lines that he's crossing are so blatant. But I think about my father. My father grew up in the '60s, and when Dr. King was killed, my dad was actually in the National Guard. He was scheduled to go to Vietnam, but because he was a pro basketball player, he was able to get to the National Guard, and they asked him to go out and help with the rioting that was going on in the wake of Dr. King's assassination.
Yes.
But I'm thinking about this, and I'm wondering what would it have been like if Trump was president during the Civil Rights era, and you had people marching. So you think Bloody Sunday? They call Bloody Sunday in when the people marched in Selma, Alabama, for basic rights: the right to go to the bathroom in public, in a public facility, the right to go to school. Can you imagine what Donald Trump would have had done to these people if he were president?
I cannot imagine.
I shudder. I shudder to think of it.
Yeah. It's unthinkable. It's simply unthinkable. And but we can imagine, and of course these people would have been killed, and he simply would have quote unquote solved the problem right then and there.
And let's look at it like this. Imagine there's a bunch of young black people who stormed the Capitol on January 20th when Biden leaves office. What do you think would have happened then?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
And of course, Democrats would never do that. And this is part of the problem. Obviously, the government under the Trump misadministration and all of his coterie, they cannot govern. They give us nothing but opportunities where the Democrats could easily just fill the vacuum, take advantage of this in a nonstop campaign to assail the public with how poorly these people are doing, how criminal they are, that there's nothing. It's crickets. The Democrats are on their side, effectively. And you know why? Seniority. It's all these same Democrats who were there while your dad was growing up in the 60s. These people are the age of your father. They're actually older. Yeah. Some of them are. But
Joe Biden was a young senator during that time.
That's right.
From Delaware, where I was born in Delaware,
Yes, and everything goes according to seniority, not energy. And they have no energy. And what, of course, are they all united by? Republicans and Democrats in general are united by service to Israel and nothing else. That's their only constituency. Yet Trump is almost, in a sense, kind of breaking from that pattern with all of his connections that he's developing with the House of Saud. So, in a sense, he's a bit of a rebel in that regard. All such being said, this is what makes the situation even worse. Yet, of course, in catering to Zion, Trump is still saying mass deportation is necessary because of the attack on those marchers who were basically trying to bring attention to the hostage situation in the Gaza, and how many hostages are even left in the Gaza? They're all dead, and they're there must be about half a dozen bodies that are still in the Gaza that they're trying to recover through negotiations or something of that level. Yet these people were marching for no other reason than to be targets for this MK Ultra mind control individual who now is the source for Trump's travel ban, which I will bring up again in monologue. You are aware of this?
Yes.
Yes. So, yeah, your thoughts, of
Very
course,
true.
by all means.
Well, you're very, very true. There's a video. I think I posted it in one of our chats just this morning. I don't know if I can see it. You guys might be able to see it, but they're in the governor's race, the Democratic primary. They had a debate, and there were probably 8 of them up there that were asked by the moderator, what will be your first trip if you become, was it mayor? I think it was mayor of New York City. What will be your first trip if you are the elected mayor of New York City? They were I can't remember. It was this young black lady. She was the first one to speak. She said, "Oh, I'm taking a trip to the Holy Land."
Oh my God!
Okay, that's interesting. Oh yeah, I'm going to Holy Land. And then they asked Cuomo, "Oh yeah, I'm going over to the Holy Land. They're going to visit this place and that place, and try and represent all of our Jewish residents from New York City and this, that, and the other." And then they kept going on. There's about 4 or 5 of them. Said then one guy got really kind of tried to get cute. He was like, I'm gonna really just kind of work with all of the residents of New York City, all of our Jewish residents, and we got a lot of people, and they're like, "Oh, you didn't say it." Cuomo was like, "Oh yeah, let it be known that he didn't say he'd go to Israel." Like you had to say that in order to go to the next level. Like, come on. He's like, "Oh, this is crazy." Which I get it. I get it. New York is big. Big in terms of the Hebrew culture and everything.
Yeah, it's basically. I say this without even any sense of disparagement. It's to call it Jew York is fine as far as I'm concerned. Wow. We really should just call it such, and I don't find that a pejorative. It's if anything, why not? I mean, it's kind of like give them that. I'm happy to give them that. But go on, yes.
I can't. I'm not going. But there's a lot to be desired in terms of the politics. But it's obvious, and they can't continue to run from their responsibility to be good global citizens in regards to the respect level that people have for them, whether it be for the money or for the power. Whatever it is, you got to pay your respects. You got to pay homage to Israel, and that's just a given. You listen to all these people, the first thing they say, well, let me just say this, Israel has the absolute right to exist. Okay. Everybody on this earth has a right to exist. I mean, come on.
Including
Israel's
the
already a state.
But does that negate the right of the Palestinians to even subsist? When they say...
That's what I'm saying. But that's what's crazy. Israel already exists. Israel's already a state recognized. It's in the G20. It's in all the it's in all the important alliances. What are we arguing that point for? That however it got done, of course through the Balfour Declaration, the whole 9 yards. However it got done, it's done. So why are we arguing? Why do we have to stipulate that point first, as if that gives whatever comment that's like a disclaimer? Let me just say this, that the state of Israel has the total and complete right to defend itself. Of course they do. They don't have the right to go drop 2,000-pound bombs on a bunch of kids out in Gaza wearing flip-flops, using slingshots, trying to get a meal. That's ridiculous.
Thank you. What do you know about these massacres at the food dispensaries, which of course they've stopped dispensing food because they say, oh, it's too dangerous to dispense the food now. This is so predictable. It's this way they don't have to dispense the food, and they starve the Palestinians into oblivion, literally into death. It's beyond inhuman, and it's a crime against humanity. It
is.
Yes, but go on, yes.
And this is why Benjamin Netanyahu is up at the Hague as a war criminal. He's an international criminal. He's, I mean, I hate to say it. It's not right. But and I'm not by any stretch of the imagination any sort of conspiracy theorist but there's not much conspiracy here. Again, I said, and this is just my opinion. These are not, and it's just an opinion. I'm not being pejorative or provocative. But Joe Biden was taken out because he refused to give the 2,000-pound bomb back to Netanyahu after he bombed that hospital with those kids in it. And morally and internationally, wise, diplomacy-wise, there's no way that Joe Biden could justify supporting Israel with 2,000-pound bombs. You can support Israel in a number of different ways. You know what? They've also, think about this, they have tabled any discussion of the two-state solution, which during the Obama administration, it was really close. But once Obama became a lame duck, they decided, we'll just wait until the next administration. And the two-state solution is the only way to go. Israel can't be mad at Palestinians and want to kill them because they said they want all Jews to die. Well,
of course they do. Well, of course they do. Yes, but go on.
But the Jews say the same thing about some of the Zionists. And I think that's
actually it's not some of the Zionists. As I pointed out before, polls are regularly taken in Israel, and it's statistically, demographically, the overwhelming majority of the Israelis are pushing for what amounts to genocide. They are saying, just clear the Gaza Strip, just clear it of the population base. So, as I pointed out, I don't know if you caught me while I said this in the latest episode before tonight, but I brought up a book that was titled Hitler's Willing Executioners, in which the thesis was that all of the Germans were so mobilized by propaganda that they were effective accomplices in the Holocaust. And so they were interviewing Jews to that effect. But the irony is many of these Jews were survivors of living in Germany. And one of them was confronted by their own daughter. She was a female who was interviewed for that book, who asked her, how did you survive the war in Germany? And she said, with the help from my German neighbors. And she said, then obviously all the Germans did not want to kill you. The majority of Germans did not know about the genocidal actions that were happening outside of Germany. However, every Israeli, due to modern communications, knows instantly what's going on in Gaza, and they're all for it. These are Netanyahu's willing executioners. Everything the Zionists project upon the Third Reich is simply their own psychosis, their own pathology, which they manifest and act out, and actually enact with with us being the accomplices, us in the West. But take it from there.
Yeah, you said it all. You said it all. It's just a sad state of affairs that humanity is being just mistreated overall, and it's scary to see at this level because again, I'm sure there were many Germans who did not go along with everything that was going on during that time. I'm sure there were many that obviously we got the books from Anne Frank, you got all kinds of stories of people who tried to do something, and we should have learned that lesson from history. As it pertains to what we're seeing today. It might not start in your neighborhood, but if you just turn a blind eye or you're silent when you see it happening, then you're just as complicit. But again, the world kind of got past that, but that was because we had these agreements that humanity was much greater than our differences, and we can make it past anything, man. And I'm just concerned because the authoritarian move that the moves that Donald Trump, placing the, think about this. You mentioned it earlier, the ban on travel.
Yes.
10 of the 12 countries are African. There are no Africans invading the border.
So true.
Africans that are coming over here to join the Nation of Islam and Louis Farrakhan. These kids are coming over here to become engineers and doctors and lawyers.
Yes.
And to put a ban on people coming from those countries, even Haiti. Why would you put Haiti on there?
Of all places. Well, because they're poor and they eat dogs. They eat dogs. You're
just digging your heels into the whole. He's just digging his heels right into the whole false narrative and the whole racial narrative. It's sad.
It's beyond sad. It's offensive. Yeah. It's so extremely offensive that one is left speechless. You're left speechless. Why does no one respond to this? How do the Democrats not scream at the top of their lungs, shout it out to the skies that this is unacceptable? As I said, the Democratic Party is hopeless. It is going to come down to, as I said, it will get so bad that it will be left to people bearing arms. No,
I don't think that the Democratic Party is hopeless. I think that they just are confused because we haven't been in this place
before
since the beginning of the Civil War.
Yes.
Okay. It's like, okay, all these people, they know they're wrong. And there are many people who are coming, and again, people hear me come on and everything I say is about race and this, that, and the other. But when it boils down to it, the only reason our country would subvert the Constitution and give all this power to Donald Trump, a failed businessman, a felon, and all this stuff is because he has one job. He has one job, is to make the South rise again.
Yeah.
Because even, think about it. Who are the people that are supporting him? There are people in rural towns bearing the Confederate flag. They marched the Confederate flag through the White House rotunda. The Confederate flag has not touched the White House rotunda since the Civil War.
Yes. Well, don't forget, they never did that during the Civil War because the Confederates never made it that far, so it only happened under Trump.
Right. So think about this, too. What is Donald Trump's ties to the South? None. His mother's from what, England? And his dad has German descendancy?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, none of his wives are from America. How do we have if it's America first, how come our first lady doesn't speak English? Come on, man. The hypocrisy at this level can only be propagated by racism. Racism is superseded it so much that they're willing to, you have people say, if he kills somebody, I'll still vote for him. Well, why? Why? I thought we would want more from our president.
You would hope.
I hope we would want more from our president. But they don't care. They don't care. They don't care that his first lady is got naked pictures, nude pictures out on the internet and doesn't speak a lick of English. She's from, I don't even know what
Slovenia.
European country.
Slovenia.
I mean, come on. Come on, man. Come on. I mean, I'm sure she's a wonderful lady, and I'm not.
She can afford to be. Yeah.
When you play the game, this is what we talked about. Those what they call those groupie wives. Just like the basketball players. Donald Trump walks through the changing room and the fitting room of some models, and next thing you know, she's got a green card.
Dude, you remember when one of his girlfriends was the Venezuelan beauty contestant? She was Venezuelan.
Yeah.
She was.
How much indignity does it have to be that she's pregnant, about to have a baby, and Donald Trump sleeping with Stormy Daniels. That's she doesn't have any. I mean, come on. They want. Remember when Trump during the first election when again Trump brought out all those people, those women that supposedly were charging or accusing Bill Clinton of something, and he was like, "Oh, Hillary can't handle Bill," and this, that, and the other. I'm like, dude, you did the same thing. And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let you get talk. Who doesn't
take your time? Take your time.
Think about this. They have video of him and Epstein gawking at young girls dancing and doing his little bebop dance and pointing them out. Who doesn't think his name is in those files, man? Donald Trump knew every millionaire, every rich guy who was wild and crazy and an international playboy. That was his appeal to the hip hop community. His appeal to the hip hop community back then, you know, a year a lot of people say, well, before he became running for president, all the black guys liked him. You know, his appeal was because he was an international playboy. He was a guy kind of just spent his money, having a good time, living his life, rock star lifestyle. Hey, come on, man.
Oh.
So, that's just crazy. But think about it. Let's tell the truth. Crazy, man.
It's that was beautiful. It's still, it's delightful. But for those of you who think that Troy is fixated or filters his perception of the scene through a racial lens, understand that it's actually Trump and MAGA and Elon Musk that do that. You only need to look at the people that they've allowed in as so-called refugees from genocide, white South Africans.
Yeah.
Take it from
man. They're crying that they're being racially discriminated against. Man, you better not ever say those words in the context of America again. All the 400 years we've been around here suffering, and people still can't even get decent jobs and live in a certain area without people looking at them crazy. And this fool is going to bring people over and say that they're being racially discriminated against. And again, the video that he posted of Julius Malema. Julius Malema has been around about 10 years. He's been around longer than that. But he did go out. And it's very scary for people to understand his rhetoric. He's saying, we're going to take the land back. Just like they took it from us, we're taking it back. If someone steals my car and I go steal it, go take it back from them, you can't charge me with being the criminal. I'm getting my stuff back. and that scares. That's what animated Donald Trump. When you hear Donald Trump say, "I'm your only hope. Only I can fix it." That's what he was referring to. Those are called dog whistles. I listen very well. I listen very well to what people say. Even when you hear the Republicans talk and all these people talk about there's an invasion or there, all this other stuff. That's another way for them to keep the Second Amendment stuff going. If the only way you can, fight against the push to ban assault weapons and all that other stuff is by the word invasion. When you could put in the Constitution, it says you can put together a militia if there's an invasion of our land or our borders. And that's why they keep saying there's an invasion, there's an invasion. It's not an invasion. There's no armed people at our borders trying to get in. There's no invasion.
It's kids. It's mostly women and children. It's almost exclusively women and children, really. But go on, yes.
But again, that's how they're able to continue to perpetuate misconceptions and lies, is by using those words that they think that nobody's paying attention to. And they talk about it amongst themselves. I know they do at the little Elks Club and wherever else they go to. I know what they're talking about. I'm a very intuitive person, man. So I know that they're plotting it. I had a buddy when 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 Trump lost the election to Biden, and he was concerned. Now he's a good old staunch Republican, but he's a good friend of mine. And he was talking, and we were talking about politics. He was like, "Man, I'm a little bit concerned because it seems like all my friends, and these are all his church member friends. Everybody's buying guns and getting these doomsday packages, and, they're doing all this stuff." And he's like, "I've never seen anything like it before in my life. I can't believe it."
Yes, it's but then again, this is what we've come to. Certainly there must be something. Brendan, Zogit, Aristides to join in on the conversation for a little bit while I work my way into my usual kind of. Shall we say seance, where I just kind of start channeling and going into my fugue, where I start lecturing. And we might as well start as soon as possible. Yeah, by all means, is there current events that come to your minds? You've sent me a lot of links, Brendan, so if you want to pursue that, if he hears me at all in his work. Otherwise, Aristides, certainly there must be current events that come to your mind that we should be concentrating on, or what caught your attention?
I'm not up on too much. Besides what we've already mentioned. Let me see. Looking current events. See, Marina Sarin is in Las Vegas. That's current if she's still there.
Mm-hmm. She's in Las Vegas. So she went down to Arizona first and then went to Las Vegas?
I don't know. She's in that area. There might one day conference, but I mean, I guess if you're there, you're gonna hit the sites nearby.
I guess. So I'm glad she found the time and money to do that. But continue with what you were saying.
Yeah. I don't know much more. She,
Oh, yes, I understand.
Social media. She still doesn't, find any message I sent her. It's still unread. So.
Don't worry, it will be eventually. She's that kind of person. She catches on to things on her own. She's on her own. She's on her own calendar.
But yeah, technically that's a current event. Let me see what else. All right, I did save a few things here. Mm-hmm. So wasn't there something Trump had something? It was he called the bill the big something bill. What was
the big beautiful bill is what he calls
beautiful bill. Okay, somebody said in that there's buried laws around restricting states' ability to regulate AI at the state level. I don't know if that's true, but that's something to think about.
Marjorie Taylor Greene was like, "Oh, I wouldn't have voted for the bill if I knew that." She didn't read the bill.
Well, she can't read.
Right. But you could see that kind of thing happening, being buried, and then now all of a sudden nobody can stop their and the what is it
well, the Senate has to stop this. There's no way the Senate can. And here's the thing: when people, again, the semantics, when they talk about cuts, they say that people are cutting Medicaid. Technically, they're not cutting Medicaid. They're not going to take $1 out of the funding of Medicaid. Okay, what they're going to do is make the eligibility to qualify for Medicaid more restricted. So it's a whole lot of people that either will not qualify or that will fall off the rolls because of those disqualifications. So it's not a cut. It's not like they're saying we're going to take so many billions of dollars out of Medicaid. They're just not going to give it to the people who used to qualify for it. It's all semantics. It's six in one hand, half a dozen in the other.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's forgive me because I'm distracted. What I'm doing is I'm trying to look up quotes so I don't misquote some of these celebrity politicians that I'm going to be citing while I go into my monologue. Could you articulate that again, Troy? Because I wasn't really, I should have paid more attention, but I'm listening through one ear, literally and figuratively. So yeah, say that again. Are you saying that we shouldn't worry too much about the Medicaid because it's all
No, we
semantics?
have to.
Yeah, of course we do.
We have
Yes.
to, but it is semantics. What's happening again is that they're just using terms that are within the legislation, and they can actually verify and say, well, we didn't cut anything. The only thing that they're really cutting are people from the rolls. They're cutting the eligibility of people. They're imposing these draconian work requirements. So they're not technically cutting the amount of money that is allocated towards Medicaid, and that's why they can boldly sit there and say, "Oh, we're not cutting. No, we're not cutting a Medicaid. No." And all these people are in an uproar because they think that they're going to get cut, and eventually they might. Some of them might get cut, but really it's a technical accounting procedure basically, and they're just going to make sure that people who qualified for it before don't qualify for it anymore.
Okay.
They
Yes.
just and so the roles, the Medicaid and Medicaid rolls will go down. And then what's going to happen, okay, the net effect is not only do you have less people on Medicaid, you will also then have people who will not qualify for Obamacare.
Mm-hmm.
And then what that does is that it allows them to then allocate less funding, which is what they want to do anyway. They want to squeeze Obamacare by underfunding it or not funding it at all.
Okay.
And that's the only way to make it go away.
Right. Yes.
And
Thank you.
I'm not even going to call it. We're going to call it the Affordable Care Act.
Right.
Yeah.
There we are. Thank you, because of the discussion we had last time about it's really Clinton care, and it just came to Obama was in charge of making, how would we say it, dispersing it, so to speak, dispensing it and distributing the benefits. But yes, the Affordable Care Act. But most people won't know what you're talking about, so I'm sorry. Believe me, we probably better stick with Obamacare just so our listeners know what you're talking about, because otherwise when we say the ACC or Affordable Care Act, ACA, then everybody just goes blank and says, what the hell is that? By the way, of course, it was supported by all of the medical professionals because any medical professional has a vested interest in people being insured. So, as a nation, we should all have a vested interest in our citizens being medically insured. But that, of course, is not where we're going with this. But by all means, what do you remember about Musk originally supporting Ron DeSantis as opposed to Trump? Do you remember that period of time, that phase in his life?
Oh yeah, when they were going back and forth with each other, and DeSantis was trying to out Trump,
Amour propre.
and he called him Ron DeSanctimonious. I mean, golly, how many times does this man have to
Amour
insult
propre.
not only the person, but the person's wife? Think
Yeah.
about that. I mean, how does Ted Cruz's wife even look at him in the face on a daily basis, knowing that the man called his wife a dog?
Yes.
That just what?
It's outrageous.
My
Yes.
wife-
The behavior is certainly not gentlemanly. I mean, we've gone far past that point in this culture.
Yeah.
And
I remember his and like I said, there's a lot of very difficult discussions going on in the state of Florida right now in regards to education. Like I said, my alma mater is in the throes of a transition from one president to another, somebody that was appointed or not necessarily appointed, but was recommended by DeSantis, who is dramatically unqualified to be the president of a university
to say the
of any
least.
kind.
Yes.
HBCU or
Yes.
and then the board of governors denied the one Asian guy who was going to be the University of Florida's president. Come on, man, this is getting out of hand.
Yes, outrageous. And by the way, is the game still on? I'm just curious.
Oh yeah, but it's almost over. I mean, OKC is blowing them out. They're winning big.
Oh, all right. Ooh, yeah, that's sad for our state, but yeah, it's nice to give other teams a chance. I mean, it's easy to now forgive me because yeah, I was born without the sports gene. Is this when it comes to our basketball team in Los Angeles? I'm familiar with the Lakers, but honestly, there are some cities that are so large and have such economies. This is the team we're talking about, correct? Is the Lakers?
No, the Lakers are out of the playoffs. LeBron James and Luka Doncic, they are no longer in the playoffs. They have lost.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
So that that right now it is the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Indiana Pacers.
Okay.
David?
And so thank you for catching me up on that. So it's the Pacers that are being defeated by Oklahoma, correct?
Yeah.
No. The Pacers are Oklahoma. Forgive my ignorance again.
Yeah.
And so let me take a look around this. I'm looking at some messages. Is there something? Some guy named Chief Trumpster says we're cooked. Certain kinds of evil can be fought with force. Palantir stands with Israel, so the Trumpsters are not. Yeah. Well, guess what? Palantir was established by Peter Thiel, who is South African, and South Africa has traditionally been allied with Israel. Go figure. But go on, Aristides.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I guess I'm trying to link together something, whatever. I don't know. I didn't look into the truth of it, but if in fact they're trying to, having this bill or laws to limit people's, restrict people's ability to limit, or which, so that they can't limit the AI. And then at the same time, Palantir is working on, basically AI databasing everybody. So, No coincidence there, right?
Right. Oh, of course not. Of course not. That's I mean, look at what we're dealing with. It's now forgive me about this AI aspect of the bill. What exactly again are they?
I don't know. I saw one little post, so it's like more of a hint that maybe this could be looked into. But if it's true that we're trying to grow government power using AI and then restrict states from blocking it.
Okay, I see. And so with such being said, what else was there? I think that when it comes to AI, there's I'll have to. What did you? What was your impression about? Go on.
I don't know what AI. That might be more than the goofy images you see people make. It could mean a lot of things.
Yes. True enough. Troy, what was your impression of this aspect of AI in the bill? What was this about?
Well, I don't know what it's about. It's some sort of stipulation to where states would not be able to have control over AI or study the effects of AI on their commerce, on their state for a 10-year period. Like it's like they're giving, like the government is getting a 10-year head start on what AI can do for each state. And Marjorie Taylor Greene's argument was that's a violation of states' rights. Of course, she would say that, being the ultimate daughter of the Confederation.
Yes.
But that's where, again, where she showed her ignorance and her basically unqualification to be a representative in the House of Representatives. She doesn't read the bill. She's just rubber stamping whatever Trump says.
Yes.
And,
Absolutely.
And of course she can get away with that.
Well, neither one of them can read. Both of them are barely fucking literate.
I mean, come on, just the statistics when you hear alone in the news where you say Trump's only read like 10 of the presidential daily briefs. It's like, come on, man, and you're just winging it. Now you're more focused on squashing a protest in LA than you are with the economy and what you're doing to the American people and what's going on internationally, what our images internationally. It's crazy. I mean, that sounds like I'm complaining, and I have the
well,
right
you
to,
should
like
be. Well, you should be.
right to, because and much of the stuff may not affect me directly, other than how I feel as an American. I mean, I don't want.
We're all impacted directly by all this
That's
crap. Like, go on.
It's crazy, man. But I'm just concerned. I'm concerned for the people who are gonna wake up one day and realize, oh my God, he added $10 trillion to the deficit during his two.
Only that amount? Only that amount? It's going to amount to like 100 trillion by the time this is over. I mean, we haven't even gone 4 years yet.
My wife and I went shopping today, and we went to a retail store, and the shelves were empty. And we were like, "Well, y'all had a really good sale." He's like, "Yeah, we're just waiting on inventory to come in." Yeah. They're not getting inventory.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, the shelves are empty. It's like we're the third world now.
Let me ask you. Let me say this too. You go to the pump here in Florida. In Florida, gas in certain areas can be a little bit cheap. When Biden last couple months, gas was $2.99, $3.02, $2.70. It would go, fluctuate between there. Man, I looked up today, and you know how Trump likes to blame everything on Biden, but gas was like $3.20. So why aren't you blaming yourself for that? Where are all the people who would blame Biden for the price of gas? That's just crazy.
It's of course. Well, we're in a blame game situation. Obviously,
$3.20. Consider yourself lucky.
Yeah,
we're
tell
paying
us.
5
Brent,
to 6.
Thank you for joining
California's
us.
5 to 6.
Oh, I'm sure.
Bucks.
Well, yeah, California,
Yeah. And tell so Brendan, please, by all means, while I'm still trying to look at quotes so I don't misquote these celebrity politicians and the like, if you could be so kind as to, while I enter a fugue state to go into monologue, just kind of give us your own impression of what you sent me. A lot of links. What among those links, I haven't had a chance to even look at them yet, what among those links is most important that I should be paying attention to? Is there one in particular I should recover and review for tonight, in your opinion? Or you could give us a summary.
You cut out a bit.
Oh, I was just saying, could you give us a summary? You sent me a lot of links. I've been unable to recover and review them as of yet, but can you give us your impression of which are the most important?
Other than the Bulgarian one.
Okay, yes. Explain that to our listeners.
I don't really want to.
Okay.
I don't really want to read the, because that's like total.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Bulgarian propaganda from some Russian.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's just just.
And I get it that they feel that it's being imposed on them. Wait, hello?
That's him talking to his wife. That's Troy talking to his wife.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
But yeah, the Bulgarians feel that it's like being imposed on them and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, wouldn't they be better off dealing with the European system than the Russian system or whatever weird purse they have right now? That's like a remnant of the Soviet Union. So I'm not qualified to speak on that.
No, don't even get me started. What I can tell you is I am qualified to speak on that, and not because of my experience with those two stupid Bulgarian bozos either. Simply that, of course, I'm a student of history and I've studied that area for a long time and have a deep and personal interest in it for reasons that people should understand. I almost married a woman, if she hadn't been murdered, that of course came from that area of the Balkans. That was a big part of my life, was going to be even bigger. And what I can say is that these idiots have a population of 6 million. 2 million of those are Turks. There's only 4 million Bulgarians in Bulgaria. So if they don't want to get absorbed into Europe so they can be fucking protected from absorption in this pan-Slavic ideal that should have gone out the fucking tubes with the Soviet Union, or they don't want to be absorbed by the Islamic Turks, then what the fuck do they want? They can't be a little tsardom in and of themselves at this moment in history. They are on the precipice of extinction. So their idea that they're saying, oh, we're going to be absorbed into Europe. Well, at least no one in Europe wants to convert you. They don't want to breed you out of existence. You know,
they feel that Ursula von der Leyen is imposing military rule over them. Just
as
by
well
putting
she
them
should.
on the euro.
As well she should. It's what they need. Do you want the Turks to take the rest of your shitty little third world country, you dumb fucks?
Oh, they'll be crying if it was Muslim. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I say just let them. Like what exactly does Europe need from them? I think it's just.
What country is this you're talking about?
Bulgaria. But believe it or not, Bulgaria is the forge for Europe's ammunition. That's what it is. So they make lots and lots of cheap ammo, expendable ammo. So if you lose them, you lose a lot of ordnance.
Like munitions or small arms?
Small arms and some munitions, you know. But it's like you lose them, you lose a lot of the expendable ammo. Obviously, it's not high tech. This isn't cruise missiles or anything, drones or anything. Yeah. But bullets. It's bullets. You lose all the bullets in Europe, basically, if you lose them. And so it's very important that Europe basically takes them and takes that bullet forge. It's basically, you know what? Remember Mad Max? What was it? Furiosa? Was that the bullet farm? It's the bullet farm from Mad Max. That's what it is. So
So that's why they're imposing it on them at like a pretty quick speed. They're saying, we're going to put you on the euro
because they don't want their ammo to go to the Ukrainians. I mean, the Ukrainians are expending. No, but I mean, the Bulgarians don't want their ammo to go to the Ukrainians.
Got it.
Yeah, but Europe does. You see, but the Ukrainians are expending lots and lots of ammo because they've got lots and lots of Russians to kill. They've already killed 1 million of them, or put them out of commission for life by crippling them. So but
well, let me read some of their counterpoints just so we can give them their. They're saying the adoption, and this is not me speaking, this is some Russian propagandist for the Bulgarians. Let me see if I can find this guy's name. Lubomirov, which is obviously a pseudonym.
Yes.
But it says, Bulgaria's entry into the Eurozone, we will not simply accept a new currency. We will voluntarily give up the last remnants of economic sovereignty we have left. All the mechanisms that kept the market, quote unquote, alive, interest rate control, commercial banking oversight, the possibility of monetary intervention will be brought out and given to Brussels and Frankfurt, and thus direct tragic consequences on the housing market and private property.
Oh yeah, which was always so hot. I mean, their economy was just rolling. It was up there with like Hong Kong. Yeah, it used to be.
This is what this is what these guys are claiming. It's like the adoption of the euro is not just a currency; it's an economic and social aqueduct, a turning point when Bulgaria will be permanently. When the Bulgarian, as in like the people, will be removed from its own land, from his home, from his car, and will be turned into a digital subject of a foreign system. The coming months and years will show who will stay awake and defend their right to property, liberty, independence, and those who will fall into the trap of the quote-unquote European future, which is actually a digital concentration camp.
Oh, I love that. Digital concentration camp. Yeah, do you think the fucking Ruskies... Go on. Yeah, go on.
Then it shows a picture of Ursula von der Leyen with the Nazi flag and the armband.
Of course, that's it. That way you know it's shit. Now you know it's shit. I mean,
well,
really?
This was posted by a Bulgarian that I follow. So she's like one of those farming types that doesn't, she just is. But the funny part is she went to school in London.
Yeah, of course. So well, that makes it worse. That can make it worse, because you know what? In London is where she meets all the Russians. That's what fucking happened. Right. That's where she
But the
hooked up.
irony is they want to spend their money and educate their kids in Europe, but they don't want the system there to be a part of the system.
Hey, if the Europeans don't absorb them, they'll be bowing towards Mecca 3 times a fucking day. How's that for losing your fucking culture, you dumb
And
fucks?
well, that's what's weird is they're claiming that if they get the euro, then they'll be put into the Schengen zone eventually, which will mean that all these migrants will come in. But if you're saying that's already happened, then it's almost redundant.
They've only got 4, like I said, you've got 6 million people in Bulgaria. Only 4 million of them are Bulgarian. The other 2 million are Turks. What's that percentage? 1/3, obviously, or something like that. But give me the percentage on that. 2 million Turks out. Turks have already invaded.
That's 1/3.
It's a third of them are already Turks. So the idea that Europe is somehow going to make their migrant situation worse is insane. That was the Soviets who allowed all those Turks in. But go on.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's how stupid these people are. But then she went and talked to the Russians, and the Russians say, we're no longer like that. That was Soviet. Now we're nationalist. Bullshit. Obviously, take a look at my son's culture in Armenia. Half of Armenia got exterminated by the Turks just over a year ago. What did the Russians do? Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, so do you think the Russians are going to come in and help the fucking Bulgarians? They don't even have the capacity to help themselves in Ukraine.
Right.
This is how stupid these people are.
So currently, basically, essentially, as we speak, there's 30,000 people protesting in whatever their capital city is. I forget right now.
Oh God, it's fucking. I'm trying to forget because it's like Sofia, and
then the other big city. So there's like multiple protests going on too. Say we don't want the euro and all this shit. We want to keep our. And they're saying that it'll lead to like people losing their homes and stuff because with the European system you have to have like insurance and mortgages and all that shit. But it's like how are you living without insurance and stuff? It's very strange.
But like I said, you're talking about an economy that is so far behind. They came from a static mono-state economy where insurance was from the state. So they don't have this concept.
Oh, I see.
They don't have this concept. It was basically, it wasn't like you break it, you bought it. It's basically you break it and the state replaces it in theory, but in reality you're left without, tractors.
There's nothing.
That's right, for years.
Broken down shit.
Yeah.
It'll be like Cuba where they have to repair 1950s tractors.
Oh, that's what it's like. It's like you yourself said. It's like you saw those cars from fucking the Czech Republic and shit. And you, like you said, it's cheap, but you get what you pay for, right? It's I
like this one saying mandatory repairs. Like that's a problem.
Hey.
Let's see. Taxes. Passporting.
Somebody's joined us. Whose voice was that? Oh, it's Holly. So, by the way,
but I didn't say anything.
Yeah, that's quite all right.
Might be somebody else.
Yeah, quite all right.
I don't know who. I heard that voice.
Yes, that was fascinating. Yeah,
these were just people. I was passing some people.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes. And they were Eastern European, of course.
Of course.
Okay, so banks bound to the new Eurozone requirements will be imposing long-term mortgages, which are already observed in other EU countries, that will de facto put a person and his children in debt for life.
Oh, yes. It's just such bondage. I mean,
upcoming waves of bankruptcies, over-regulations, and forced transfers of ownership.
Of course there's going to be bankruptcies. No one over there is working. Look at the 2 Bulgarian bozos I was dealing with. They didn't work a fucking job. It seems like they got a
they just scammed you.
Yeah, they just get online and scam people. That's yeah.
The irony is they paid you more than Peter ever did after 10 years.
There is terrible irony there. Of course, I lost it all back when they got the channel shut down for a week or two. Yeah, but it's like but that's what happens when you work with criminals. Just like what happened when I worked with Peter. What a waste of time and money that was ultimately.
Okay, and here's the last little bit. We'll deal with this Bulgarian scenario. He says, the car, the symbol of freedom to luxury, is now a threat. The Bulgarian loves his car,
The car is freedom to escape, to travel, to transfer. But in the new reality, this freedom is going to be taken away. Insurances exceeding the cost of the car. Well, you should come to California, bud.
Yeah, no shit.
With the standardization of the insurance sector, EU requirements, and higher risks, insurance will jump to new numbers. For an old car, no matter how massive, this will mean insurance will exceed the residual value of the car. So that's they're saying the Europeans are going to come in and take away their houses and their cars, which it's like, why would you want those old Union Ladas and shit? And the irony is they're all buying BMWs anyway, so it's like, what are the Germans going to take back their shit they sold you? It's like, it's just so goofy. Yeah. Like they have Volkswagens and BMWs. Like, what are they going to steal that back? You already paid them.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that to my attention, because I did see that. I did open that and take a short look at, but I wasn't quite sure what I was seeing, other than that it didn't strike me as anything that made sense. I understood it was something from Bulgaria, but almost nothing from Eastern Europe makes any sense anymore, because they're trapped in a mental abomination. They're trapped in their skulls. The worst thing that ever happened was the internet, and these people
they're complaining about value-added tax, VATs, and stuff, and it's like, I mean, what are they going to build infrastructure? For your stupid cars?
Yeah.
Like, is that a problem?
Yeah, no shit.
Apparently it is. And here's the last part. It says, immigration wave 2.0, because when you don't have a home, a car, and no prospect, all that's left is out. So they're saying they want to kick out all the Bulgarians from their own land.
Oh God.
Which seems strange. But,
immigration. So they mean immigration like ex-migration, where they're emigrating out. They're brain drained.
Yeah, this is a translation, so just keep that.
Yeah. In other words, what they're not acknowledging is that the best have already left the country. All of these people went to Europe. A good example is the person who went to London to get educated, but for some reason she decided to come back as a Russian propagandist because she hooked up with a bunch of fucking Russians.
Yes,
there you go.
She's an astrologer who makes like $100 an hour. So to her, she's rich. And
and she could do that because her parents were probably Communist Party hacks who were part of the apparatchik. And all of these people who were part of the intelligentsia, like the two Bulgarian bozos I was dealing with, they're at the top of the food.
Those people were like trust fund babies.
Yeah.
They were just sitting there doing nothing, animating shit. So they had money.
Yeah. And not to mention jacking each other off and throwing little balls at each other while I was talking and shit. And so you're talking about these people who are at the top of the Bulgarian food chain, are the people who produce this shit, this Russophiliac propaganda, and say, we got to maintain this pan-Slavism with the Russians, who are separated from them by Ukraine. The only thing standing between them and the Russians is Ukraine, and they think that's a bad thing. They want Ukraine out of the way so they can directly border Russia, which they think would lead them to a golden age. This is how crazy these people are. Do they even know what life is like inside Russia?
Apparently not.
Obviously not.
Something good or something?
They think it's great. Yeah.
I don't understand this whole fiasco, because it's like, isn't the euro more powerful than their currency? Wouldn't that just instantly boost? It would instantly boost their economy just by circumstance.
Of course, just by being in it. Do you think their shitty little national coinage is helped them yet? All it was something that, as a matter of fact, Turkey's currency is so much more powerful that they sold half their land to the fucking Turks.
Oh yeah, it's half of a dollar, so 58 cents to a Bulgarian lev.
Yeah.
So it would instantly double their purchasing power overnight.
Yes.
Because a euro is very close to the dollar.
Yes.
So how is that a problem? I don't know. I don't know that. Obviously, I'm not an economist, but this
doesn't take an economist. That's like saying I'm not a rocket scientist to know that Elon Musk's producing these phallic symbols that are not aerodynamic.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like, this is where we're at. Honestly, just thinking about this, I've already got a headache. I'm going to grab some painkillers, but Holly's here to help us to hold the stage while I'm gone. Troy and Holly, do say hello, and Brendan and the two of you, along with Aristides, can keep the stage while I go grab my painkillers. I've got kind of a hangover because obviously I drank myself to sleep whenever I woke up. And I definitely will give people a little bit of a status update on my personal situation, what happened and what I went through on Friday, which was just, aside from the dental surgery, there was a number of other things that happened. It was really quite overwhelming. And so I spent all Saturday sleeping, was up through the night, but definitely will, deliver a monologue sooner than later. And I hope that our dear Holly doesn't mind that. I think I should start with Ukraine and the attacks and the counterattacks going on there, and then work my way back to domestic, simply because I am a military historian.
Hey, I got no problem.
Okay.
I got no problem with that.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
thank
Go
you.
ahead, Brendan.
Thank you.
Israel blockaded Greta Thunberg trying to bring supplies to Gaza.
There you go. I was wondering
So
what happened to her. I
they're
was just
gonna
thinking
arrest
about
her
her.
or something.
Yeah.
Says she was stopped from reaching the Palestinian enclave.
Oh yeah, she's persona non grata now because she says Zionism must be destroyed, and I'm 100% by her side. So
It says her Freedom Flotilla is surrounded by quadcopters and is potentially under assault from Israeli forces. Are they really going to blow her up? That would be wild. That would be something.
Apparently, they did every other one without stars on them.
yeah,
Of course.
yeah. So
They killed them all.
yeah. So Holly, what is your own impression of what's going on with the attempts to supply food and aid to the Gazans? There's been several massacres that have happened since then, and of course the Jews got what they wanted, which was for the United Nations to stop delivering aid because they say it's too dangerous to be delivering aid, which only means everybody's going to die on the Gaza Strip sooner, which is what the Jews want. I mean, what do you know about this situation? What was going on at these aid stations? Apparently there were some massacres.
Oh yeah, everyone repeatedly every day. It's just blatant. They're just mowing them down when they show up for food and water.
Disgusting.
Who's ever there? Oh, mowing them down.
Disgusting. It's
And like I say, I'm almost relieved that they just didn't kill that whole tiny little crew. I mean, obviously it's a symbolic effort, but
Well, like I said, they're surrounded by quadcopters, so it's only a matter of time.
drones
Who
every
knows what
night.
they're gonna do.
They've been stalking them and threatening them for weeks. Complete surveillance and boats and just, itching to blow them out of the water. And so it was looking really bad. I mean, those people got balls to sail on into that. I'll give you that, boy, big time. And so God knows what they'll do to them now, but at least they have a celebrity.
Yeah, the autism probably helps.
A celebrity hostage that will get attention, whereas none of the others got any attention at all. They were just wiped off the earth without a trace.
Good point. She's offering herself up as a martyr. Why did her parents agree to this?
Yeah, I don't know that they did. She's an adult.
That's a good point. Your point's well taken. I mean,
what Brendan was saying before, the dog whistle in that Bulgarian stuff, for me, every time I hear over-regulation come out of somebody's mouth, I run like hell.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, there was a bunch I didn't read about. They were saying they're gonna force us to repair cars properly and shit.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Imagine that!
To a chop shop.
Imagine that! Yeah, by the way,
we have freedom from doctors.
Yeah.
We don't freedom from medical care.
Yeah. That's what these fuckers claim who are libertarian. That's libertarian shit, which is at this point pan-Slavic as all hell. The pan-Slavs of Russia have simply integrated libertarianism to heart. It's integral to their ideology now. But which means like you're on your own. It's just their way of saying you're on your own, motherfucker. Yeah. It's so continue by all means. Holly, other than that, Brendan, Holly, both of you, what comes to mind in current events that we should be paying attention to? By all means, bring it up.
Well, I haven't heard what you've been talking about, but I presume the LA thing has come up.
Bring it up again, by all means, please.
The big military shutdown. Over 50 protesters originally or something, and now they're rolling in by the thousand. Tanks and soldiers and National Guard and Marines were mentioned. So that's a real ugly situation that won't end well for either side. It can't.
That's right.
But
Well, that's
so
what
that's one
the whole
thing.
point of it was to get to this point so he can declare emergency powers. I mean, it's the old
That's right.
Star Wars Palpatine trick. I mean,
That's right.
it's just, I mean, but the thing is that they want people to be, you know, it's the old divide and conquer. You want people to be in this soup of,
That's right.
you know, sides.
That's
and
right.
Stuff like that.
No, fighting for their lives and then hated by everybody else. So it's all working. It's very successful.
Or whoever.
As Trump's first term was very successful.
In that regard. In that
Oh
regard.
yeah, he's done. It's worked perfectly. That's why I still say I don't know how much longer they're going to need him.
Yeah.
SpaceX is running the military and the communications. Now Palantir's running the bookkeeping. They're in. They don't need Trump. He's just in the way.
Well, I think you give them too much credit. Those fuckers are actually scared of him. It's beyond all reason. It's an irrational fear. They shouldn't be, but they are. But give me your own
I
opinion
thought
on
their
that.
only fear was overregulation. They ain't gonna get that from him.
Damn straight. Oh, that's funny as fuck. What else stands out, ladies and gentlemen?
They got that poor guy back from El Salvador, Garcia, I think.
Oh yes.
And now they're throwing every charge in the book at him.
Oh yes.
All they got left is child pornographer. You know, I mean, everything.
That's a good point. But why didn't they lead with that in the beginning? That's the whole point. It's so disingenuous to even think about that.
Oh yeah.
At this point, you know, like they admitted that they wrongly deported the guy. They violated the lower court's edict to bring him back so that he could face any prosecution they might have. Then they wait until the Supreme Court says, "Yeah, we can't do it like this. You got to bring him back." Now all of a sudden he's got like 50 charges. He's the biggest human trafficker ever in the United States. You know, he's got
World's biggest criminal.
Public enemy number one. Public enemy number one.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we're safer with him off the streets. I bet Maryland is much safer now.
You see it?
He's being sarcastic, Troy. You do realize.
Yeah.
That's that's delightful. It's you notice that they all go down to something to do with children. Brendan, relate that time you were doing your walk, just like, you know, getting in touch with nature and shit out in the park, but you could never escape the people, and some guy was on a bicycle and he nearly collided with some man and his son walking through the same park. And then when they got into this altercation, he instantly accuses him of molesting that child. Oh, that can't be your child. You're a fucking pedophile. They go down to it's what they go to immediately. That's the go-to.
It was just reflexive.
Yeah. But now they're doing that. Musk is doing that to Trump. Not that he's wrong, but he's doing that to Trump by saying Trump is in the Epstein files, of which I have no doubt.
That was already done. That was a done deal. There were videos.
So old,
together.
old news.
Like, it's just a joke. It's like calling water wet. You know, it's just.
But then
like,
you're
the
saying
sky is blue. Oh, it's like, oh man.
But then you're saying
that's crazy.
Then you're saying they're doing that to this migrant as well. Is they truly pulling this out? They're pulling this out of the bag with him. That he's now like up there with the Tate brothers. They're heroes.
Mm-hmm.
Except the Tates were allowed to do whatever. He went to Florida just fine.
There you go. That's
Inlet.
there's exceptions to every rule, I guess. If you're Trump or the Tates, you can the kid diddling is up for grabs. But this is, of course, how insane our system has become and how unbalanced it's become. It's the end of America as you know it. Well, America has never been just, but now it is blatantly so wrong that there's not even pretense. And yet they still put up a pretense. They're so righteous. They're so righteous about all of their exploitation. And this is what it comes down to. It basically, when Troy Bellamy said that the Zionists were an example of humanity not being treated right in the case of the problems, of course, that they're generating, to which their final solution, their only solution, is genocide. You take a look at how they're exploiting all of us to support them in this act, and all of us are simply standing by or willingly aiding and abetting them. And as I said, how come, Holly, answer me this question as well as Brendan. I asked Troy, but I'm not quite sure I'm satisfied with his answer. Troy still has this kind of belief that Biden was somehow maybe standing on some level of moral, that he had some kind of moral barrier that prevented him from giving the 2,000-pound bombs to Israel, which might be the case. And if that did lead to his downfall, we'll see what happens with Trump now that he's making all these connections with the House of Saud. But at the same time, he's going to deport all the Muslims because of this attack on the Jews who were holding that daily march to bring attention to the hostage crisis, which, like I said, you know, what hostage crisis is there? There's only bodies left now. Whatever Jews are left in the hands of Hezbollah are not alive. They're simply like, what, half a dozen bodies that they're trying to recover, and this is what they're marching for? And yeah, they of course were part of the conspiracy. They were there to be attacked, although they're probably too stupid to know it. And of course they were made victims by this other MK Ultra sap. And now Trump says we have to have this national ban on all these black nations in particular because they're all a threat to the Jews. So he's still sucking up to them. But what exactly?
But Togo, like, what did Togo do exactly?
No,
I still am waiting for that.
You've never heard of the evil Togo Empire?
Right.
Yes, I mean, how could you forget their crimes? Oh my God!
Of what? Selling baboon heads? In
Yeah,
the
that's some
marketplace?
shit. Yeah, there you go. Them baboons, man. Well, baboons are people too. That's they'll do that to you white folks if you let them do.
They were Jewish baboons. Or
Yeah, that must be. That must be. That's oh God, we're gonna go straight to hell for that one. They'll blame. Oh, this is.
Well, it can be easily taken out of context.
Yeah.
But I assure you, that's not what we meant. Yeah.
Oh, but there you have it. Yes, how does Togo fit into quote unquote anti-Semitism that he's protecting us all from? It's but at any rate, Holly, your own thoughts on the overall situation about this or anything. You don't need to be dragged into the Judeophobia mess, but
well, understand,
I feel.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm happy. I'm happy.
Neither am I.
They're good people on
But
both
God,
sides.
it's
Good
horrible.
people on both sides. That's like Trump, you know. I mean, I'm sorry. It just doesn't wash. It just doesn't wash. When Trump said it, it didn't feel right. When we say that about this situation, it doesn't feel right. It's just there's no question here that if there's any good Jews, they're not protesting or acting out hard enough to stop what's going on. We've got that down for a fact, and we know.
Well, and the same could be said, you know, people did try with the Iraq mess, but just completely disregarded. So it doesn't mean that there wasn't made. It just didn't work.
Yeah.
There's like some powerful ectoplasm in your vicinity.
Yes, you get a lot of electronic garbling. We'll call it electronic garbling happens, but so always make certain to speak slowly and And
yeah.
you like now. You're doing okay.
Your call just dropped completely.
Yeah.
But I got it back.
Okay, good. So
I
repeat
forget.
yourself. That's fine.
I
Or start again with
forget.
another train of thought. It's okay. You're doing fine.
Yeah, I follow international politics as well. I have no preference over domestic in general, just so you know.
Okay, good.
But there was a trail that ran through all of those big issues that you just said. Oh, it was starting with Troy and Biden and the mobs, the Moabs. Can you hear me?
Yes, fine. Hear you fine. Yeah.
I thought that he did deliver a shipment of them. And then, he was starting to pretend.
Actually, you know what? I thought that too. I thought he did deliver them. Yeah, go on. Yeah, that's what
they wanted a bunch more.
Yeah.
And so I cannot justify that, us doing that, any of that. It was just insane. And there's no way. Alls I know is that he wouldn't have been any worse than a Republican.
Yeah.
Well, here's the
and
thing.
not just the MAGAs, any of them. Yes, Troy.
Here's my thing. Again, every president has to carry that water for Israel, and he was doing what was expected of him especially after October 17th. I'm telling you right now, the day that Netanyahu bombed that hospital. Remember, right after that, Biden got on a plane and flew over there and told him, cut it out. You can't do that. You're putting me in a bad position. You're putting yourself in a bad position. You're going to be up for war crimes, and we're not giving you any more 2,000-pound bombs.
You might hope. You might hope that he said that privately, but publicly he said that the Jews were absolved of all crimes.
No. It was very public that he told them he was not going to give them any more 2,000-pound bombs. That was probably, and people don't talk about it, but that was probably one of the most despicable incidents when they bombed that hospital. Talking about they were trying to find, they had some intel that Al-Qaeda leaders or whatever Hamas leaders were in some tunnels underneath the building or something like that, and they bombed that hospital.
Oh, they say that for every hospital they bomb, but go on.
Biden jumped on a plane the next day and flew to Israel and told Netanyahu to his face, this is not going to happen again. You will not get any more bombs from us. And as soon as the debate was over, which I just think that Biden was just over prepared. He came there to show everybody, that he had turned the economy around. He had all these facts and figures laid out, and Trump came there to be a troll. And how do you can't debate with somebody that doesn't want to talk about facts or policy. He just was over there telling jokes. Yeah, I don't understand a damn thing he said. The guy's out of his mind. He's over there telling. So Biden's over there trying to. But either way, right after that is when the first, about 13 or 14 people from Congress that came out and called for Joe Biden to step down. And they were all from the AIPAC lobby. Zoe Lofgren, Schumer, Schiff, Jared Moskowitz. It was the entire crew. They all came out kind of kind of dripped and drabbed their little posts on X or whatever, and they got secretly passed around. And there was about 13 to 15 of them, and they were all from the Israel lobby. I'm telling you, go back and look at it.
Well, I believe that. I believe you. I don't even need to go check. I'll take that at face value.
Totally.
And the reason being is because they want the president to carry the water. Let me tell you how they do.
This
is Mossad. This is Mossad at its very best. Mossad probably is the most wickedly intelligent group of spies ever. What they do is they place now let's just stipulate this, and I'm not being racist at all, I'm just stating the fact. There will never be a Jewish president. Right? If there was one, it might be Shapiro from Pennsylvania.
No. Well, that's not going to happen, but go on.
Exactly. It will never happen. So what they do is they get adjacent. So now all of a sudden, you put in Stephen Miller. You put in Howard Lutnick. You got all these guys. Jared Kushner couldn't get security clearance. but he's Trump's son-in-law, so he gets all the clearance he needs. These guys are working adjacent to the White House. They're carrying the water for Israel. They are in there getting top secret information. They're making moves. They're making plans, and it has nothing to do with the benefit for the American people. Howard Lutnick hasn't said anything that's going to benefit the American people at all. The only people who benefit, the only two entities that benefit from Trump being president are Israel and Russia.
Yes.
And they're basically the same, because most of the European Jews that live in Israel now have their nexus and genesis out of Russia.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I've gone into this many times in the past.
I know.
From
I agree, absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, I don't want anybody listening to this to think I'm being pejorative. I'm just pointing out a fact. And I'm looking at this whole scenario. All of a sudden, Howard Lutnick is this guy, and he's a shadowy figure, and all these other guys, all these other shadowy lawyers are coming out of the woodwork that support Trump. Why? Trump doesn't like Jews like that. He tolerates them. He tolerates them because they're intelligent, they're connected, they're CPAs, they're lawyers. Some of them are willing to toe the line for him, like Michael, what's the one guy that Michael Cohen, and who regrets it to this day. Michael Cohen will tell you he was with Trump for the money. He knows Trump doesn't have any respect for those guys. He knows that. But again, that's just part and parcel of it. And so they sit there, and Stephen Miller surprises me, because to be as racist as he is, for him to be doing all the things he's doing. And then the first thing they all cry is everything is anti-Semitism. This is anti-Semitic. What's going on in Harvard is anti-Semitic. There's anti-Semitic rhetoric and sentiments all over the country. Y'all are bombing people. And again, so here's the real problem. You have different sets of people who, you have the ethnic Jews, you have the religious Jews, you got the Jews that got the Jewish name. They're all like 3 or 4 different entities. So they get conflated with the Zionist Jews. Oh, okay, if your name is Greenberg, that means you're okay with what Netanyahu's doing. And some of them are not. Most of them are not. It's the ones that are the Zionists that are really, causing a big kerfuffle. And I'm hopeful that the world will come together. I'm trying to be prayerful and hopeful. I'm serious. I'm being prayerful and hopeful that things will get better. But it's just scary when Benjamin Netanyahu has no compunction to broker peace. I saw something else and I want to know how true this is. I'm going to have to do some research. They say there's some million square feet of natural gas under Gaza, and that's why they're trying to push them out of the West Bank and Gaza so they can get to those natural gas reserves.
Well, it's right offshore. It's right offshore, but it's in their economic zone. But go on.
Yeah. And then I'm sure, obviously, the land is the visual being right on the water is something that's tempting to a developer like Trump. Basically, like I said, they just want to bulldoze the place and start over and build these condos and JCCs out there.
Mm-hmm. No. Forget my ignorance. JCC is an acronym for
Jewish Community Centers. No, serious.
No, we have those.
And then right behind it all, there's the settlers.
You can do yoga. You can do swimming. You could do.
We have one of those in San Francisco, but I never.
Everybody, they're everywhere. But and they're open. Look, here's the thing: they're open to everybody. They're not just open. It's almost like the YMCA. But again, that's what they're going to do. They're going to build a bunch of condos. They're going to be priced out of this world. Only people who have that kind of money to live there will be able to live there. They'll be protected by the Israeli Defense Force, the IDF. They'll be sovereign citizens of Israel. I mean, come on, man.
And don't forget all the settlers right
all
on
the
the other
settlers-
side of the road,
and they are
growing the
willing to
food
push.
and
Yeah.
protecting. Yeah.
They're willing to kill all those Palestinians in
Yep.
order to meet that aim, and that's
That's
scary to me. They're scary to me.
Well, it's
when you see
happening. Yeah.
snipers killing people, going to get food, medicine. That's just crazy.
Oh, yes. No, it's beyond inhuman. It's the sadism of it, the sheer inhumanity of it that renders it so just painful. Now, again,
For my whole life,
Mhm.
it's been like that. That's a long time.
Sure. License.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
wow.
right now that's Troy talking to his wife, I believe. But in
good.
the interim, your own input, Holly, you seem to be doing well technically right now. Let's take advantage of that and get you talking, because I'm going to need somebody to hold the stage while I grab some anodynes.
Well, there'll be a few of us, right?
Yeah, of
Troy
course.
ain't going anywhere yet, right? And
no,
Brendan,
it's Troy and
Aristides,
yeah,
and Brendan, or did he go?
no, Brendan hopefully is still with us, and that way we'll get you both talking as you should be, and holding the stage. Again, forgive me for being distracted. I'm handling, I'm multitasking. There's some silent communications going on. The one thing that I want people to be aware of is Aristides, of course, is not someone who just sits there. He communicates with me by text while the show is ongoing as a producer, so I have to, try and respond to him while handling conversation. And so, such being said, when I return, I'll give everybody kind of an update of what happened Friday, which was all too much as far as I'm concerned. None of it bad, but it's just too much in a single day, and I spent the next day sleeping. And today I'm just going to, take it easy on myself. Honestly, it's one thing I learned from the lovely Pixie Princess Star Fox, who we all hope and pray is doing as best as she can be doing. Was one thing she told me was, I don't owe anybody anything, and I certainly got to take that to heart and just kind of like be good to myself. And I turned in quite the analysis on the latest show before tonight concerning Midway, and so I hope people understand that I am living up to my reputation as a military historian, certainly so far as I'm concerned. But all such being said, so Holly, how about a little update on your local area? I'm certain that there must be other news other than health news concerning everyone around you, but let's start with that because that's obvious. Why don't you tell us a little bit about whatever you know about the developing situation of your neighbor's health, the general health of the community?
The situation with the plant drags on and is going to be hot for a long time because they want to turn it on again so quick and make 4 more facilities throughout the area. So it's just a long-term agony that at this point seems helpless to prevent. I mean, who knows what'll happen? I just don't have any idea. But nothing hopeful is happening in that regard. And otherwise, am I coming through?
Yeah, you're doing fine. Thank you.
Okay.
If I'm not complaining, you're doing okay, just for future reference.
But it drops sometimes.
Yeah.
And so then I'm talking for 5 minutes and I don't realize. I haven't heard a cricket in 5 years.
No.
I haven't seen an earthworm in 5 years.
Jesus.
There's no birds left but crows and jays.
Jesus.
So, and where I live is attractive, but it's dead underneath. So no bugs on the windshield, nothing. So that's always a concern because I live an outdoor life and whatever's getting all that's getting me too. But what can you do? I've observed that in my time here, and it's quite obvious, really. and terrifying when you realize, you know what? No crickets? What the fuck? So there you have that.
Yeah, that's scary. It's scary as fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a short break, grab some painkillers, come back, and start in seriously on the monologue, which I encourage everyone to interject in as much as possible. And then I'm going to, as I said, kind of end it early tonight. It'll be a race, kind of a race to see if.
Sure about that?
We'll see.
I think it's a case by case basis.
It's case by case basis. We'll see if George Knight crops in. My monologue will probably take approximately 4 hours. 4.5. If with interjections, maybe a little longer. But if George drops in, then I just kind of turn it over the show to him and just sit back and stay along for the ride. But if he doesn't show up before I finish monologue, then I have every intention of shutting down the live stream a little bit early or comparatively early tonight, simply because of what I went through on Friday, and one day's sleep was great, but honestly I need to give myself a bit more than that with all that went down. And it's not just the dental surgery. Like I said, there was a lot going down, and how I got it all done in a single fucking Friday was a bit of a minor miracle. Honestly, this isn't adulting. This is a high anxiety attack. I mean, just with all of the different things that happen to us, and we're just trying to, maintain our treading water. We're just trying to tread water, and just to keep treading water, where we keep grabbing onto anything we can, ballast and various other we've got a life preserver that isn't worth a shit and is constantly, we're blowing into the life preserver. And it's just meanwhile, these other people who are wealthy enough where they can spend all day bitching about conspiracy theories, it's incredible to me. This is why people should understand absolutely nothing I speak about is conspiratorial. It's everything we're dealing with obviously impacts everyone now concretely, or I wouldn't be talking about it, because I'm barely at the level of survival. So so all such being said, it's not a complaint. I came through handily with all of the bills being paid, but just to get that done, it's just incredible that we even managed to do what we do. I honestly don't think most people could have done it. It's just, most people really don't have to do what I do. They have other things that are in some ways worse. I mean, they're putting kids through college and shit. But honestly, but most of them do come from a background of greater advantage than myself. So whatever challenges they're dealing with are at least buffered by that, generally speaking, of course. But tragically, most people who don't have that kind of buffer, well, their kids go to the wayside. I mean, that's all too obvious. It happens all the time. Okay, then. So what I'm going to do now is go mute. Going to take that short break, and when I come back, then we'll get rolling onto monologue. And with that, we got great numbers. I'll be right back. You're in the best of hands with these incredible people on our call. And let me check who's still with us. I believe it's Brendan, Holly, Troy, and Aristides. All right, so let's start it off with Holly. And, Holly, take it away.
Right.
And I'll be right back. All right, thank you so much.
Very good. Very good. I just wanted to say, Troy, thank you. I always enjoy your speaking.
Thank you. I enjoy hearing you too. I really do.
But you really lay there.
Good.
You lay a good case, and very well spoken on all the issues. And you're outraged.
Yeah.
And like
you're breaking up really bad.
How
Mm-hmm.
holding it right out of man. But
Hello, Heather.
wow, it's bad. It's really bad. It's really bad. I
Oh,
think
now
I'm
it's
going to
better.
hang up.
It's better
Okay.
now.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. You went away too. Oh, what was I saying? I don't know. It wasn't important. But, oh, yeah, it was important. Here's the thing. And holler if you can't hear me. We have to find techniques to deal with the irrational.
Yeah,
Because
that's
our
true.
minds kind of fall apart confronting this irrational shit that makes no apparent sense. I mean, yeah, deep down at the roots it does if you from a certain perspective, but how to react and counter this phenomenon without just wanting to beat your head against the wall, you know?
Yeah.
And so I think that's something we think about a lot, and I asked other people to talk to think about too. Now, one good friend made a funny suggestion on this matter, like in a group semi-business sense or work sense. That's what the ad hoc committee is for. Because when you got a bunch of sane people in the room trying to make important decisions, and you got a disruptor or two coming at it with irrational shit, you just ask them to form an ad hoc committee. See how that works?
Yeah.
And bring your concerns up at the very next meeting. So that's the top of my list. Anytime you can form an ad hoc committee in one of those situations, you know, that's a good move. It gets them off your back for a minute. They may come back or they may not.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's all I got on that. How's the weather in Florida?
It is really toasty now lately. We had about 3 or 4 days where we got a nice little rain. Our grass came back, but now the last 3 or 4 days have been very toasty.
I see.
That's okay.
How about big lightning?
None.
None.
Which is odd because the Tampa Bay area has the most lightning strikes of any area in the country.
Yes.
And usually it's a product of the atmosphere, the air being so overheated. But we have not had much lightning or thunder or, things like that.
I'm used to all that heat lightning I used to see there too. No thunder. It just, the sky is just so electrical down there. It's crazy. All right. Well, that's interesting. Oh man.
Where are you at again?
Central California.
Okay.
Monterey area. But I spent a lot of time in Florida as a kid, and I had a great love for it.
Okay.
Up Brooksville area.
Oh yeah, that's just above Tampa.
That's right. In fact, right across the street from Weeki Wachee Mermaid Show.
Great
right
show.
There. So everybody, I could say that to anybody, and they know what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
But yeah, my grandparents ended up, they got really lucky, and there was a campground right across the street from Weeki Wachee Mermaid Show. And there was nothing else around. It was amazing out there. And this campground went like co-op. So you could buy your lot for $20,000 and put your adorable little trailer up there and grow this giant garden on the side of a lake. It was sick. And so I had very blissful times growing up there in the summers or all around the year. I never lived there per se, but wonderful times.
It's funny to mention that because I was listening to Howard Lutnick talk.
Yeah.
Remember, there's a video of him going, trying to explain the tariffs. He's like, yeah, see, we don't grow mangoes, but what if I put a tariff on mangoes? We don't grow mangoes anymore here in America. And I'm like, dude, I can walk around the corner down the street and pick like 500 mangoes. They just grow wild here in Florida, especially in the area
Oh,
where I am.
sure.
I'm like,
Huh.
dude, what is he talking about? They just
Okay.
what they do is they pay them not to wear to grow mangoes anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. And the modern slavery out in the citrus groves and stuff
Come on,
to
man.
this day. I mean, I'll bet that's never changed.
No, it hasn't, and it still won't. However, it is scary for many of the migrant workers who do work those camps, and they work to send their money home to Mexico and places, Guatemala, a lot of times.
Oh boy.
So, my area, like I said, that I live in is actually probably about 50% Hispanic. So, usually a night like tonight on the weekend, I could hear mariachi music and celebrations and,
Right.
and hear the tubas going. Ain't nobody moving. Nobody's moving in this neighborhood.
You
They're all
said nobody's out. Yeah.
Oh
In
no,
the
they're
hot
all hunkered
summer,
down
stuck inside. Yeah. God,
because
that
they don't
sucks.
want to. They don't want to get
Yeah.
caught.
No.
And I have a colleague whose husband got picked up by ICE. She's an American citizen, but her husband was not. He was on a green card,
Mm.
and they deported him. And they've been trying for 25 years. They say they spent something like $50,000
Oh.
trying to get through the process and
With
paying
the legal
people.
proceedings, I'm telling you, you do
And
everything right, and then they drag you off.
Yeah, they deported him, and he won't be able to come back to the country and begin the process all over again for 9 years.
God, that's sadistic. Yes, it is. Just sadistic. But, also the whole situation of Mexico slave stated to us to begin with, which the Republican business owners used to break the wages in the unions and all that and drain that country of every last drop of resources, including the river water they're entitled to.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I'm sitting on what was Mexico here in Central California. So they just got fucked so hard, and so now the people that don't want to clean their own toilets are defending them, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, people that know that food's gonna go 10 times more expensive and blah blah blah. And all my life, I've watched the American public train their kids that, they shouldn't have to do that kind of work.
Right.
Which is nuts. I didn't get that, but everybody else did. And so now what I see is young, strong, beautiful people paying thousands of dollars to get permaculture certification and organic agriculture certification so they can do exactly that. I know a shit ton of young people that want to work in the dirt.
Wonderful.
And grow
Okay.
food.
Let me show you. Let me show you how the system is rigged.
But by the way, I want you both to know that the numbers are very good. Your numbers have gone up while I was gone, so you people attracted more. Continue, Troy.
Everybody went to take a leak.
Let me show you how. Let me show you how the number. Let me show you how the system is gamed against people. So when marijuana was pretty much universally legalized.
Oh God!
Especially here in the state of Florida, you had a lot of people who already been doing it illegally. Some of them had spent time in jail and did all this other stuff for the small amounts that nobody would bat an eye at now. But now all of a sudden they wanted to grow. So what the state of Florida did was put in this poison pill in the bill to allow for legal marijuana by saying that you could not start a farm or grow house unless you already owned a farm and had that farm for like 10, 20 years.
Interesting.
It's some sort of odd stipulation. So what happened were a lot of the farmers who were doing farm work and they were getting subsidies to not grow oranges and lettuce and things like that. Now all of a sudden they found another industry that they can make millions with.
That's
by
right.
growing weed.
That's right.
You set you up a warehouse, get you some hydroponics, and you grow weed and sell it. And the hemp
On a massive scale.
On a massive scale.
All chemical.
Now
straight up
chemical. You have legal marijuana dispensaries on every corner, like liquor stores on Martin Luther King. You know, it's crazy. There's a company called True Leaf that's putting out. Every other corner you can see a True Leaf dispensary. And it's kind of odd. You know what? I'm going to say this too.
Like a goddamn McDonald's.
Yeah. I want to ask you this. I want to see how do you think people who were at the Trump rallies feel now with that were holding up the mass deportation now signs? Do you think they feel bad about themselves or what's going on?
No, I do not. I do not. Either they have enough money that they think it's all going to work out.
Just think about that. You're actually at a political rally going mass. It's like not even just let's fix the system, let's make it better. They just want mass deportations now. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean nobody gets due process or?
No, yeah, you glitched out. So respond, Holly. I think you're. Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, you glitching.
Yeah, it's ectoplasmic. Yeah, honey, you can repeat yourself because they glitched that out. Yeah. Can you hear us, honey? She's trying to respond. Let's take a look at the call.
I can hear you.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Say everything you said again because they glitched everything out. They blocked it all out. So say it again.
Okay. I just wanted to remind Troy not to beat your head against the wall because this is dealing with irrationals. And our minds don't know how to do that. So guard your inner emotional stability. And I hear myself echoing now. I don't know, man.
We hear
it's
you
been
fine.
bad
We
all
hear you
night.
fine. Keep forging ahead.
Okay. Okay. But that was all I wanted to say is, again, this is one of those situations where we have to go into some kind of mode where we can negotiate in a wildly psychedelic, irrational, bad situation without being so hurt ourselves by our own emotions. Because these emotions are tearing people up, rightfully. But we have to be strong. And we have to be, this whole Trump derangement syndrome, that's a spectrum. There's people on both ends of that. And anybody that voted for the freak and doesn't feel bad is deranged, in my view.
Well, they're all psychotic, honey, or they wouldn't have voted for him in the first place.
Well,
right. Don't give me...
The people who oppose him, I don't think there's any derangement. The man is totally unfit to be president. We've never seen anything like him, as he likes to say, before. And it'll take us years to, when we voted for Biden, it was largely to recover and repair our image as a country across the globe. And he did that.
He did that.
He did it very well. And then at the same time, we got the benefit of him helping the economy to recover.
That's right.
When you have all these kinds of things that happen positively, and then you look at the world LA is on fire.
Yes.
This is almost as bad as the LA riots after the
Watts
Rodney
riots.
King.
Yes. It is.
No, that's Rodney King.
If not worse.
Yes.
More military.
Exactly. Just because
that was just cops.
Concept of it's the whole concept that the military has been called to try and not to even keep the peace or to make sure that people are protesting properly. They are there to crack heads, crack skulls.
Yep.
Deport
old ladies,
people.
fine. Mm-hmm.
All I can say is there is a expectation here that something will go terribly wrong. Trump will only exploit that. You both probably, if you've been listening for a long time, remember the example that I gave as a security professional from what happened during the Rodney King riots. It's amazing that my mind went to Watts instead of Rodney King. It goes to show
Yeah,
you that
that's way back.
it
Yeah.
goes to show you just how old I truly am in mind, if not in body, but that's part of being a vampire. I'm not on the same continuity as the rest of you are. And tend to be a century or two behind. But all that being qualified, you might remember that as a security professional, one of the points that I brought up is in terms of social reform and social engineering, one of my advisements is never to employ ex-military in the role of law enforcement. And I gave all the reasons why.
That's right.
Yes.
That's one of the best things you ever said.
Thank you.
That is the secret. You chop that limb.
Thank you.
Absolutely sever it.
Yes.
Wow.
And
everybody I say that to is like, oh yeah, right.
so
That makes sense.
relate to Troy what I said. I don't know if Troy remembers hearing me talk about this. So Holly, by all means.
Yeah, there's a pipeline.
Mhm.
You be a chump, or you get a job with Halliburton if you want. But there's a pipeline. You go, if you go with the Army or whatever military, you serve a term or two, and then you walk right into any cop shop in the nation where you want to live and make enough to buy a house, because they're the ones still making the money. Them and prison guards with rock-strong unions behind them.
Oh yeah.
So you can live anywhere in the country and be a cop all day long.
Yeah.
And go out with battle rattle to fight the enemy.
Which
And
is
that
how they
is-
perceive it. That's how they perceive it, and that is the
That's
problem. The
They ain't
community,
peacekeepers.
the community is the enemy to a militarily trained professional who goes into law enforcement, which is the exact opposite of what law enforcement is supposed to be about.
Opposite.
And the biggest problem is also in training when a cop says, cover me. The idea in cop training is you basically hold your fire and you're there as support until the shit hits the fan. You're just basically keeping an eye and watching the back of your buddy. But in the military, when you give the shout, cover me, that automatically means open fire.
Yeah,
And
shoot
this is-
everybody so I can run through.
Yes. And this is the fucking problem that happened in Los
Covering
Angeles.
fire.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Brendan. Yeah, during the Rodney King riots, when the National Guard showed up and you had cops in several incidents say, cover me. And they opened fire and started killing civilians. This was covered up in extreme, we didn't have the internet then that we do now. You could still cover shit up pretty handily. And they covered up hundreds of deaths in the Rodney King riots that happened because of these incidents, based on exactly what I've just described. So I'm just waiting for something to happen in this regard in a similar manner. And Trump will...
Well, and Brendan says, so he can do the emergency pass, and then it's really tits up.
Well, here's one where...
I mean, nobody's going to be going outside.
Yeah. Well, here's one where we're going to turn this over to Troy for a few minutes. So let's check his... Is your technology working, Troy? And by the way, we're getting a link from Aristides about Greta Thunberg's Freedom Flotilla has been boarded by IDF troops. So Israel has essentially taken her hostage. Israeli forces boarded. She said,
funny.
"Yeah, because she's bringing aid. She's bringing aid to these people. Can you believe the audacity? Can you believe the temerity of this cunt to try and bring people food and Band-Aids and shit? I mean, really, it's just she deserves to be shot just for that. Really, You know, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm holding my tongue because I don't support
I'll
either
say,
side at this point.
let's just put it this way. Here's one for you. FTJ, just fuck the Jews. Okay, I mean, it's just like there's how much of this can we take? How much of this can we take? But so Troy, I'm gonna turn gonna turn this over to you. The horrific thing that Trump did recently, you've heard what I've just explained about the National Guard and military training as opposed to what should be the training of law enforcement, which should be anything but militarized. Trump did an intentional play on the Black Lives Matter slogan. And what he said was, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. So he's expecting exactly what I described. And he's just going to say, they were looters. So here we turn it over to you.
And that's what they expect.
They're finally getting their race war.
Yeah.
They're finally getting the race war they've always wanted.
Yes. Yeah.
All the way back to Manson and whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
this is why
you can't say Manson was wrong.
Yeah, true enough on that. Yeah.
he warned us like back in '68 or whatever.
His dreams are coming true.
But,
He wanted it. Yeah. His dreams are all coming true.
So Troy?
Well, he claims he foretold or like foresaw it.
Well, he was trying to start it.
That's right.
Manson was trying to start it. Yeah, but the problem was he couldn't.
So he claimed.
Yeah. The problem was he couldn't get any of the blacks to do his shooting for him because he couldn't play basketball. But that's what my gang brother Beaver used to say. Anyhow, Troy, so
or play music.
Yeah, or music. But come on, Troy. Yes, please take it from here. Respond to.
He didn't like watermelon.
Yeah.
It just goes through all the racial stereotypes.
Yes.
Anyway, no, but yeah, this kind of mentality is the reason why they even ballyhoo this Kyle Rittenhouse kid. You know, he went there and did what they want the police and the National Guard to do now. Just start shooting people. Go start.
He shot a white guy. He killed a white guy.
And it
I
matter.
know, but it was more of the irony. It wasn't like he was shooting black people. It was, laugh till you cry, you know.
But that's what he was looking for. Yeah, you got to understand.
I guess, yeah.
Went down there because all this was in regards to the George Floyd situation.
Right.
So he was going down
there.
there. He was going down there expecting to encounter a gaggle of Negroes with his AR-15 that his parents bought for him at 17 years old, and then get into a shouting war. And then when one of them touched him, he just let fire on him. And
all of them,
And they weren't even black. Yeah.
Bunch of white folks.
One of them, was mixed guy, Mexican Spanish guy. Another guy was a white guy. But the point was, he went down there to do that. He went. They assumed that if there's a protest, there's rioting, and if there's rioting, there's looting. And again, that's not the case.
And, by the way, you like how he took the Southern slave owners stance and said he was down there to protect property.
Yeah, he's got
property. Above lives. Yeah.
Got to protect that shopping mall.
This is the deputized mindset that racist people have. They're gonna go set everything straight and get these Negroes in line.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
And so a kid drives across 2 states. A 17-year-old kid drives across 2 states. Ooh.
The current situation, aren't they supposed to be like Latinos?
Well, I'm just saying, it's still the same mindset. And many, let me tell you, this is a lesson in humility. Many of the Latinos wanted to vote for Trump. Oh, they voted for Trump. And I'm like
crazy. Why
would you even vote for Trump? Well,
because they want to be white. Because they're coconuts. They're brown on the outside, but white on the inside. But go on.
There you go. And they thought that they were going to,
like that stupid idiot that was with my uncle.
Yeah.
She was straight from Mexico, and she was like telling me, my family worked so hard to get me here, and I'm a success because of the my Latino La Raza. And then 5 minutes later, she's like, you got to vote for Trump. You got to vote for Trump. Our world's at stake. And I'm like, oh, God. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So these are these people.
That's as far from La Raza as you can possibly get.
Yeah. Yeah, and she would always tell me,
Again,
Mexicans are the
irrational.
best. You know, they're better than Indians. They make better food, and I'm just like, oh gosh, whatever whatever makes you feel better. But then she wanted the Trump thing, so it's just crazy. Yeah.
Crazy. What do you do when you got to deal with crazy?
Too, he was born in Syria, and he still was like, you're gonna vote for Trump, man.
Yeah.
Our world's at stake, man. I'm like, dude, you guys both came here and benefited off this immigrant shit. What are you talking
about? Just like Musk did.
All of them, pretty much, or a majority of them, I should say.
But this Musk Trump thing is getting interesting. I think he's just trying to make sure that he doesn't get blamed when it all hits the fan, because that's what's going to end up happening. He's going to be the scapegoat. Elon cut this. Elon did that. You know.
Oh, I think it's.
Plus, obviously, he has a financial incentive to see this bill go through.
Yeah, that's why he was upset. But at the same time, it's basically just dressing, like for give them bread and circus. It's just another step, because he already went in and did everything. So now this is just the bread and circus part where they're the Punch and Judy show.
Because he's already got all the contracts, and he just says, and Trump already said he's not canceling them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Billions and billions and billions.
Well, here's another thing too. Now, remember, he wanted, another issue was the guy he wanted to take over NASA.
Yes.
Was his chosen guy.
Yes.
Right.
And if I don't know what the guy's name was.
Did you guys see that kid that got hired?
I think he was Jewish.
By the way, speak directly into your mic, Troy. Go on.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
And repeat what you were saying about the guy with NASA. Repeat what you were saying about the guy.
I think the guy from NASA, he had a different type of name, but I think I'm not sure if he was Jewish or not, but he's a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
And so because he was a Democrat, Trump denied him, despite Elon's recommendation that this guy take over NASA. Well, again,
Wait a second. Didn't Elon... Wait, I thought there was a big... I thought there was... Musk didn't want this guy.
No, Musk wanted the guy.
Yeah,
and
that's
Trump,
right, Troy.
Trump denied. Trump wouldn't push his
some other
through.
freak. Yeah.
Okay. That's the. Right. Yes, and then. All that being said, please continue. Yes, and your other observations about this. How does that factor in? Obviously, it is a factor, but I mean, contextualize it further, please.
In regards to.
Just the whole thing. I'm just trying to buy time while I get my head together. The anodyne is beginning to work, but of course I need to enter that fugé state. So I'm still doing my, shall we say, breathing, as Pete Moonsuck would say. Yeah. So go on with both. Just everybody continue talking. And
did you do your circle walking today?
No, man. Yeah. I walked in circles, all right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got to tell us about Friday.
Oh, I will. Once I get started on monologue, that'll be the first thing. Yeah.
Okay.
You mean you made your lines into circles this time?
That's my idea of a circle walk. There you go. I told you the anodyne. We need
walking
to
around the mirror.
Yeah, there you go. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much where it came down to. But by all means, everyone, do continue talking, please. Yeah, and while I get my shit together.
And this whole Trump Musk thing, you could tell. But again, that just shows the dysfunction in this whole administration. I call Trump -2. Me being a math person, 45, 47, 45 minus 47. Put a dash in there, it's -2. He's at -2. So I don't. That way, nobody thinks I'm really saying anything bad. I just call him -2. But
by the way, his birthday is coming up, and it's the same birthday
we definitely got to talk about that.
as John Warrington. So everybody
Well,
wish
I thought it
John
was the same
Warrington
birthday
the
as
better
Army,
man.
too.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's
what
the
was that?
military parade.
Yes,
yeah.
it's American Flag Day. It's Happy
Come
Flag
on,
Day,
man.
Pinko. Yeah.
This man is going to spend some $60-80 million dollars to
Shooting missiles into the air and shit.
It's going to cost another $20 million to repair the roads in D.C.
Yeah.
because of
We're
all
back.
the damage.
We're
that's
back
gonna be
though.
done.
Back. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on, man! I
He's
hope
being
nobody
sarcastic.
shows up. I'm afraid that nobody shows up, and I mean, come on, man! It's bad enough that, unfortunately for us, it coincides with the anniversary of the birthday of the Army. But my God,
Maybe there'll be a riot.
let me just tell you this, and y'all can look for it. There's been I ain't gonna tell the secret. There's supposed to be something
Hey.
else happening across the internet on June 14th on that day. There's something else supposed to be happening that will totally be opposite of the supremacy that we'll be seeing on display at in DC. We'll see what happens. I can't give away the secret. I've not been allowed by the Black Committee.
I love it.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
The tongs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Remember the Dave Chappelle skit where he's like they had the racial draft.
No.
You guys got that is the funniest skit in the whole wide world.
Oh.
So he has he has this rapper come up and he's got this deep voice on it. He puts on. He's go, "We the Black delegation select Tiger Woods." It's like, oh man. And they traded O.J. Simpson for somebody else. I can't remember who it was.
Oh man.
You gotta go back and see it. It's hilarious. It's the funniest skit in the world.
It's crazy because Tiger Woods is probably the most MAGA guy on earth.
I never knew his politics. Is that so?
Hard, right?
Well, I mean, he's a golf. You gotta think. He's a golf guy.
Good point.
He probably gets
Good point.
everything
Yeah.
he wants from Trump and Mar-a-Lago. He's not a Republican, but then again,
They're gonna name a battleship after him. You watch.
here's the thing.
They'll probably rename the Harvey Milk.
He's never.
He's always been.
Well, he's never embraced his blackness fully. He knows.
No,
Everybody knows.
well, not in terms of like
He'll call himself
politics.
Cablinasian. Of course not. Because I mean, come on, the politics of golf and being
Yeah. Hey, I agree. I ain't arguing with that.
If he was out there trying to be Huey P. Newton, he wouldn't make any money. The guys,
I understand that,
the
but
money-
something always told me he was into it.
I'm sure he is. He married some
Yeah.
girl from Norway or somewhere.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
He
Yeah.
took his ass for a couple $1 billion.
Yeah. Smart chick.
Yeah.
Smart white girl.
Hey,
Beautiful kids, though.
Remember the white girl who married Gary Coleman and killed him? She fucking killed him.
oh man,
He got away with it.
my God,
Yeah. Oh my
that's
God.
crazy.
What do you know about that story? That was so fucking funny. What do you know about that?
No, I don't really know anything about that, but I did hear about that. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but and I love me some Gary Coleman, man.
Poor guy.
Yeah, poor son of a bitch. Know what he was doing? Do you know what he was doing before he died?
What's that?
He was a security guard.
Oh yeah, that's right. He was. That's right. He was.
I mean, Jesus Christ! It was in a grocery store, of course, but but it's like,
Well, come on. I mean, what kind of job can he do? He's a little person. He can only act. Everybody's probably walking up to him going, what you talking about, Willis? He had to get sick of that. He might have offed himself after that. And I don't mean make fun of the dead.
No, that's what the police said. That's what the police said. But his family.
I know that bothered him quite a bit. Actually, I have a friend that's adjacent to Gary Coleman and them. He grew up as a child star in Hollywood, and my mom and his mom were really good friends for long distance. I'm funny about that, but and he went through the same type of fate, where he just couldn't get direction and things like that after being a child star.
That's awful.
That's
awful.
Did he die young?
No, he's still alive, but he's still he's struggling. It's not like,
Yeah.
he's not
on
Hollywood.
easy street. Yeah.
He's everything's been pretty much a struggle for him.
All right.
Oh God.
It's a brutal industry. A wood chipper.
That poor bastard. It truly is a form of child exploitation and child trafficking. It really is.
I mean, even the ones that succeed end up going crazy.
Yes. Well, you know why? Look at what it takes for them to get to that point. They're sucking every cock and taking it up the butt just everywhere they go. But that's why Heath Ledger killed himself. I told you that. That was the man who got him. Yeah, the man who got him into the industry was Mel Gibson, and Mel Gibson went nuts. Well, Mel Gibson went nuts because he had to go through the same thing. That's why he became a paleo-reactionary conservative, an arch-conservative.
Why? I never did. I never did know. What happened to him?
Same shit that happened to Heath Ledger. It's just he was just this Australian pretty boy and just had to bend over and suck cock and and that's how he got all his roles. And
because they were both Australian.
They were both Australian.
Yeah,
and then what happened?
That Brokeback Mountain did him in.
Yeah, with Heath Ledger. And then when
it had to be.
Yeah. And what
that was a great film.
If you say so.
No.
All I can say, it's an embarrassment to me because the director was Taiwanese. And he couldn't get away with that shit in Taiwan, even though Taiwan was the first and only Asian nation to legalize gay marriage, which I am quite proud of.
All them lady boys over there?
Yeah, well, that's Thailand. That's Thailand.
Cat toys?
That's
what they call it? Cat toys?
That's Thailand.
Oh, okay.
That's but Taiwan. Thank you, Troy, for that that little bit of racial stereotype. I'm
sorry.
No, it's funny. It was funny. It's funny. I take no offense. I assure you. It's good God. I mean, it takes a lot to offend me, but people keep trying. But when it came to Taiwan, as liberal as they are, it's just the director was like, let's do a film about gay kung fu guys. It was like at that point they just kind of like, why don't you go to America? At that point, he went to America, did a film about gay cowboys. Bear in mind, this is the same guy who did The Incredible Hulk. And we saw what that was the guy who did
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, that's the same
the
Taiwanese.
First one with what's his name with
the one with the incredible absorbing
Ed
man.
Norton?
Yeah. The
Ed
one
Norton?
with who's the old man with a mustache? Who's the fucking right wing motherfucker cowboy? Who's like proudly MAGA.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that fucker. He's like, it was in The Incredible Hulk as the psychotic general, which was the perfect role for him. He wasn't even acting; he was just being himself. But the whole point was that was like when Harrison Ford played the racist president in the Captain America flick. It's like these people aren't even acting; they're just being themselves. But such having been said.
That director's name was Ong.
And he did Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, that shit. And I could never relate to
Ice Storm, I believe.
Yeah, but the whole thing about Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, I could never get into it. And my gang brother Beaver said...
Oh, Michelle Yeoh? You gotta be kidding me.
It's not the point. I couldn't get into the plot. I said, this is really boring.
Don't care. It's Michelle Yeoh.
but yeah, so my gang brother Beaver, of course, faulted me and said, oh, that's because it's a girl's coming-of-age story. You wouldn't understand. Oh, yeah, like that that fucking gorilla thug would. I mean, let me tell you, when it comes to... Just to put Beaver in perspective...
He has a heart of gold.
Yeah, just to put Beaver in perspective, the time I was talking about, oh God, who is the Hottentot? That's a horrible tribal name. It's now considered racist, but who was the woman who wanted to play him? Was Mariah Carey, I believe. Was it Mariah Carey was interested in playing the role of that Hottentot woman who was taken to France, and then they exploited her.
Oh God, no! Are
What's that?
you serious?
Yeah. But do you remember?
Mariah Carey?
Yeah, I believe so. And it was what was the woman's name? But Hottentot taken to France. We can look that up. Hottentot taken to France, and her body parts were preserved in a museum until they were finally returned home. You remember this, right? And just to honor this woman, her name was Sartye Bertman. Sartye Bertman, and the correct name for their tribe is Kokoi or Khoikhoi. Khoikhoi. She was from South Africa, taken to France essentially as a slave, also known as Sarah Bartman. And let's
Sarah
look.
Bartman.
Yeah, Mariah Carey.
Hottentot Venus.
Yeah, go on. Hottentot coming from,
They call her Hottentot Venus.
Yes, a Hottentot Venus. And so the legacy of Sarah Bartman and Mariah Carey, I believe, wanted to play her in a film. And my gang brother Beaver said, she's too light, too light-skinned. I said,
She is. She doesn't even have a booty.
Yeah, but still.
No, they would have had to make a suit.
Well, they could have made a suit, but... and they could have given her makeup.
Ridiculous.
And they could have given her makeup, but I mean, she's still black.
It's like blackface. Yeah.
but still.
God.
Anyhow, so I told Beaver,
I wouldn't put it past.
What? Oh God, they glitched you totally out, honey. They glitched you out.
Put it past Mariah Carey.
You wouldn't put it past her to do that because do you feel that that's cultural appropriation? I'm not defending it. I'm just curious.
Yeah, he's just, but respect.
Okay, I think I get what you're saying. And Troy, your own insights on this, Troy. If Mariah Carey had succeeded in landing that role, you do your own opinions on that, please. Before
I think that would have been either the worst depiction or the greatest acting job ever for her. See, there's no gray area. Like there would never be any gray area. I mean, she looks nothing like Sarah Bartman. She's not shaped like Sarah Bartman. She doesn't even have the Africoid type behavior or features to pull that off. I mean, again, either it would be the greatest acting job ever, or it'd be the worst. It's such a disappointment. It'd almost be racially inappropriate.
Okay, yeah, I'm not arguing. I'm certainly not going to defend her, but I will say this much. At least I feel that she was enamored of this historical figure enough that I'm going to think of it in the most positive sense, and I feel that she was trying to do her best to honor this person, but it might have been a misguided.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure Al Jolson thought he was.
Fair.
I'm sure Al Jolson.
Now that's unfair. Now that's totally unfair. For our younger listeners, Al Jolson was
Van Moorland and shit.
Al Jolson was a Jew who slapped on blackface and went into this horrible caricature.
Well, hello.
You're not even doing it justice.
That was pretty good.
Mommy. That's it. Yeah. See, that's Al Jolson. I mean, God, how come the black guy can't do it? I mean, I guess it's because it's all laughing.
Shut up.
But anyhow,
one of the most wealthy actors in Hollywood at the beginning of the Hollywood era, when there are black characters coming on the screen, on the big screen, was a man named Andrew Perry, otherwise known as Stepin Fetchit.
Yeah, oh God, yes. Oh,
Stepin Fetchit was one of the wealthier black men in Hollywood, and I mean not just black men. He was wealthy. He appeared in a lot of movies, and he was able to save his money and do other things with his investments.
Buy hotels.
One day, yeah. Well, I don't know. One day somebody ought to do an introspective or a little thing on him. But I mean, his character was so embarrassing that and he's far from that. I mean, imagine what it takes for him to act like that, shiftless, slow, unaware of what's going on, just always in trouble with the boss. Well, yeah, the boss, I just do this. But that's the evolution of, you got to pay homage to people like that who took on those slings and arrows, man, and made it through. And
Must
that's
we?
in every culture.
I agree.
So when my gang brother Beaver presented with what I told him about Mariah Carey was seeking this role as Sarah Bartman, he said, she's too light-skinned. And I said, well, by that logic, they'll never allow you to play Harambe.
Oh, man, not Harambe. You got to explain. You're going to have to explain that to your listeners. What and who Harambe is.
Yeah, well, I think a meme did it best. Was they showed one of these ivory apes, one of the albinoid apes that was white-skinned, and the meme said, I burned down a house and I killed everybody inside and I'm scot-free. And then Harambe, they showed Harambe, and underneath him the text read, I pulled the kid's pants back up so that he'd be decent in a crowd, and they killed me. Which is exactly what happened. Harambe was the alpha male in a zoo of primates, the primate exhibit. He was the old silverback. And a kid fell into the gorilla pen, so to speak, and Harambe he treated this kid like it was his own. I mean, he just literally pulled the kid's pants back up, which is on camera. The kid's pants were falling down, but Harambe pulled them back up and and then they killed him. They just blew his brains out. It was like it's just outrageous. Primatologists that were consulted said he never would have hurt that child. But go on. Yes, please. From what else you might remember about that horrible incident.
I was going to talk about something that's going on now. There's a phenomena. Again, I'm giving y'all. They might suspend my black card for giving y'all all this insight into black culture.
We're listening.
There's been a recent rash. It's very comedic. It's very lighthearted. There's been a recent rash of what ifs, scenarios. And the most recent one was, what if 100 men took on a gorilla? What would happen? So all across Black Twitter, all these guys like, man, we could beat a gorilla, man. It's like, well, the first 10 dudes, the first 10 dudes are going to die. And when those first 10 dudes die, everybody else is going to run. So it's going to be over for all of us, Some people think they can whip it, but that's crazy.
And the gorilla would win, which is cool of them. I like that.
That's delightful.
Why fight the gorilla?
Yeah.
Why do we have to fight the gorilla?
I don't know why they're bringing up this. I don't know why they're bringing up this hypothetical scenario, but it caught steam for about the last month. 100 men versus a gorilla. It's like,
I actually caught wind of that on YouTube. I actually saw a bit of that. So yes, you're right. That has been gaining steam. It's actually quite funny. And by the way, just to make this official, that before I go into shall we say the monologue, I do want to bring our friend Aristides back on for just a few moments. Let's test his technology. Can you hear us? Are you still there for the moment, Aristides? Just checking in with you.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
great.
Yep.
Could you do me a favor and just repeat the blurb in summation? Do a summary of the blurb again, because now we have very high numbers. We might as well take advantage of that. And just, if you would, emphasize, aspects that I've pointed out before about what people need to be aware of concerning upvotes in particular, etc. So please take it away for a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. We'll do that for a minute. Please upvote. It is important. Downvotes are placed by the enemy, maybe in numbers, maybe by bots, might be removed, but in the meantime, they affect the algorithm. and Douglas's ability to be seen, heard, make a living, etc. So hit that upvote. I don't think there's that many. Let's see.
Yeah, there's not many tonight. But we got high numbers. Yeah.
Okay, now you're refreshing. 14, and so hit that upvote. Make sure you're subscribed. Notification bell is on. You can do extra upvotes if you make dummy channels under your account settings. Let's see. PayPal link is still there. Douglas Dietrich at PayPal. You can find him there and pay him even without an account. What else? Grab the browser YouTube link and stay the same after the live. You can post that, whatever you're going to do. Share it in a chat or put it on your social media. What else? Upvote the pinned comment after the program is over. The comments are enabled.
Thank you. Yeah. And of course, contributions are important too.
Yeah. Don't forget to find that PayPal and send him money. So,
Yes.
I think you don't. I did search, I think, without logging in. I could find you, so you should be able to find you, and hopefully you have a PayPal. Come on,
Yes.
Get with the world.
Yes. Which of course brings us. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. And
you don't make a PayPal so that you can schedule a monthly regular payment to Douglas, right?
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
A subscription.
Yes.
Yeah. A couple of your listeners, loyal listeners do, I think, right?
Yeah. Yes. And so that's deeply appreciated. That's good. And so I'm so glad that you got that stated. And I, of course, will talk privately soon. Maybe we won't have time between now and Wednesday, but certainly sometime before next weekend, I'll catch you up on everything else that's been going on. So all that being said, to catch everyone else outside of Team Dietrich on what's been going on, I do want everyone to understand that it's been a hell of a week. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have to open my calendar so that I can recount more coherently exactly what went down. And in the meantime, I'm just taking a look around, seeing what else is going on with the chat. Let me take a look into the chat. And not many people participating. I noticed that with the last episode as well. Not many people participating in the chat, even when the numbers are up. Not quite sure what's going on there, but you're all welcome to participate. Either way, it works out fine by me because I get less distractions, but still. So what happens is that on Tuesday, I reached a maximum dose. I'm at the Brendan, do you think I should be public about this? Is that what you're suggesting? There's a certain thing we're communicating about in text, and I'm just asking, Brendan, what do you feel?
No, it just needs time. It just needs time too.
Okay. Could you?
We'll talk about it later.
Okay, we'll talk about that later then. Okay, thank you, because you were really blurry there for a moment. Yeah. So, okay.
Yeah, I said it needs time. I said it needs time. So let's deal with this later.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Sounds good. So, basically,
it's like the classic, ECE, early childhood education. You got to tell them what they did first. Start with that.
If that.
Otherwise, they'll never learn.
Yeah. Let's put it this way. I agree with you. It'll be some time before we, just give details on it. But I'll just between you and I right now, I'll just say I'm not even interested in any of the training process. I'm just, as far as I'm concerned, I'm done.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's I mean, good God.
I have other stuff to deal with.
Yeah, so that's right. I mean, after all, it was so egregious. Just the
No, I'm still blaming you. It's all your fault. You're the one that's talking about it. Anyways, let's deal with this later. You were bragging about it for years, so it's your fault.
I don't know. Bragging? Really? Come on.
Yeah. I'm possessed by Lucifer. Anyways, let's deal with it later. Yeah.
Okay. No, of course.
But I'm gonna go have some dinner, so I will be here, but just be floating.
Yes.
I'll be floating.
Yeah, and anytime you want to interject, please do so. Yes, thank you. And yeah, and by all means, so I mean, Holly, a little bit of input here. Do you really feel I've been bragging about being possessed by Lucifer? It's mostly a point being made, so that people just are.
Well, I'm not saying you were saying it. This is how it's being taken.
Got it. Thank you.
People are probably more jealous of the vampire thing than anything.
Yeah, thank you.
To be fair.
Thank you. That it's true. It's true because I get that a lot, and honestly.
Yeah, but every modern narcissist is a peacock.
They
just don't have the real thing.
There we are. Thank you. But I consider what I'm doing to be more like the warning label on a pack of cigarettes. It's just like but when it comes to that, it also brings us to, I might as well start with the photograph that's embedded in thumbnail of live stream. So for those of you who have been asking about that, again, I don't know if Holly or Brendan recognizes it, but this photograph is actually from about half a decade ago. I put it up because of what happened on Friday, was that I underwent some pretty extreme dental surgery, and it was quite sudden and actually unexpected. I did not expect it to receive this treatment, which I'm quite privileged to have received at UCSF Dental Center. I'm quite proud to have received it. I'm quite fortunate to have received it, but it was something that really was spontaneous. This was something organic. I did not expect this to happen, but it had to happen. And what happened is, of course, my canines are decaying at the top near the gum line, where, of course, I'm supping blood from the lads. And as a result, their blood is very rich. The sugar plum fairies are just engaging in the consumption of a lot of sweets. Their blood is sweet for a reason. It's not just the fact that they have a certain orientation. it's also what they're imbibing, and in effect I get the secondhand effects of that, in the sense that I'm a what you would call, what do they call that? It's borderline diabetics or something. Everybody in America essentially is in danger of becoming a diabetic. Whenever they take these blood sugar tests, your average American statistically and demographically is pre-diabetic. I register as a pre-diabetic for this reason. I have tried, we know it's the blood, because I've tried to stop drinking Coca-Cola, and I stopped that for months, and then, after like well over 3 months, more like 4 months, I took another blood test, and it went down only by like 1 single degree on the spectrum. So there was no point. It's not the Coca-Cola, it's the blood, and it's specifically because they're lads and they love their sweets. It's like that's what I get, and So because of that, they had to do the dental work, and I am glad to have received it. But with the photograph first, because I went through the dental work and was pretty impacted by the combination of that, along with everything else I had to take care of in the morning before having that done in the afternoon, I really felt it. It was just a lot to do in one day, and I'll get down to what exactly I was doing. But as for the photograph itself, that was from half a decade ago, and people who have been listening for a long time, like Holly or Brendan, will indeed remember that I was still running missions with, of course, my Tong brothers. And we did several extractions of people who were being human trafficked because we were paid by Chinese families to recover the relatives. And this included a lot of work in the Marianas Islands. Now, because I am the most effeminate of the gang, for lack of a better word, the Tong, but to use it in English, you just simply say the operation that we have engaged in for years. Of course, Brendan says any excuse to drink and snort coke. There's always that, yes. But all such being said, what happened was that in this case, leading up to that photograph that was taken, because I act as the vanguard for these operations. I'm the most effeminate of the group. In fact, really the only one who could ever pass as a female. And so I usually act as the reconnaissance, and basically I probe the defenses of the enemy, is the best way to say it, and engage in presenting myself as a female. And because of the contempt they have for women in particular, because they're often trafficking in females in particular, they don't treat their females very well. And it was in one of these situations where I was assaulted. This individual punched me in the face. Now, he was, I would say, dead within 90 seconds. I killed him, of course, in response to what he did. And he certainly wasn't expecting that, because I'm not a female, and I can deliver a blow that your average female could never deliver. And but in taking him down, if we were to get technical about it, probably by the time the last neuronic synapses were shutting down, maybe he died within 3 minutes. But certainly he was out of any capacity to respond or act within about 90 seconds. So he was dead, but it was pretty much after my gang moved in when I called them and told them that our main obstacle was down, and we did what we had to do with the extraction. Then they took a photograph, and this was how I looked. Anyone could tell this is a real photograph because my lips are quite swollen, I'm quite bruised, and you will notice the eyes. So in terms of my response, obviously there's elements of me that are activated that do reveal themselves. And I think that's... there's your photographic evidence. I'm not your normal human being. Anybody who comes up again with the bullshit about contact lenses, remember that both Sammy Romero and Brendan Zoget and Holly have all met me physically, personally, and can tell you about that. And so our dear, somebody's asking me a question in the chat here, and no, I'm talking about the photograph that's up tonight. I'm talking about the photograph that's up to embedded in thumbnail of live stream tonight, Brendan. At any rate, so that having been articulated, I do want people to know that what happened was on Tuesday of this week, and the Tuesdays have been pretty overwhelming. There's just been too many appointments piled up on what effectively for me is the day after a transmission. Understand that my perception of time is different. A lot of this has to do with my biorhythms. You're talking about somebody who sleeps during the day, is up through the night, and what happens is these shows are completed on Monday morning. So I try to sleep in Mondays, but I'm usually too amped after the show to fall asleep after the show. So usually go to sleep in the eventide and then wake up in the morning. It's really not enough, and because then I have to go to these appointments, my chiropractor, and then to these shots of these, to get these formulaic injections of crushed up dust mites mixed with dust mite fecal matter, literally dust mite blood, shit, and chitin, or their shells, all ground into a formula that's injected into my veins because of my allergy to dust mites. Well, we have upped the dose every week, and we finally reached on Tuesday my maintenance level dose. So this is the maximum. And obviously, I never had a single break in all this time, doing this once a week, one shot in the right arm, one in the left arm, alternating each week. But every week I've been getting the shot. Most people have never accomplished this without breaks. Most people will have a slide back, they'll have a relapse, they'll have a cold. Other issues happen and they cannot make it. And mostly this process takes most people about a year, but I did it within months, which goes to show you that my bodily level, my physiology, is able to handle things that are quite inhuman to a great degree. And as a result, however, I'm now at the maintenance level dose. I don't get the shot again until the week after next week. And that's fine. And then after that, I'll be once a month. And that'll go on for theoretically 3 to 5 years. In my case, it'll probably be a lot shorter span of time because of what I've just articulated. All such being said, glad that that loosens up my schedule a bit. I still have to see my chiropractor next Tuesday because of his own schedule preferences. But that having been explained, then what happened was Wednesday we did the show. After, of course, I had to tend to various other responsibilities. Wasn't that bad on Wednesday, but the worst of it was on Thursday, going into Friday. Basically, I was trying to get enough sleep so that I could take care of everything on Friday. And what happened on Friday was a nightmare. All of it worked out. Basically, Google and PayPal cooperated with Comcast. I mean, it was just a fucking nightmare. The June is when all the bills are due once a year to keep everything going for another fucking year. And so I had to put $600 out of my bank account onto my PayPal card, which I had to get PayPal to help me with because I'd never do this. It's only once a year. Otherwise, I'm always taking money out of the PayPal and putting it into the bank account so I can pay rent. Once a year, I have to do just the opposite. And so PayPal was very helpful, and it had to take time. In other words, I had to do this on Tuesday to get it on the card by hopefully Friday. And it takes them 3 to 6 working days, which is basically forever. They got to clear it like a check. And it was only a miracle that the $600 landed on the card on Friday when everybody came for their money. Google and Bluehost and just a number of other people. And when it came to PayPal themselves, the first people to dip in was Microsoft. Microsoft took effectively $10 out of my account, and all I had on it was the $5 contributed by this guy from Italy. God bless him. And but PayPal let them take $10, like twice the amount that was on the card, because they figured that I got 2 accounts, and they figured that I had $600 pending coming into the card. So they just, without even my needing to communicate with them, they finagled my accounts and took money out of one account and put it into the other account to pay that bill, which is incredible. And then what happened was when the $600 did land miraculously on Friday, I was able to load my paratransit card so I could go to UCSF for my dental treatment. What is the only thing that was a negative that day was once I had the money on the card, then I get this yellow nigger cab driver from somewhere in South Asia, probably a fucking Hindu. And this son of a bitch, of course, just insisted on saying, oh, there's traffic over on the normal route, and then took this circuitous route through the Tenderloin, no less, which just brings up bad memories for me. So he traumatizes me going through my old neighborhood in the ghetto in San Francisco and gets me to UCSF. And by the time we get there, my cab fare is literally $40. I mean, like I was going to the airport almost. It's of course, if I went to the airport, it'd be more like 80, 90, $100. But this motherfucker, Brendan says, I think you said Paki wrong. It could have been a Paki son of a bitch, some South Asian motherfucker. Could have been Bengali, but I think he was Hindi because he had that kind of accent that was more like Apu than it was with Pakis that I've encountered. As for Brendan's question about do you think they're going to keep Thunberg, I can only hope. I hope they make a big display of this and she gets to be a kind of political or social martyr. They'll try and shut her up, but that'll only make her message clearer, hopefully. So he says South Indian Muslim is what he figures, Brendan, concerning this cab driver. At any rate, this motherfucker was a son of a bitch. And I wound up having to, of course, give him like the money out of the account that I just filled up. The good news is that they never confronted me about what happened on the last day of last month, or just on Tuesday. It was Tuesday when I was going to all those appointments. The last cab ride I took, the card was empty. And I told the cab driver, who was some Eurotrash guy, I said, you've got to take money out of my PayPal card. And he couldn't take money out of the PayPal card. So how fucked up is that? It's like you're a cab driver. If you can't take money out of a debit card, then it's not the paratransit, and I'm offering you the PayPal, but he can't take it out of the PayPal. And he was trying to avoid filling out the receipt to get reimbursed from paratransit. I forced him to fill out that receipt ultimately, and he was not happy about it. But they never confronted me about that, so either they never processed it or it takes forever. Who cares? I get this all the time from cabs ripping me off, so I have no sympathy whatsoever. They're all pieces of garbage. They're all human shit. They're all subhuman shit, really. And the same thing every time is, I forgot to turn the meter on, because they want you to pay in cash instead of the card. Well, this is my way of getting back at them. It's not like I did intentionally. It's just fucking karma. At any rate, he says they don't want to pay tax on the electronic shit. Yeah, he asked me if I had Zillow. He asked me if I had fucking Zillow. Really? Really? Like, what is this, Amazon? Like, what the fuck? And so it's just like they all deserve what they get. At any rate, so when I get to the dentist and they took an x-ray of my teeth, the canines, found out there really was decay on the left tooth that was not even visible. It was all inside. They had to open that up, dig inside, dig that shit out. And then they had to cover it back up again with porcelain. And of course, they had to find something that was nicotine yellow to match the color of my teeth. And in the end, all of it got taken care of. But on a day like that, where you get the money in, you're loading up your card, you're paying Bluehost and Google and everybody through this card as well, and it's just what a nightmare. I had to get all that done, but the worst of it was Comcast, because my Comcast bill tripled. My Comcast bill tripled overnight, and I had to call them, and what had happened was when the Affordable Connectivity Program ended, then I had to get on a pilot program with Comcast that was just like a promo, and with this promotional program, they charged me like $30 for a year. And then at the end of the year, it triples. So I had to call them and get them to set up a new program that would last 5 years. So then this one's at $50 a month, but at least it'll be 5 years without the price going up. And so that's something that I had to accomplish, which made me late to get my injection. So that was on Tuesday when I got the maintenance dose, that I had to handle that. But of course, they had to accept me to give me the injection no matter how late I was, because they're a clinic that's really open till about 6 o'clock at night, maybe at least, because a lot of people work for a living, and when they get onto this immunobooster injections for their allergies program, a lot of them can only come after working hours, so that they're open to at least 6. And once they make that formula, if you're not there to inject it into your body, they have to throw it away. So it's either give it to me or throw it away. So of course they gave it to me. But I had that shit going down on Tuesday, came back, did this like long program on the midway analysis in depth on Wednesday, then had to get up pretty much and do everything. I make certain all the money was in the account for Friday all through Thursday, and then Friday make certain everything got paid off, reload the card, and then get the dental surgery. So it was just an exhausting week, and it's just like, so I want to be good to myself and just get into monologue, and then check out for the night. We'll see if George shows up. It's like a race, and if he does show up, then like I said, I turn the show over to him and just sit back and enjoy the ride. But other than that, I do want people to understand that you all helped out. Without all of you, I could never accomplish any of this. And this, of course, is beyond adulting. It's just like, for those of you who just don't get it, don't forget I'm also a tutor for young lads. And basically, they're essentially your hope for the future. For those of you who don't know, classical China came to the point where by the time of the Qing dynasty, eunuchs were running the empire. And they had been doing so for hundreds of years by that point. Basically, China was effectively administered by court eunuchs. These young lads are essentially my equivalent of that. And hopefully, if you're fucking lucky, they will play a large part in administering your society in years to come. You could only pray and hope yourself to be that lucky. I think probably one of the most offensive things Peter Moon ever said, and there were so many that it's all a race to the bottom whenever you consider it, was when he wanted to produce pink leather-bound editions of this book he claimed he was going to publish for the Blood Boys. And I couldn't tell him directly, your materials are not allowed on the estate. It's grounds for instant termination. And this is for reasons I've explained and articulated before. As a matter of fact, Brendan Zogi can easily come on here and back me up concerning this. Peter Moon was constantly publicly trying to expose my son's husband in terms of his estate address, who he was. He claimed he knew who he was. The enemy, the cult of the kings of Edom, the deep state behind your military junta that truly runs your empire, they already know who my son's husband is. They already know the address of his estates. But Peter Moon was trying to make that public knowledge. He was trying to dox my son's husband on air, on bandwidth, and was doing so oftentimes when I was on break. And again, Brendan's welcome to come on and share his own confirmation of that. But such having been said, he says to me, "Oh yeah, let's give him these pink leather-bound editions." And I was like, you don't need to do this, Peter. We really don't want these books. And he's like, "What? You're teaching them this shit, aren't you? You're teaching them this shit, aren't you?" Like, really? That's how he refers to the material in the book. He had no respect for anything I was saying, and really exposed it with commentary like that. But we all know this. As Aaron Tice pointed out, I'm sure Holly remembers this, when I was going into surgery, Peter Moon was openly saying how great it would be if I didn't survive the surgery, how convenient it would be for him, that the book's proceeds would all go directly to him and only to him, and he wouldn't need to share it. He would vocalize these things to show the level of psychoses this individual dysfunctioned at, and we're so glad he's gone, and he's presumably dead, despite the fact that there's a psyop ongoing by the cult that he was a part of to make it appear as if he's alive. So all of that having been articulated, going to go into monologue now, but I don't know if anyone has any observations to make. I might remember some other casual things to relate about the past week, but it was definitely just a killer. There was just too much to do, and I had to get it all done at once, and this is like an annual thing. So Troy has dropped off for the moment. We wish him the best. He's welcome back on anytime. And other than that, Brendan will be back in a minute. He's typing.
Glad you got that tooth worked on.
Oh, yes.
That is a good thing.
And, of course, for free. And
amazing.
Just so people understand, UCSF is now, this is why I was so desperate to get back onto UCSF, because they're a student university clinic where the students are learning to be dentists, and because I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal, it's covered. It's so I got it covered by that. They were all very cooperative. Oh God, in line. You get this shit. There's some white motherfucker, tall white trash piece of shit. I mean, I get to line. It's already unpleasant. I mean, many of these people are homeless. That was another thing about Friday. So I'm treated
back from South India.
Okay, so thank you. Yes, welcome back. So get this shit. You can bring up what Peter Moon trying to dox my son's husband on air. Whenever I was taking a break, Peter Moon would start going on about, I know where he live and shit. I mean,
oh yeah. Yeah, he would say, "Oh, I know where the estate is," and then he would say the nationality of,
Yeah, my son's
dude, and
husband.
then,
Yeah.
yeah, and do all of that. While you were gone, of course.
Yeah.
Chicken level.
Yeah. Piece of shit.
So there you go.
Thank you. And so when I'm standing in line, it was graduation day for the UCSF dental students on the day that I went. So it was a big day, and the clinic was totally empty. The only students that were there were the ones who were not four-year students. So all the four-year students had reached their graduation point on Friday the 6th of June, and they were at this
No wonder
big...
they jacked up your tooth. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah. So, well, like I said, it's the Coptic chick. She's Coptic, which for those people who do not know, this is a...
Well, she must be a resident. You see her all the time.
Oh,
She's
well,
gotta be.
well, she's like in her second year. So she wasn't graduating that day. She had
Oh, shit. Holy
she had
shit.
2 years before
She hot?
graduation. She's
Sounds
okay. I mean,
young.
she's young. Yeah, she's okay. I mean, she's all right. Dr. Nazib. And so she, of course, was someone who had the, what do you call it, the residents there to help her. But she had plenty of other students who were, but not that many. I mean, otherwise the clinic was empty. But she still managed to get two other students to help, in my case, along with several residents. And so first thing they did was the x-rays and everything, and then they confirmed that I did indeed have decay inside the left tooth that was not visible, but they had to dig in and refill it. And all of
You
that...
gotta start taking that blood with a straw or something. Past the teeth. And the Coke, too, might as well.
Yeah, we still got to work on the other tooth that's on the other side, which the decay is more visible, but it's not painful because it hasn't reached the nerves. And so I still got to ask him about that. But we got this covered. And what was the thing? In line. So when I was in line, all of these people were unaware it was graduation day, and they were all homeless people trying to get their teeth extracted or something like that. And so I'm surrounded on all sides by, it's like the post office line. These are just people you generally don't want to be around. These are effectively homeless people, and they're all fucked up. But the young blonde girl behind me, or to me, she was like a young blonde girl, but she's all right. I wouldn't say that she was necessarily fuckable, but she wasn't repulsive, and I didn't mind her. She was like what I'd call a gun bunny, like a heavy metal person with a kind of bunny kind of affect. I don't know how else to describe it. Like leather bunny. I guess I'd call it leather bunny. Like a heavy metal kid who's wearing
Oh, yeah.
rabbit ears.
I believe it. I can see it already.
Yeah. So she was all right. And then there's this tall... Yeah, in front of me, of course, is a bull dyke. I mean, this, I'm like the last person on earth to be prejudiced against transgendered people for obvious reasons, but do understand that...
Oh, shit. If you call the bulldog like a butch lesbian a trans, they'll beat your ass. Dude,
Yeah. But
they'll be like, I'm a woman.
Yeah. Oh,
I've had them say that shit to me.
yeah. No, I get it.
Like, if you say they're like a sir or something, they'll be like, I'm a woman. Like,
it's like, you just got pins and needles.
Yeah.
You're walking
like
on...
the most reactive of the LGBT.
Yeah. You're walking on eggshells. And the bull dykes, they're violent. And
for like no reason. I never understood why.
They got a burr up their ass. That's they're they're all fucked up. But anyhow, it's literally frightening. I was like, it's one of those cases where you get put off because I'm like, I was asking her about, hey, the line's going forward. Could you move forward with the line? And it's like, well, there's another person who's in a wheelchair at the top of the line. Why should I move? It's not like you're going to get there any faster. It's like, I don't understand the point of your just standing here either. It's not a question of getting there faster.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Something about Americans and queues, like they just can't.
They can't handle it at all. But the worst of it was this tall white trash piece of shit who, like Peter Moon, they're born tall, so they get everything they want because there's this thing, a factor, two factors. Psychologists call it size prize and height might. You're either big and then you get your way, or you're tall and you get your way. So he had height might going for him all his life. And everybody just gave him what he wanted. You could tell that. But this fucker's wearing a mask, and nothing wrong with that. But the guy's like, oh, I'm
differ, but that's all.
Yeah, I get it. Believe me, I get it. In his case, it was just symptomatic. It's like, he said he's claustrophobic, so he can't stand in line. And he asked me if I could hold his place.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, really? Really?
Did you?
I just asked the gun bunny behind me, you up for it? And she says, yeah, sure. And then, later on, he checks back in as we get closer to getting into the office to be checked in. He says something like, remember where I'm at. And I said, hey, it's really up to her. I said, and then he said, I don't want to stand near her. And he says to her, says to her face, you look like you haven't washed your hair in 6 months. And I was like,
I would have been like, bitch, you lost your place in line.
Yeah, I was like, really? Really? And she says, well, if you're going to be an asshole about it, and I just said, all I could say was at that moment, the opening came and I went to the window. I mean, maybe I should have stood there and done something, but, this chick wasn't that hot. So it was just, I just went to the window where
she could hold her own. It's fine.
Yeah, but she let him through. And probably because he's big and intimidating to her, but still, it's like she should have clawed his eyes out and really just
or just because those people are they cause a scene. They're just scene causers.
Yeah, but she just let him
because they'll claim it's psychological. Oh, I'm stressed.
And he was still carrying the burden because when I went to the hot chick who was behind the window. By that time there were 3 people working. One of them was this hot white chick who was behind the window, and so I went to her, of course. And I knew it was rude because she had just handled the guy before me, and she didn't. You're supposed to wait till they wave you over, but I just went there and stood. And she, of course, said, "I'm not ready yet." And I said, "Oh, don't worry, I'm just here because there's a fight developing in the line." And and then the guy says, he hears me. He says, "I wasn't starting a fight." I'm like, I can't. Really?
As he's like having a crash.
Yeah. It's like this guy's like desperate to start a scene. It's like this is what he lives for.
Yeah.
That's all he's got.
And this is probably the only attention he gets. He's some incel who lives in a basement, no doubt.
Yeah.
So as soon as the other, Chinese chick opened up, I went to her, who was right next to the white chick, and she was fuckable too. So that was always a plus. She was the one who later on handled my finances. So when I was brought into the office for the finances, she cleared me and said, it's all free for you. So there you go. It all paid off. And so I got what was over $1,000 worth of dental surgery, at least over $1,000 done for free. And so all that being said, like I said, none of these other people.
No wonder you wanted to go back there.
Yeah, of course. With the Filipino.
Kaiser would have juiced the shit out of him.
Oh well, Kaiser doesn't even have dentists. Kaiser doesn't.
Or Delta or whatever.
Yeah, it was that. Well, the new one they have is called. Literally, it's something so stupid I can't even remember the name, but it's something that sounds like smiley face killer dentistry or something like that. I mean, literally, it's like happy smile dentistry.
Oh
or
yeah, smile.
Yeah, that's right.
They're the worst.
Yeah,
they're worse than Delta, if you can believe that.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That's why I call them. It must be smiley face killer dentistry. That's what I call them. That's for those of you who don't get it, Holly can explain. It's like it's some like weird homoerotic murder ring or something, murder cult or something. What would you call it, Holly?
Oh, that got kind of smeared into the canal death thing, which is actual.
But they're all like young, like college age boys who are Johnny Fuckables who get lured into. They get, what do you call it? The date rape drug. They get date raped and thrown into the river.
GHB and drown in a foot of water, but a lot of times they're found fresh, but they've been gone for a month, which is disturbing.
Yeah, to say the least. That's awful.
But then they, so everybody was desperate to solve the crime, and there was this graffiti on like the bridge nearest by or whatever, the culvert, that was a smiley face.
Yeah.
And so that was dragged into it, but the whole thing has never been.
Yeah, it supposedly kept cropping up. The smiley face.
Yeah.
Kept cropping up.
Yes. So all of a sudden the cops were all on it, like, oh, it's him. And it was just a shit show. I mean, the whole thing is just bizarre and weird and irrational.
And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to respond to.
Hey, I did want to say though, I do remember the time when your back tooth exploded and died of blood.
Say that all over again, because they glitched you
that?
out. You remembered the time my back tooth was what?
Exploded in a geyser of blood.
Yes.
And I think you were in the dentist chair, thank God. And you didn't bleed out in your apartment, but Jesus, I guess that scarred my brain.
Thank you. See, you remember.
That didn't have anything to do with the punch in the face, though.
No. That's
okay.
So nothing got done by the punch in the face to my teeth, thank God. I mean, the guy, he was punching me as if I were a woman. See,
right.
So he wasn't going to damage the goods by damaging my teeth. Get it? So he punched in such a way that it was just swelling up the lip and everything else. But he paid for that with his life.
Got it.
Don't think it didn't hurt. Don't think it didn't hurt when he hit me either. That's
You were pissed.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you were pissed.
Oh, he died then and there. Yeah, he died quick. That was and then the gang moved in after that, and we finished off the rest of them. But it was that was like they were waiting for me to give the signal, and that was just as good as an old-fashioned pager. We worked them, of course. So all I needed to do was press the button. It wasn't working by cell phones or any. I don't understand the technology. The guys who worked on that did, but at any rate, I just pressed the button, and the rest of them came in after that, the backup, and we swarmed the place like we were a SWAT team. But in terms of I'm always the vanguard when it comes to these things for the reasons I've articulated, and it's in some ways the most dangerous place to be for obvious reasons. And it's when Troy was surprised when I said, "Oh yeah, the photograph, I was punched in the mouth," and he was like, "What?" I was like thinking, "Geez, Troy, you would think the question would be, how come that doesn't happen more often?" Instead of the shock that he displayed. But at any rate, okay, so all that being said, there's a breaking news alert. The Los Angeles protests are intensifying as I host transmission, while thousands of people are taking to the streets, blocking a freeway. Tensions in Los Angeles escalated today as thousands of protesters took to the streets in response to President Trump's extraordinary deployment of the National Guard, blocking off a major freeway and setting autonomous vehicles on fire. You like that, Brendan? They make sure to burn all the Waymos first. Yeah.
Well, I don't blame them.
Yeah, thank you. As local law.
They're like sitting ducks because everyone else drives away, but those things just float around.
Oh God, yeah, it's true. It's true. As a matter of fact, you know why they float around? Because they're orienting themselves to ram the crowd. That's what's going down.
Oh yeah. That stuff won't be put on the media though. What they're used for and all that.
Thank you.
For crowd blockers or whatever they're using.
Thank you. It's so true. It's so true.
Yeah. Why are they there? That begs the question. Why are they there? There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. And and just like the other day, like I said, when I went to wait for the it was the shots. It was the other day when I was waiting to take the cab for the shots, and of course I'm late, and I called the cab, and while I'm waiting for the cab to show up, Waymos are going by, and overwhelmingly they have no passengers, but whenever a passenger passes by, they've got their fucking cell phone up with the camera pointed at my face while they drive by. Why is that? It's like, how does that work? It's like...
Is there a tourist attraction? It's like the Addams Family house. Your house looks like that.
It's, yeah.
Like, this is where a vampire lives, and there's a werewolf down the street.
Yeah.
There's a couple other... There's some weird alleyway,
Oh!
What is that guy's name? Leatherface.
Yes, you just reminded me. The house that's across the street, I don't know if it's the one with the skeleton key, but I showed you the other one. Remember I showed you the other one? I said this place hasn't been occupied in years. Remember I showed you that one specifically?
Yeah.
And across the street, that one, what happened was oh God, this is what happened on Tuesday when I went down to the, it was Friday. Was it Friday or was it? No, it had to be, it was Friday because I had to go to the bank to withdraw money so that I would have something to buy beer and water and Coke with when I came home. And so when I went to the bank in Chinatown, I first did the stupidest thing because I'm older and I think on this rote memory sense, and I reflexively went down the hill because I was going to go to the Polk Street Bank, the Polk Street office of JP Morgan. Then I remembered they had closed. I mean, shut down completely, forever, permanently. And so I had to walk back up the hill and then go over the hill to walk to Chinatown. This is why I said your average American could not have made it through that day, because I walked all the way down Russian Hill, which is one thing, but I had to walk all the way back up Russian Hill in order to go down to Chinatown, because I walked all the way to Chinatown because, I do that now. It's basically, there's no point in calling a cab, because you remember every time I've called a cab to go into Chinatown, they can't navigate Chinatown. They just can't, and even when they do, they can't go into these alleys, or they refuse to, and so there's no point in calling a cab.
Yeah, it's not possible
unless
you know the joint.
That's right. And so I just had to walk to Chinatown to go to the bank, the branch in Chinatown, so I could withdraw the money. And then after that, I had to fill out the money order for my life insurance policy, the United States Marine Corps life insurance policy. Then I had to walk all the way to Clay Street, where the bank is right outside of the tunnel. There's two tunnels. There's the Stockton Tunnel on the way to Chinatown, which I never go through because it's a cesspit. And then there's the other tunnel, which is another cesspit that goes directly to the financial district from out of Chinatown on Clay Street. So I had to go to Stockton and Clay. So I went to Stockton and Clay to the post office in Chinatown, which I can't understand why I've never gone there before more regularly, because it was completely empty. When I go to the one on Polk Street, which would have been next to the JP Morgan Chase Bank, you're just in line forever with all the weirdos, and it's like standing in the same type of line like I was for UCSF. But, I went down to Chinatown, there's nobody there. And so I was able to get my life insurance check mailed. So I had to buy a money order for that at the bank, mail that at the... So I'm like, I walked, just what would have to have been easily like 2 to 3 miles, 3 to 4 miles. I mean, I'm not good at measuring that sort of shit, but we're talking like 18.
More like 8 miles.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. By the time I'm done, yes, because we're talking about like literally just block.
4 each way.
Yeah,
Jeez.
thank you. Thank you. And that's when I had to walk all the way back to Kerouac Alley, where...
This shit's like uphill. This isn't... Yeah.
Oh, it's all hills. Yeah, it's all hills. Yeah.
It ain't easy to walk.
Yeah, this is like a triathlon for your average American. They just could not do this. They wouldn't make it past, a few city blocks, let alone, all the mileage I was covering. Then I had to walk over to, basically, is it Columbus Avenue? It's Columbus Avenue, where between Vesuvio and City Lights Bookstore, where I could catch the cab, because you can't catch them in Chinatown. I've told people about my experiences trying to do that. So basically, I went to remember I was bitching about being in front of JP Morgan Chase in the rain, waiting for a cab to come, and then the fucker has the audacity to call me and ask me if I'm still there before he even bothers to show up. And when he does show up, he's Chinese, And that's adds to the dimension about the only people who are driving cabs even willing to navigate Chinatown are generally ethnically Chinese. Right. Yeah, so it's just, it's so frustrating. It's just, you get angry. But at any rate, so then I got the cab over from City Lights bookstore and then took it to UCSF where I underwent surgery. It's like, honest to God, it's your average person would not have made it through that day. So it's just outrageous. But so such being said, a lot of mileage covered, a lot of unintentional exercise. But all that being said, right now, I do want people to understand that local law enforcement has deployed tear gas, rubber bullets, and flashbangs to control the crowds in Los Angeles. Okay, rubber bullets is fucking serious. Rubber bullets can kill you. So this is not something this is like, right. Yeah, things are getting ugly.
And they make it sound like innocuous, like, bean bags and shit. That can, like, bruise you for, like, life and shit.
Dude.
Break bones.
Okay.
And they're aiming for headshots.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they can do that because what are they going to do?
Yeah, this isn't disabling. This is headshots.
Yeah. By the way, just so people, a good example of this, just for the visuals of it, is I think it's Birds of Prey was what it was called, but it was a sequel that gave Harley Quinn, played by Margot Robbie, a film of her own. So I think it was Birds of Prey, but Margot Robbie portrays Harley Quinn, and she's breaking into a police station, and she's using a beanbag riot gun. Now she's firing at cops at point blank range. They're trying to emphasize that she's using a non-lethal weapon and she doesn't want to kill anybody. But the reality is, the opening scene in particular, when she breaks into the police station, she just comes in as a woman. So, of course, it's that same, the guy doesn't give her any respect because she's a bitch. And so the police officer just looks at her with that kind of, studied contempt of what you want. And she pulls out this gun and fires the beanbag at him at point blank range. And they do show the effect of it shattering his glasses. Literally, the frames of his glasses break as the beanbag hits the base of his nose, forehead, where the brows connect. And in reality, that would fucking kill him. That the hemorrhaging in his brain would be so severe, he would be dead in agony within minutes, if not sooner. So just understand they're portraying this as knocking him out, with the glass frames breaking and everything, but they still portray it as, she's trying to be non-lethal. And I understand the concept, but she's really, you can see there's this other scene that portrays it better. It's all in the same general combat scene of that film, where she points that same riot gun at another police officer who's absolutely terrified, and then she decides to just let him go and turns around and walks away after stealing his ID badge. But his terror on his face is so done so well, and it's so accurate because it's almost worse than death. When you're fired with that kind of weapon at a point blank range, she's got pointing at his chest, so that would cave in his rib cage and basically puncture his heart. With the force of his own ribs would puncture his heart at that point and kill him, at that range. It's just, so just understand there's things in film that just moment to moment, you've got to take it case by case. One of them, they don't show what happens to the cop other than you assume he's unconscious, your average person. But I would assume he's fucking dead. The other cop she spares, and he's sweating bullets just because he knows he could be dead. So understand that, rubber bullets, that's even worse. That's like, compared to a beanbag, a rubber bullet is an actual shaped projectile. It may be a dulled point, but it's not just a bruise we're talking about. We're talking about broken bones, ruptured veins. You're talking about, depending on the range, you can easily kill a person with a rubber bullet, point blank in particular. So there you go. But this brings us back to America's weak strongman. You see, the United States President, Donald Trump, is strong only in the most relative sense. After he destroys institutions, what remains is his presence, surrounded by incompetent psychopaths. But he is weak because, having destroyed so much state capacity, the United States has no actual tools to deal with the rest of the world. So, will the United States survive this presidency? That would be a question I've already posed to Troy, who insists on being optimistic, almost Pollyannish, because the answer to that would be no. The United States, if it does survive this presidency, it will only be on geographical terms. If we can avoid the looming civil war intact, the Constitution and any remaining semblance of law and order will be unrecognizable. This presidency is merely the result of a long-planned and carefully orchestrated destruction of all our freedoms and ideals. Everything is monetized and arbitrated by the oligarchs to fill their pockets. Privatized postal service, a simulated social security program, screamingly high health insurance, not to mention the restricted trade we used to have with our former allies, all becomes a tax burden on the ever-shrinking middle class. Education, formerly admired and pursued, is now only for the rich. Propaganda will spin how happy you have to be to meet that day's requirements. We are now alone and sinking fast. We will not recover in your lifetime. All I can say is that if I attain secular power, that can be fixed. Asymmetrical warfare can describe a conflict in which belligerents' resources are...
But we're going back to greatness, though. We're attaining greatness. I feel so great.
Yeah, because don't leave off. Nobody can afford the rent. Nobody. You think you're going to have societal unrest when people can't even afford a bed?
So are you saying
yes.
that...
The answer is yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's basic algebra.
Thank you. To use a Troy parallel there, yes, he would use that, being a math teacher. And now...
Treat your slaves well. They'll be fine.
It's true. Yes.
That's all we ask. I'm happy in that role. I can find my own fun.
They missed that class. Trump missed that class of world building.
Yeah, I know. 1 + 1.
They all did.
The slaves?
They all did. They all did. Even in the days of the Gilded Age and the robber barons running the rails, they missed that.
Well, to be fair, it's like the Brits made it too long. Like the Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire is like 8 books or something. Yeah. It's like it's tough to read through. To figure out how not to do that. It's too much work.
So many mistakes, yeah.
Oh, by the way, as I said, I was responding to George Knight. So George Knight did leave a message that he will not be coming on tonight. So what he said was, "Good morning/evening, Douglas. I'm unfortunately unable to join the show today due to my responsibilities. Hopefully I'll be able to join you and all the team on this coming Wednesday show for a brief moment. All my love unto you. Stay safe and be well." Okay, so yeah, just letting everybody know that much. Heck, I might as well just share the screen here for a second and show you all some other stuff. Here we are. So I'm sharing screen. So I don't know if you can see this. Numbers are good. And and of course, they were up even higher, closer towards 40 earlier. And that was thanks to Troy and Holly. And I guess what I can also show you is the call. And here we are. If we go to, this is the one I'm looking for. There we are. Oh, here we go. Here we are. I guess I'd have to read that to you. That's probably too small for you to read. Is that legible to either one of you? Just let me know if that's legible.
Yes, it's legible. Yes, it's legible, Doug. But you'll have to deal with this on your own.
Yeah, you like how he started off was, Same stuff.
Yeah.
It's just yeah. There you go.
It's like you can't teach an old dog new tricks, man.
Yeah. It just this. Can you read that one? Oh my God.
Yes, I see it. Yes.
Yeah. That's This is like how.
Okay, just
How do all these Australians do this astral travel shit? Like, remember that that Michael Christopher?
They all
Andrew?
do. I don't know. It's the curse of the dream time. We already covered. You know, it's like that is what it is.
Man, it's instead of
it's almost like
yeah,
like it's Montezuma's revenge, but whatever.
But Aboriginal,
Aboriginal version.
Yeah.
Like getting like teleported when you're sleeping. You know, that sucks. I'm sorry to say. Sorry, guys. You know, it's obviously like not something they want to do. Like, who would want to see that like every night in stream?
Yeah, you know, it's like Peter Moon. Actually, they really do want to see that. They're just not acknowledging that desire consciously. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, makes sense.
That's how they rationalize it. They're just rationalizing.
Yeah, it's too horrific to imagine at this point. I think. I don't even know what to say. I have no more further comments.
Okay, now I'm gonna make this as quick as possible, but obviously this is gonna take time, probably around an hour. And this has to do with Ukraine. Basically, asymmetrical. Well, dude, I'm a military historian. I'm sorry. It's kind of like.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was muted.
Hey, at least you're not like fucking, Real Tech Geek. After I did a 3-hour analysis of Midway, then I tell the guy, hey, come on, you want to say something kind of like, sign the show off, and he's like, you put me to sleep, man. I'm like, I shed tears of blood.
Shit, you did him a favor. He needs to be asleep most of the time.
Shit. No
poor guy.
shit. And the anger.
And he was like tweaking out. He was like tweaking out on me for talking over him. And it's like, dude, I don't even know what you're saying. You're just saying word salads.
Yeah.
Like, so I'm not sure if you're even trying to say something.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, love him dearly, but it's just like the red Pokemon. That tangent.
Pokemon Red, yeah.
Yeah, Pokemon Red. That tangent was like, I mean, okay, how did that connect? Wait, what brought that up? It was just, dude, it's like...
It's just, like I said, it's just non-sequential, just stuff. Yes,
yeah, weird shit. I mean, love him dearly, but it's like, it's like all we can say is that, but then,
I won't interrupt you.
No, you go ahead. You and I at least, and Holly, we got a chemistry here. We can interrupt as much as you can, please, by all means, because at least...
I have nothing to say about these. I'm sick of these Eastern Euros, man. Like, I have enough of my own problems right now.
I get
no
it.
offense to any of those countries. It's just
so we're going to try and maneuver our way back to...
Like, the Bulgarians are crying about getting a stronger currency. It's like, I'd gladly give the US dollar for the euro. Come get me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Come on, Ursula von der Leyen. Come pick me up.
Oh, please. Please. Swastika armband and all. Swastika.
Yeah. She can keep all that on.
Yeah. In fact, I'd be even happier.
Right.
It's like, but at least...
As if the Bulgarians, weren't they on the side of the right?
They were on the side of the right.
So why are they tripping?
Because it's all those years of being under Soviet indoctrination. That's why. It's all those years under...
Right.
Yeah, it's communism. Communism destroys you. It destroys your ability to think, obviously. Look at them.
Well, that was the point. The point. That's what the Brits developed through these people.
Yeah, thank you.
It's just to scramble people's brains.
Tell them about Karl Marx and why the Brits had him in London. Yeah, tell them.
He lived in not just London, but in the posh section, in like a high rise, like one of those fresh high rises and shit.
Yeah, disgusting.
And he's buried in Highgate Cemetery, the most prestigious cemetery on earth.
Yeah.
And he has a giant ass. His egg head is fucking in that cemetery. You can go walk up to it. And look at it.
It's pharaonic. It is
Yeah.
pharaonic.
Yeah.
His bust.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, it's there.
Oh God.
He's their hero. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like he did their bidding.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, they had Trotsky and Lenin and all these fucking the real scumbags literally living in London throughout their 20s. And then mysteriously they all got, enough money to go all the way to Moscow.
Yeah.
And they were in, and I hate to be like this, but this is legit. They were in some part of London, and they were known to frequent these how do I put this nicely? Basically anarchist groups that happen to be Judaic.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
and they would like literally have to like scoop up Lenin because he would break into the pubs and drink their taps dry during the night, and they'd have to scrape them off the floor in the morning, and they go and dump them at the anarchist headquarters and say, "Oh, here's your guy back," because they can't touch him because they know who he has connects with, and there you go. And then somehow that drunkard had enough money to go destroy Russia.
Yeah.
So the Brits sent him straight there. Like in my, head canon. We'll use an anime term. In my head canon, they fucking did all of that.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
And they fucked Russia over royally, and Russia spent the rest of its years fucking us over, and they're still fucking us over today. I mean, seriously, just outrageous. And
so there you go.
So thank you. A clear example of state-sponsored insurgency. So asymmetrical warfare can describe a conflict in which belligerents' resources are uneven, and consequently they both may attempt to exploit each other's relative weaknesses. Such struggles often involve unconventional warfare, with the weaker side attempting to use strategy to offset deficiencies in the quantity or quality of their forces and equipment. So on the morning of June 1st, in what it called Operation Spiderweb, Ukraine launched over 100 drones from the backs of trucks it had used to smuggle them inside Russia. With the trucks positioned near several Russian airfields thousands of miles apart, the drones attacked and successfully destroyed a third of Russia's bomber fleet. Do not buy into the propaganda. This actually happened. Now, via Up Spiderweb, Europe is hitting back with an astonishing raid deep inside Russia, rewriting the rules of war. The Zelensky government, its massive surprise assault on Russian airfields was a decisive tactical victory. Ukraine's high-risk strikes damaging over 40 top-secret strategic bombers, as archaic and anachronistic as their aeroframes might be. But Operation Spiderweb was also a message to Ukraine's doubters. Military experts intensely interested in Ukraine's drone attack because it could also be the start of a new era in autonomous warfare. There be 5 ways Ukraine's drone attack marks a new era of warfare. Now, the operation mounted by Ukraine last Sunday was nothing short of spectacular. Using ordinary-looking tractor-trailer trucks on Russian highways whose cargo actually concealed Ukrainian-made drones, Kiev struck Russian military aircraft parked at aero bases thousands of miles from the front lines of war. Holly says, listening, but got to change position. Well, hopefully she can participate whenever she feels like interjecting. Now, this drone attack took the war deep into Russian territory, damaging or destroying at least a dozen strategic bombers and bases as far away as Murmansk, high in Russia's Arctic, and Irkutsk in Siberia. The knock-on effects of Operation Spiderweb, as it was dubbed by Kiev, have the potential to significantly alter how Russia and the United States think about the conflict. That was not only a symbolic victory for Kiev, It was a considerable tactical one and, most importantly, a powerful messaging success with far-reaching implications. I'm reading some incoming text. There we are. And I'm sorry, I'm multitasking, incoming communications, and these can be quite funny, so do forgive me. The laughter is, it's justified, believe me. This is what happens when you produce a show and you've got a team that's interactive. And that's what we want. So points to be made here. Point: Ukraine's latest attack on Russian airfields. It's written a new chapter for drone tactics. Point: operatives snuck the drones into Russia and remotely launched them near bases. Point: these tactics highlight vulnerabilities for the world's most advanced militaries. And point: the strategic and symbolic success of Ukraine's operation shows how the country has used drones in an innovative manner against Russia's much larger army with more resources. So to reiterate, shortly after noon on June 1st, Russian social media began flashing, alerting the world to Ukraine's most audacious operation on Russian territory to date. In Irkutsk province in eastern Siberia, some 4,000 kilometers from Ukraine, locals posted footage of small quadcopter drones emerging from lorries and flying toward a nearby airfield, home to some of Russia's most important strategic bombers. One wrote, "I work at a tire shop. A truck pulled in, and drones flew out of it." From an aero base near Murmansk in Russia's far north came similar stories. "The driver's running around. Drones are flying from his truck toward the base." Other alarmed posts soon followed from aero bases in Ryazan and Ivanovo provinces deep in central Russia. Ukraine's main security agency, the SBU, has since claimed the responsibility for the operation, which it codenamed Spiderweb. It said at least 41 Russian aircraft were destroyed or damaged across 4 airfields, including rare and extremely expensive A-50 early warning planes, Russia's equivalent of the AWACS system, and Tupolev 22M3 and Tupolev 95 strategic bombers. The agency also released footage in which its pugnacious chief, Vasily Milyuk, no relation to Malyuk Taus, the peacock angel, so far as I can ascertain, is heard commenting on the operation in his recognizable growl, "Russian strategic bombers all burning delightfully." It took 18 months of planning and more than 100 carefully hidden attack drones smuggled to various clandestine staging sites deep inside Russian territory, waiting to be activated. And when the dust settled on June 1st, Ukraine's audacious operation, Spider's Web, left dozens of Russian bombers smoldering on their airstrips in an unprecedented survive attack. He said, "How did Russia have that loose of a border?" Yeah, he says that proves that no migrants want to go to the Russian Republic. Oh, indeed. That exposes that. That's for sure.
Yeah, where's their migrant problem? Yeah, because no one wants to fucking go.
Yeah, thank you.
Apparently you can drive truckloads of drones over and not get noticed. So, like, their border's looser than the freaking, an Amsterdam red light district and shit. You can just drive shit in by a truckload. So.
Thank you. I love it. Yeah, it's so true. So true. Brendan's belaboring the obvious for us, but why don't Americans ever think about it?
And during war, no less. During war, they can just drive trucks in. Yeah, something doesn't add up there.
Thank you. Actually, it all adds up. The Russians are, their system is so corrupt. It's like, your only surprise is that this didn't happen before, but you know why it happened. The Germans gave the go-ahead. Remember, Germany said, no restrictions at this point because
Right.
yeah, so that's why and the Ukrainians took the hint. This is the beginnings of a Teuto-Ukrainian axis, and so the Bulgarians are scared. They feel, oh yeah, we're don't we count? It's like no.
No, they know they are they know they're worthless because the Eurozone and their government just said, you're getting the euro. Too bad.
Yes.
You know.
Thank you.
That's why they're upset.
Yeah, yeah, and all I can say is, well, tough shit. I mean, it's kind of like saying, "I'm saving your life," and they're pulling, yeah, and they're angry about someone saving their life.
Right.
It's stupidity beyond there's no describing this level of mass insanity when you're encountering that level of stupidity.
Right.
It's like a homeless person where you're like saying to them, I can give you an apartment, and it's, but I want to be free.
Yeah.
Free.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, all those fuckers here do that.
Yeah, it's true.
Like,
Yeah.
they were like giving them during the pandemic. They were giving them hotel rooms, and they said, "But there's a curfew. I can't leave after 9 p.m." And it's like, well, that's the rules, and they're all crying about it.
Oh yeah.
Then I don't want it.
That's right. That's right. Then I don't want it. I want to be free.
It's like a prison.
Yeah.
I was like, all right.
Oh, like your tent.
Shit.
Yeah.
I'd gladly take a free fucking house if it was a curfew. Fuck
Thank
that.
you.
I don't
Oh
fuck
yeah.
about that.
Oh yeah. Give me a fucking curfew. Give me a fucking curfew. It's not like I'm out prowling the streets for food. Jesus fucking Christ.
Like, no, I have to come home after work. Oh shit.
Remember that Niall Parkinson idiot said Douglas Dietrich is not prowling San Francisco's streets to find homeless people to prey upon. He's lying about being a vampire. And I said to myself, I would hope I would never be prowling the streets for homeless to prey upon, you dumb son of a bitch.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, I know. It's stupid fuck.
They even made a skit on Family Guy about that.
Dude,
where it's like Dracula in San Francisco, and he like flies into someone's window.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then he's like about to drink someone's blood, and then he takes like a vial and then gives it to the bat, and the bat takes it, and the bat brings back this like an envelope
test results,
and it was like it was like test results, and he's like, ooh, yeah, no, I'm not gonna drink that, and then he's like, good thing we have the lab.
Yeah.
Like he's about to drink some dirty ass blood or something.
Yeah.
So that was based upon your, it was like a parody of you, basically.
Oh yeah, it all is. Yeah, it's just so much.
We know one of the writers listens because of the Japanese balloon.
Yes,
Quagmire being Japanese and all that. So,
that's right. Yeah. And his dad is trans. Quagmire's dad is trans, as opposed to my son being trans. It's like they've inverted it. Yeah. It's thank you. It's so true. And so while drones have increasingly played a role in 21st century warfare, Spider's web is quickly being weighed by military analysts as a new and potentially precedent-setting expansion of unmanned combat tactics and capabilities, one which has not only altered the course of the ongoing Russo-Ukrainian conflict, but perhaps the future of war itself. This operation mounted by Ukraine last Sunday was nothing short of spectacular, using ordinary looking...
Wait, finish this and all.
Oh, I was just going to say, using these ordinary looking tractor-trailer trucks on Russian highways, whose cargo actually concealed Ukrainian-made drones. As Brendan had pointed out, they were not using the British Helsing drones yet. They're saving the best for last.
Okay, so since you brought it up, I was going to say, this is some janky Ukrainian shit compared to what they really can unleash. But they want to keep that shit for when the real hot war gets going.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Because according to the Helsing.ai website, they have to, so they already have units in production, but to ramp up to a full scale, conflict scenario, they have to build more factories. So they're not going to, it's like playing poker. You're not going to give out your whole hand, or.
Thank you. Yeah.
I don't know what the terminology would be, but you know what I'm saying. You don't show
you don't show your hand. You're not going to show your hand. Yeah. Excellent.
So right now they're letting the Ukrainians do this janky cloak and dagger shit.
Yeah.
And then when the Russians really freak out, then they just freaking assault them from the skies, Helsing style.
Absolutely.
There's nothing they can do about that.
Oh, dude, it'll be just like the anime. It'll be just like the
Yeah.
anime.
Yeah, good.
Yes, good.
Yeah,
Thank
good.
you. Honestly, it's so true.
Yeah, no amount of Iron Dome, Golden Dome, freaking sounds like a bunch of sex moves.
Yeah, well,
so no amount of
that. Yeah, well, Russians got none of that anyway. That's
Right.
high tech shit. That's it's and
But even those things couldn't fight against these drones though, because they're low altitude and shit.
That's right. Thank you.
Like they can come in under the so-called dome and all that. So
yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's I love it. I love it. Thank you. An important point. This would be a new crusade. The Helsing drones would be like the first automated or mechanized crusade or remote crusade. It'll be like a remote crusade. Right. I love it. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, and so like Brendan said, with this, shall we call it this ad hoc Mad Max level technology, of course, like I said, back in the days of my dad, they would have used the term nigger rig. Kiev struck Russian military aircraft parked at aero bases thousands of miles.
Slavic rigged.
Yeah, Slavic. Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
Because they're just kind of like, you drive a truck in and then release a bunch of these. And they were all being piloted like by hand and shit.
Yeah.
And nothing was automated.
Yeah. Slavo engineering. Engineering.
Sure.
Yeah. It's Atari level. Atari shit. This is the Atari phase.
Like Xbox joysticks.
Yeah. Yeah. But with it, regardless, Kiev struck Russian military aircraft parked at aero bases thousands of miles from the front lines of the war. The drone attack thusly taken the war deep into Russian territory, damaging or destroying at least a dozen strategic bombers and bases as far away as Murmansk, high in Russia's Arctic, and Irkutsk in Siberia. This was not a conventional military rout. Rather than a battlefield success, the ingenious Operation Spiderweb, as it was dubbed by Kiev, was reminiscent of, shall I say it, Israel's exploding pagers gambit against Lebanon's Hezbollah last year, which helped transform the security landscape of Southwest Asia, or what Americans call the Greater Middle East. So will Ukraine's drone feat carry a similar punch, changing the trajectory of this conflict? Well, the short-term impact, beyond the considerable psychological effect on both sides, will not be dramatic, but the drone attacks have sent shockwaves that could change the contours of war itself. The blow is not going to bring an end to the fighting or produce an immediate shift in the balance of power between the two warring sides, but the knock-on effects have the potential to significantly alter how Russia and the United States think about this conflict. This was not only a symbolic victory for Kiev, it was a considerable tactical one, and most importantly, a powerful messaging success with far-reaching implications in and of itself. The damage and destruction of the Russian bombers, including its nuclear-capable Tupolev 95s and Tupolev 22s, crucial in the event of an all-out war with the West, by a buzzing fleet of long-distance drones leaves the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin with egg on his face. But it also creates some tactical complications. Not only will Russia have fewer bombers available, but as just learned, it will have to divert resources to protect its military assets across its vast territory from this point forward, bleeding them further from the front. Importantly, the success of the operation helps answer a looming question, a constant source of anxiety for Ukraine and its supporters. If United States President Donald Trump decides to end Washington's military support for Kiev, can Ukraine survive? Well, Operation Spiderweb, at the very least, suggests that Ukraine can put up a strong fight against a much larger Russian empire and inflict a great deal of pain. Remarkably, this harsh blow across Moscow was carried out without using weapons supplied by the West, something I was not aware of actually until Brendan emphasized that point to myself, indicating that even if Kiev loses international support, there's still much it can still do. Ukraine's drones, each at a cost of a few $100s, can destroy hundreds of millions of dollars' worth of sophisticated weaponry. Well, sophisticated by Slavic standards. As Brendan and I pointed out, Slavo engineering is at the level of
sophisticated. This shit was like Cold War fucking heavy bombers.
You know what I mean? As sophisticated
Yeah.
as Russians can get. I mean, this is Mad Max. I mean, you're in this.
But those planes looked pretty janky. I know.
Oh God, it's probably the majority of them could never.
Like,
even
were they
live.
even able to be flown?
Yeah. Your point's well taken. I mean, believe me, it's their only threat is to be on the field as a display to show up on satellite imaging, so that the Americans can. Yeah,
literally what it looked like. But they were just like, might as well have just been force projection, like D-Day, you know, where they put the inflatable.
Inflatable
army.
Tanks and shit. Yes, wooden tanks.
That's what it basically was.
Yeah.
Like, we have 75, you know, nuclear armed bombers, and it's like they haven't moved in like 20 years.
It's. Dude, you're preaching to the converted. Yes,
like
but I've always said this.
And shit.
Yes, but do confirm the fact I've always said this. I mean,
of course.
Yeah, and but compared to that, Ukraine can count on virtually unlimited drone supplies. So it's a message to multiple audiences from Moscow to Washington. Russia may have thought that Trump's return to office would mean an end to American imperial backing for Ukraine, followed by a swift Russian victory. Confidence in Russia's success is the main reason Putin has rejected Trump's pressure to end the war. But in the 3 years since Russia launched its full-scale invasion, Ukraine has built what may be the world's largest drone manufacturing operation, while developing drone tactics second to none. By some estimates, Ukrainians will produce some 4 million more drones by 2025, or in this year alone, 2025. Drones will play a pivotal role in the future of this war and all others, and Ukraine has proved its mastery, whatever happens to international support. So after Sunday's attack, Putin will immediately change his stance, but he may have to change his calculus. The cost of continuing the fight has just climbed. Ukraine's drones may not be enough to win the war, but Kiev has proven it has the power to make Russia continue to pay dearly. Putin may not be terribly concerned about Russia suffering 1 million casualties, mostly due to drones, in the meat grinder of Ukrainian battlefields. But if the war comes home, things will change. The message to Washington is equally clear. In their cringe-worthy meeting in the Oval Office, Trump shouted at Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, "You don't have the cards!" Well, Zelensky just showed his hand, and it was a straight flush. That's a message to Trump himself, undoubtedly raising his estimation of Zelensky. Perhaps he'll reconsider his certainty that Ukraine is doomed to lose. In addition, Ukraine's strong showing has injected momentum into a push in the United States Senate to impose stiffer sanctions on the Russian Empire, including a 500% tariff on Russian oil buyers. The Ukrainians say they destroyed 41 strategic Russian aircraft, including 34% of Russia's cruise missile carriers. So far, all the so-called independent analysts who have always sided with Russia have put the number of verified hits much lower. But if the Ukrainian assessment ends up being accurate, it would be the biggest one-day loss for Moscow since World War II. The Russian Empire has unsurprisingly downplayed the attack. In a telegram post, the Ministry of Defense confirmed that Ukraine struck at airfields in the regions of Murmansk, Irkutsk, Ivanovo, Ryazan, and Amur. While it claimed to have repelled what it characterized as terrorist attacks, it acknowledged that several units of aircraft caught fire in a couple of the bases, since that it could never deny. Some of Russia's influential pro-military bloggers were less sanguine, calling it Russia's Pearl Harbor, even as state-controlled television barely covered the news. By contrast, in Ukraine, the news was just as unsurprisingly everywhere. The successful operation gave a shot in the arm to a beleaguered population that has endured relentless Russian attacks on civilian targets. Ukrainians have also fretted about the consequences of the chill in relations with the American empire since Trump returned to power. Since then, he has humiliated Zelensky in the Oval Office, demanded that Ukraine make all the concessions in so-called peace talks with the Russian Empire, and cast doubt on future American imperial support for Kiev. In describing the attack, General Vasil Malyuk, again, no relation that I know of to Malyuk Taush, the peacock angel, or Lucifer. That's basically like having a general named General Lucifer, head of Ukraine's intelligence agency, SBU, declared, "The enemy bombed our country from these planes almost every night. Payback was inevitable." But the operation amounts to more than revenge. Unlike Israel's saturation carpet bombing of the Gaza Strip, Ukraine spent a long time preparing these strikes. Some 18 months, they said, with Zelensky personally supervising the planning, according to Malyuk, or Lucifer. 2 days after the drone attack, the Ukrainians surprised Russia again with an underwater strike on the Kerch Bridge that links the Russian mainland to the Crimea, which Moscow captured from Ukraine in 2014. Putin personally opened that bridge in 2018, triumphantly driving a huge truck across its expanse, with no drones inside of it, to his detriment. Yes. Of course, our man Brendan reminds us that Mialyak just means angel. But he says the Slav name is different. It is, and it's not. I mean, yeah. Do you not think that this guy took on basically a pseudonym? It's obviously he intends it to be taken as Lucifer because he's a general in charge of intelligence, the dirty tricks department. Does that not make sense? He would just take that pseudonym.
What's his full name?
I really don't remember. All I remember is the Malyuk. He's not going to use the full Malyuk Taush, of course. So he just General Malyuk. It's like General Angel, But he obviously intends it to be, the fell angel is obviously his intent.
Milyukov.
Yeah,
it's a standard Russian, a non-standard Russian surname. So yeah, it's some noble family, old. Yeah, so obviously that's where they got it from.
Thank you.
It came down from the Hindi Milik. Yeah, so there you go.
Thank you. Yes, as so many things do. That is true. So much traces back to the Vedas.
So yeah, these people are some occultists or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that goes
no doubt.
Well, he's in the intelligence unit, so of course it
says it's commonly found in Belarus, so it's interesting.
There you go, White Russia.
So who knows?
Yeah. That's right. And bless you, thank you. In the past few days, as negotiations between the two sides make no progress toward peace, Kiev has sent a powerful message deep inside Russia to those who think it is doomed to lose the war. Don't count us out just yet. Traditional modern military campaigns revolve around depth. Warring nations try to build combat power in relatively safe rear areas, logistics hubs that are often hundreds, if not thousands, of miles from the front line. These are the places where new military units form and long-range bombers, like those destroyed in Ukraine's June 1st operation, reside. For Kiev's military planners, destroying launch platforms undercuts that theory far more cheaply than the only other alternative, intercepting every cruise missile in flight, which today has achieved an 80% success rate, but relies heavily on Western-donated equipment coming increasingly in short supply. But the Ukraine operation taps into a uniquely 21st century aspect of warfare. The advent of unmanned drone warfare has increasingly seen military practitioners talk of air littorals. That's spelled Littorals. That's used in geographic terms like the Baltic littoral, which constitutes the littoral states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. So if you think of that in the sky, it's military speak for the slice of atmosphere that sits above ground forces, yet below the altitude where high-performance fighters and bombers traditionally roam. The economic benefits of Ukraine's approach are stark. Whereas a drone, a lithium battery, and warhead cost well under $3,000, a Russian Tupolev 160 bomber costs in the region of $250 million. Ukraine's Operation Spiderweb will have immediate and costly consequences for the Russian Empire, even if the strikes end up being less destructive.
Shit, they must have some.
Yeah,
they must have some insurance on those, because there's no way it costs $200 million for that junk.
No shit.
Yeah, they got some Brit to insure it for that much.
Yeah, but you know where the cost comes in? Maintenance of a piece of junk, just to even just to even maintain its appearance, so that when it's photographed by satellite, it looks like it's operational. You get what I'm saying?
This costs multi-million. Yeah, of course.
Yes, that's got paint jobs for just.
It makes the U.S. military look like they're on the ball.
Almost on the ball, yeah. Yeah, dude, you've got it down. You get it.
The shit I heard about the Air Force from the people I knew that were in it is just shocking. So I can only imagine the Russians.
Oh, well, you remember what we were talking about before you left on the night we were talking about Midway, the last episode. It's like, the way the Americans are operating, they're not too far off from the Russians, but yeah, the Russians got them beat by orders of magnitude when it comes to this military corruption. Nothing works. Nothing fucking works. Now,
$200 million per bomber?
Beyond, yeah. But like I said, it's just to maintain it so that it looks like it works, and we doubt that it does. That's
so jank.
I can guarantee you the majority of them don't. So
right.
Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying. They got like some kind of insurance policy through the Brits, and they just said, "Oh, it's 200 million."
Yeah.
Well, some shit.
So maybe the Ukrainians did Putin a favor, and he's pocketing that.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt that at all.
Yeah. But even if the strikes end up being less destructive than Kiev currently claims, the damage is real. For Ukraine, the episode demonstrates a repeatable method for striking deep, well-defended assets. The same playbook can, in principle, be adapted to missile storage depots and, more importantly, factories across Russia mass-producing Shahed attack drones designed by the Iranians. Which, of course, back to Brendan with that's almost like not worth destroying. It's almost like those things will probably...
Wait, what was it?
Yeah, the Russians' factories are mass-producing these Iranian-designed Shahed attack drones. It's almost like, sure, I can see the Ukrainians striking those factories, but it's almost like if the Russians get them to work, it's like, what damage are they going to...
Yeah, I remember back in 2008, remember when they like not shot down, but they like hacked the drone and took it.
Yeah.
The US drone.
Yeah.
So they're working off of like blueprints from 2008. I mean, what could they really produce?
It's Iran, for Christ's sakes. Under the mullahs, it's not nothing.
That's what I'm saying. They're using some, 2008? That's like 20 years ago at this point.
They're
20 years behind if they're producing anything.
At least. At least, yeah. I mean, I still imagine if the Russians get them to work.
It's like one of those, you remember those styrofoam planes they used to get when you were a kid?
Yeah.
And they just...
Well, remember, none of them made it into Israel. None of them made it into Israel. Remember when they went all out and just tried to attack Israel?
Yeah, they said we're going all out. And just like they all blew up.
Yeah.
They basically self-immolated on the way.
Yeah,
it's like, you know those planes where it's like the rubber band and you like wind it up?
Yeah.
It was like that shit.
Oh, dude, they
throw it.
They probably were falling out of the sky. They were falling out of the sky. Yeah, like Brendan
That's
said.
hilarious.
Yeah, he's got it down. Yeah, they wound up the rubber bands and threw them to the air. It's so fucking sad. Oh, it's just awful. We are
going full force.
Yeah, that doesn't even prove that the stupid Iron Dome works then. That just proves that, the Iron Dome didn't even have to work. It could have had no Iron Dome and those things wouldn't have made it. Yeah, that's, honestly, it leaves you in tears. Nothing works in this world. Anyhow, so people are asking me, but Douglas, What did other commentators say? I mean, really? Okay, well, the New York Times reported strategic and symbolic success of Ukraine's operation shows how the country has used drones in particular to adapt and evolve in its effort against Russia's much larger army with more resources. To the Times, Australian General Mick Ryan, retired, a senior fellow for military studies at the Lowy Institute, explained the scale and impact of the attack means similar long-range drone strikes are now a commodity available to almost every nation state and non-state actor, so long as they have a few $1 million and the desire to reach out and strike their adversary. The Kiev Independent observed that the attack was likely highly cost-effective. The first-person view drones believed to have been used in the operation can cost a few $100s apiece, while the price tag for Russia's destroyed bombers likely runs into the billions altogether. And we know that they've lost at least that much. So, to the Kiev Independent, the Center for New American Security senior fellow Samuel Benbit noted that the attack may have been a brazen success, but the means and technology to conduct an operation like this aren't that new. The defense industry-focused publication The War Zone analyzed that the potential for wide-scale, low-end, localized drone attacks against prized aerocraft sitting at aerofields has been a brewing threat. Drone technology has proliferated dramatically, while the threshold requirements for carrying out an operation like this have dropped considerably. So, per Defense Scoop, at an AI conference the day before yesterday, the Army Chief of Staff, General Randy George, said that Ukraine's drone assault was a really good example of just how quickly technology is changing the battlefield. So what next? Well, per the Wall Street Journal, Ukraine's drone assault means Russia must now devote more resources to protecting bombers and other valuable military assets after having spent years leaving its assets parked outside and easily visible, both for operational reasons and as part of nuclear disarmament agreements with Washington around the end of the Cold War. Now, the Kiev Post reported that Ukraine's advances in drone warfare often outpace traditional United States defense contractors, with many techno firms increasingly turning to Ukrainian drone makers for their frontline expertise. And it's not just corporate interests paying attention either. This summer, Ukraine will host a group of soldiers from Denmark, training them in the art of widespread drone warfare. Now, the Defense News said that meanwhile, a new crop of testing facilities designed to test the small aircraft in warlike conditions will begin operating across various European nations, inspired to keep pace, with Ukraine's drone innovations. So as I said, there's about half a dozen ways. Specifically, I can count them on the fingers of one hand. 5 ways Ukraine's audacious spiderweb drone attack marks a new threat for top militaries. The new tactics deployed by Ukraine in striking a reported 41 Russian warplanes have devastating implications, not only for Russia's aero power, but for all advanced militaries. Ukraine has attacked Russia with drones many times before, but on Sunday of last week, its Security Service, or SBU, targeted 4 Russian airfields simultaneously with a wildly creative gambit it dubbed Operation Spiderweb. The SBU said operatives smuggled the military quadcopters into Russia, later packing them into wooden house-like structures. These were then mounted on trucks, which were driven close to the airfields where the drones were launched, causing a reported $7 billion United States dollars in damage. The proximity and number of small attack drones appear to have given aero defense crews little, if any, chance to respond. So here's what that could mean for Russia and the Ukrainian war, and the rest of the world. Oh God. So what's this? Brendan says, breaking news. Pakistan cuts off its most effective product, pink Himalayan salt. Whoa, what
And
the
that's
fuck?
all they got.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
how pathetic these idiots are.
Oh, God. Yeah.
I mean, how poor, poor people.
Yeah.
The India-Pakistan conflict claims an unlikely victim. Himalayan pink salt,
Jesus.
trade ban, on the heels of an armed attack in Kashmir.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing they could do.
Turn to.
That's how pathetic the Pakistanis are.
That's awful.
We're cutting off I don't usually do the accents, but we're cutting off the pink salt.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's they're threatening India now, saying we won't sell you any more pink salt.
Jesus Christ. Isn't
that ridiculous?
That's heinously funny. That is hysterical. I mean, thank you for sharing that.
And the most offensive part is it's called Himalayan pink salt, but it's from the Hindu Kush mountains, so it's just so stupid. Like
blatant misadvertising. Blatant misadvertising. Yeah, it's
so the only way they could sell it is by saying it's from India, but now they're cutting them off. They're saying we won't give you any more pink salt.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
As if India can't just produce their own salt. It's just insane.
Yeah, well, it's pathetic. It's pathetic. Yeah. And, I mean, the sad thing is it's God, let's hope it doesn't come to nukes. I mean, I don't want to see that, but, it's just, it's pretty fucking lame.
It won't come to that because, like, they don't have anything strategic. It would be like a waste of a nuke. Like, they ain't gonna invade over salt. I mean, come on.
Oh, of course not. I mean, your point's well taken. Your point's well taken. I mean, it's a wonder that these countries even go to war. I mean, why do they bother? Those two, at least, But I guess it keeps everybody busy. It's Jesus. It's definite that a lot of what Pakistan does is because it's a shill for communist China. And they just, communist China is provoking them to do this against India because it gets India off China's back in the Himalayas, in the actual Himalayas. So, there we go. And
New Delhi banned the import of all Pakistani goods. And apparently this is the only one that matters.
Wow. There you go. And I got a big box of pink Himalayan salt, that's sitting around. I guess I could consider that like gold now.
Right. Well, I'm sure they'll still export it to other parts of the world.
Yeah.
It's just that India was the one doing the processing because it's like they can't even do that. Yeah. It's like I don't want to be that rude to Pakistan, but it's like legit. There's nothing there. They can't do anything. It's except make like cutlery and they can't even build bikes and stuff. Yeah, this is the fact. This isn't some kind of disparaging thing. It's just the fact.
Yeah. Oh, it's awful. It's awful. Yeah, I know. It's like I said, they're not a nation. They're an insurgency that happens to have territory, and so it's like it's a train wreck. And honestly, again, I can relate horror stories of people who have gone there, and these were men. That's what brings us always back to, our favorite punching bag or kickball, so to speak, Grizdine. Was a female going there. And
she's like, they were so mean to me and shit.
Yeah, it's like, good God, you're lucky you came home alive. It's like, Jesus Christ. I would.
It's a miracle she survived as long as she did. With that attitude.
Yeah, no shit.
Wherever she went.
Oh yeah. True enough. God knows how long she'll last. She's probably dead by now. Now that her heroin boyfriend has died, it's
But, good riddance.
Yeah, good riddance. Yes. Why can't that happen to Brooke's boyfriend? Not that. It's like, I guess we shouldn't even.
No, here's the latest idiocracy. That we're in. Mm-hmm. Trump says his pardons wiped out $1 billion in debt owed to the U.S. because these 24 people owed about 1.3 billion in fines and restitution. It's like, okay, first of all, that doesn't eliminate the debt because they still owed the money, you stupid. I mean, can you believe that? Can you believe that?
Yeah, it's of course I can't believe it. I mean, I have to believe it, but it's unbelievable.
Well, no, he actually said it, but in his head it was like he's making money, but he's actually losing money because now they'll never have to pay that shit off.
Well, you can understand how he has to keep declaring bankruptcy, right? I mean, that's why
he can't do math apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so there you go. That's,
and people keep saying he's a good businessman. They're out of their minds. It's just out of their fucking minds. Oh, at any rate, so
like, how is this even news? Erases $1 billion in debt. That's his. Let's see. Who's claiming this?
He is.
Oh, Liz Oyer, the lawyer of the United Department of Justice.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh no, she said they fired her and then said this.
No, of course.
Said we're saving money.
Oh, of course. Yeah, they had to fire her before they could say that shit. It's well, everybody, I'll get back to domestic soon enough. Believe me.
Crypto kidnappings are on the rise.
Yeah, tell us about this. What do you know about that? It's
because you know how those crypto people are. They can't shut up about it.
Yeah.
So they're walking around saying, I made $1 billion on crypto. I made 10 million. And then people are just grabbing them off the streets, putting their fingers in vices until they give them the codes.
Cool.
It's like, they deserve it for saying shit like that.
Yes.
You're like, I made $1 million in crypto. And then the freaking mobsters just grab you and put you in a chair. There was some guy in New York where was he from? Italy? Mm-hmm. He was like a crypto millionaire from Italy, and they kept him in a basement for like 2 weeks trying to torture him. To get the codes, and they like didn't feed him, and they were like whipping him and shit.
Yeah.
And he had finally escaped, and like he was like naked on the streets, and and he ran up to one of those NYPD police and said, "Please help."
Yeah.
They kept me in a basement and shit. Yeah, so there you go.
So what happened? What happened after that? It's like they
arrested like one of the guys, but it's like they already unlocked a couple of his accounts, so he lost millions.
Ooh!
And got the shit beat out of him for a week or 2 weeks or something.
Yeah, well, that should happen to all of them, except Vin. It should happen to all of them except Vin.
Yeah.
I
don't think he's in the millions, but
it's
like, but they can't shut up about it because because these people are new money. You know, they never had money before, so they have no security consciousness.
It's an exciting thing for them.
Yeah. So they're going around to all these bars and shit. Oh, guess what? I'm a crypto millionaire, and then people are like, "Oh, tell me more."
They're trying to get laid. And they're getting fucked, all right. They're getting fucked up. They're trying to get laid and they wind up getting fucked. That's really funny.
Or the girl, or the girls, the ladies of the night go back to the pimp and say, "This guy kept talking, wouldn't shut up about his crypto stash." And they're like,
"I love it."
And they're like, "Oh, cool. Let's go get him. Get him back over here."
I love it. Yeah, I bet. That's
He's like, "Yeah, baby, I'm a millionaire, crypto millionaire."
Yeah, Real Tech Geek.
She goes back and tells the pimp.
Yeah, Real Tech Geek should be glad he doesn't make shit.
It's like rule number 1. You know, what's the first rule of Fight Club? It's like, you don't fucking say anything.
Thank you.
Whether you win the lottery or you get a windfall, you never say anything. You just listen to everybody. Don't trust anybody.
Yeah. No, it's so true. It's so true. And
so this is the latest. It says these quote unquote crypto tycoons are being abducted. Insurance companies are crashing in because let's see what it says. So this is the Italian guy, Michael Valentino Terrafrestano. He was renting a luxury New York townhouse for $40,000 a month, but in May, his 17-room Manhattan home became a torture chamber where he was held by his kidnappers for 17 days. They used brutal methods. That isn't a kidnapping,
that's a home invasion. But go on.
Yeah. But they held him. They put him in the basement.
Yeah.
They hung him from the building's roof, shocked him with electrical wires, threatened him with a chainsaw. When all else failed, they forced him to smoke crack cocaine. After more than 2 grueling weeks,
how is that
he
torture?
Managed to escape.
Most people would have paid for that, but go on.
Well, this guy he's European. He's never done drugs like that. If it was Brooke, she would have been happy.
Yeah, she would have been, yeah.
Her and Larry would have been like, yeah, give me more.
Yeah.
You know, I ain't giving you my crypto, fuckers. Yeah. Yeah, and it says, apparently this is happening a lot. It said 26 people were charged for similar crypto kidnappings. France, it says there was 26 incidents in France alone. Organized gang kidnappings, others unsuccessful. So let's see. This is happening all over the world.
Good.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, the overwhelming majority of crypto cunts deserve this shit. It really, it's, you know.
Well, here's another one. Stephanie Winkle,
yeah.
and her, I guess her husband or her wife. Hold on one second. No, her husband was a crypto investor as well, and they were kidnapped from their home in Belgium.
Yeah.
Canada and Australia have also had high-profile kidnappings. They were forced to pay ransoms from $40,000 to $1 million in digital assets to spare their kidnappers, to spare them from their kidnappers.
Yeah.
So this is just happening all over the place.
These people are lucky the kidnappers let them go,
Right.
rather than just killing them after taking their money. I don't understand why they're letting them go. Why wouldn't you kill them to hide the evidence so you can't be traced? It sounds to me like
That's the downside of crypto. You can just once you get the code, you can split it to like 100 different accounts and it gets washed.
Yeah.
It's like easier than any money laundering.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to go to a casino.
No, of course not. No, it's so true. It's so true, and that makes perfect sense.
It says it's easier to launder. It's popular with internet drug dealers.
Of course.
Can force a victim to give up their account. They can gain access to this vast wealth immediately.
Remember how? Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Go on. No. When we finish your sentence,
Well, I'm
please.
saying like the old school way, you would have to do like a wire transfer from the bank, and the bank would immediately say, "No, we're not wire transferring 10 million."
That's right.
So, but in this one, you could just wire transfer 10 million, and you're toast.
Oh,
Can't get it back.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Oh,
Yeah.
here's the end point. It says crypto traders are making social media posts, getting geotagged in photos, and showing themselves with luxury items and revealing their travel plans.
Yeah. Good. Bring it on themselves.
It says experts say, don't share details, even with friends, and use pseudonyms for your digital wallets. It's like, why do you need to be told that, you stupid? Like you said, they kind of deserve it, honestly.
Oh, it's Darwinian selection.
Easy come, easy go, as they say.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh, I made $1 million on crypto, and you're like typing it in. You know, I'm going to Malta for the weekend and shit. You just get attacked by
they deserve
pirates.
everything that happens to them. They deserve everything that happens to them. These are scum. On either,
loose lips sink ships.
I'm more on the side of the abductors. In fact, I'll just say it straight. I'm on the side of the abductors all the way with these cases. You know, this is like. Honestly, I've got to join in on this.
To be fair, I don't think they had to torture that guy for 2 weeks. I mean, that seems a little excessive.
Yeah, let's put it this way: the guy, he's in his own home, and it's 17 rooms. You want to torture him just for that? The guy's in a 17-room home. He's like living
by himself.
Yeah, by himself. Paying 40 grand a month for that. 40 grand a month.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like he deserves to be tortured for 2 weeks at least. At least. I mean, yeah, easily. Yeah, I would have participated. Shit. That's like
yeah, that does seem ridiculous. But like I said, these are like new money people. Like they don't know what to do with it. They think that's living.
Yeah.
You rent a house in Manhattan. Like they think that's living it up.
Yeah.
They don't have no idea what to do with it.
Yeah. Well, there you go. There you go. Darwinian selection at work. It's like no, these people are base jumping in their own way, and when you do that, you're going to hit the ground at some point hard, and yeah, we should get in on that racket and start taking these people down.
I would never do such a thing. How could you suggest such a ridiculous?
Of course not. Yes, we're
course
saying it's
not,
only
yeah,
in
why-
jest. This is satire.
Yeah, we would never do that. We
yeah,
would never do that.
Yeah, speaking satirically, yes.
Right.
That's
Just wait till one of these jokers hits it big, and
yeah,
we'll pay them a visit.
yeah. There you go. There you go. Speaking of which, where's Heather?
Right. Well, we know he's playing like petty bets. We're not.
Yes,
we're looking
it's
for
true.
something else.
Yes, it's true. It's true. Yeah, just so everyone knows, in case they ever
Allegedly.
in case something ever does happen to him, it's not Brandon and I. No,
Yeah.
we wouldn't want to hurt him anyway.
Yeah.
He's one of the few
No, of
decent
course
people
not.
out there. Yeah, one of the few decent cryptids. We'll call it cryptids, like he's a Bigfoot or something. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, enough of the sidetracking.
No,
Here
I
we
thought
go.
that was great. No, it's important. These things are important. The
And
numbers
then
are fine.
whatever's happening with those poor people that went with Thunberg is just horrendous. But we
Oh,
don't
no,
need to
yes,
go there.
yes, no, go there, go a little bit there, and just say,
Oh, they sprayed them with a bunch of like caustic chemicals and shit. It was horrifying.
Oh God, that's horrible. That's horrible.
Yeah.
Goddamn
Like,
Jews.
should I even read it?
Yeah, please. Tell us what the Jews are
Oh.
doing. And these are the Jews who bitch about, here's where they whipped me in Auschwitz. Yeah, they made us stand out in the cold and threw buckets of ice water on us. And it was yeah.
They sent drones that sprayed a bunch of white substance on them, which they claimed was, they literally called it something like skunk juice. It says a white paint-like substance that was an irritant that caused burning eyes. And it says it's known as skunk water, a chemical irritant that Israel uses on crowds. There you go.
There you go.
It says it may increase the trackability. It's phosphorescent and reacts to specific wavelengths, meaning they could fry them with, like, I'm sure, magnetic particles that can be detected using magnetic fields.
Jesus Christ.
So they basically, it's part of their, they spray you with that and then
it's like a liquid chip. It's like a liquid chip. They've liquidly chipped you. Go.
Yes, and then they light you up with
the electromagnetic assault. Yeah, so you burn alive. It's like, who thinks this shit up? Do these guys just spend all day?
Who do you think?
Yeah, I mean, wow.
It says it's a boat containing 12 unarmed civilians with food, baby formula, and crutches.
Yeah, of course. Oh my God. Oh, the Jews got to stop that shit. The Jews got to stop that.
Here's the next thing. But for Israel, there's always an exception.
Yeah.
It's not only an act of piracy, but it's a direct violation of provisional measures by the IJC, the International Court of Justice, ICJ.
Yeah, to say the least. The least. Yeah, but here you got these Jews sitting in labs.
4 speedboats.
Cooking this shit
4
up.
speedboats with Israeli commandos approached their ship just after 1 a.m. local time. There you go.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah.
Sprayed a white substance on them.
Yeah.
And then they were thrown into the sea. Their phones were thrown into the sea. And they're being taken to the port of Ashdod.
Yeah, that's outrageous. Just unacceptable behavior. And
but they haven't touched the girl yet, so they at least know that much.
Well, we can only hope. We don't know how long their common sense will last in any of these cases. These people are they're crazed with their own sense of impunity and immunity. It's and remember how they use that term commandos. These are actual commandos. Talk about overkill. Remember what Real Tech Geek just couldn't get because he wasn't processing when you were talking about how they called the 2 kids that sunk the United States aircraft carrier in Saigon Harbor. They called them commandos. And you were pointing that out.
It's just to make themselves feel better.
Yeah, to make themselves feel better. And you were trying to point out this is like the Americans when they say that Washington, our nation's capital, got sacked and the White House burned to the ground, which at that time, of course, was pink, like that Himalayan salt. And then they would say it was the Royal British Commandos when it was just regular Canadian
you brought that up
Army.
for years, and people get so pissed.
And they do. Yeah, they do.
It wasn't the Canadians. It was It was an entire, they would say, a regiment of Royal British Marines commandos. And it's like, no, that's not true.
Yeah, it's not true at all, because first off, the Brits were fighting the Napoleonic War, and they couldn't afford to displace ships loaded with that many personnel to the fucking colonies.
And they had their armada, or their flotilla, was in New Orleans and doing a blockade. So they weren't up north. I mean, this is like, you learn this in fucking high school.
Yeah, it's not only that, it's just common sense. And what do these people think? Do they think this is the days of aero cavalry and shit? By that, I mean helicopter mobility. I mean, this is like, the closest thing is Canada, you idiots. Right. That's the closest thing. So if you're going to have people on foot invade America, it's going to be the Canadians. That's all you got. And so there you go. I mean, it's outrageous to me that people cannot process this. But you know,
it's just they don't want to. It's denial mode. You know, they want to think, oh, we got beat by these, you know, this elite unit and shit. You know, it wasn't the Canadians. You know, not those pussies.
Yeah. Oh God, that's so outrageous and so offensive. And but you know, you were trying
to. That's what people think.
You were trying to explain that. But Realtek wasn't processing any of it. But you know, love him dearly.
I don't think he processes a lot. But.
Yeah, you know, love him dearly, but you know,
plus it's about cosplay.
Yeah, thank you.
Chicks with tits sticking out.
Yeah, gotta hand it
to
him.
But I can't hate on him for that. I'm saying
I did ask him privately after the show was over. I did ask him privately. I said, "So, what did you think I meant the time that I said I was cisgendered?" And you got murderously enraged by that.
Wait, he did?
You don't remember that? What happened was, it was the funniest story. It's the funniest. So what happened was, I was telling people about that anecdote, my experience while my mother was still alive, and I had to take her walking for exercise, and the time we stopped into one of these local grocery stores where what is the company that's there now? Trader Joe's. Where Trader Joe's is now in San Francisco, for our listeners, it's like in this parking lot near my neighborhood. They got a big parking lot, and but at the time it was Lucky or some other kind of you know, very small chain store, probably the last of its kind of whatever chain it used to have been. And so sad that it closed eventually, but I actually knew the people who worked there. But you know, when I went in with my mom one time, there was a gay couple, two men, and they had an infant child. And when I saw these two gay men with an infant child between them, I had to restrain myself from physically assaulting them. I was so triggered with all of these memories of babies being raped at the Presidio by men. And so I had to hold myself. It was a moment where the world around me turned blood red, and I almost blacked out and flew into a violent rage that, if I had come back into consciousness from, those two men would have been dead, and I would have been as good as dead in terms of my life at that point. So when I described this, and then later on at some point I casually mentioned the fact that I'm cisgendered, and then Realtek said, you know, I want you to know, I had to restrain myself. I too flew into a murderous rage against you when you outed yourself as cisgendered. And I said, this was publicly. He said this, by the way. He said this publicly on record.
He obviously doesn't know what it means.
He doesn't know what it means. So I said to him publicly on record, since he brought this up publicly on record, I said, cisgendered means I'm a heterosexual male who's satisfied with the gender that I was born with, so I feel no need to seek transition.
In his defense, it is a redundant terminology, but whatever. Besides that,
and then when I explained that, he said, "Oh, learn something new every day." You know, it's like, but I had always wondered, what did he think I meant?
Yeah, what did he think it meant?
And so when I asked him privately, finally the other day, I said,
"Oh, okay.
What are you talking to somebody or?"
No. I was gonna say, what did he mean by that?
Oh, right. Oh, got it. Yeah. So when I asked him, what did you think I meant? He said privately, "Oh, I just thought you meant you were gay." And I was like, since when has that term ever been? I was like, what the fuck? I still don't get it. It's like, you know, I take no offense that he thought that, but why would that trigger him?
Yeah,
So,
that part doesn't make sense. Because usually gays would be the ones using it to disambiguate from them being trans.
Right. But
it still shouldn't trigger like immediate something.
Yeah. I mean, but yeah, it's like, first off, I mean, how is what I don't get is, look at my photographs. Obviously, I am not limited by any concept of gender roles. What you must know that it should be obvious. Why are you here? I mean, it's like, first off, most people would look at my photographs and say, this guy might be gay, I better stay away because this triggers me, right? And, you know, but you look at me and the way I dress, cross-dress,
but the people that get triggered by it are like turned on by it. That's the problem. They can't look away. It's like they can't look away.
Thank you. Oh, we'll discuss that in private. Yeah, we'll discuss that in private. That brings up another part.
I'm just saying in general. In general, not talking about anyone in particular.
Yeah, thank you. That brought up,
with Pete, for example.
Yes.
Like he hated that whole you support the gays, but then he was playing ball, watching people undress and shit. All
you could talk about was seeing people's asses in the locker room.
Yeah, I went to the beach the other day and I saw someone's ass, and we're like sitting there like, why are you? Yeah. What are you on about?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Thank you.
Like normal people would just be like
that wouldn't even register.
Nudity doesn't do
that
anything
wouldn't consciously register. You're either excited in that moment or not. You might retain it, and you might talk about that to people in a certain situation, but not publicly towards a bunch of strangers. It's like, first of all, you're overcompensating if you're trying to be like, you would be like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even notice nudity if it's like someone I don't know. It's like it doesn't even.
But what made it so bizarre was he was always talking about men's asses. He would never say that about ladies' asses.
That's what I mean.
He would always bring up, I saw a man.
If it was a chick, it would be, everyone would be hyped. There's no point of talking about it.
Yeah,
it's like,
sweet,
cool.
Yeah, thank you. But he never said that. No, it was always men, and then I saw more butt crack in the locker room and shit. Black butt crack. Yeah, he'd go into that, and it's like, Jesus, control yourself, fucker, but yeah, that brings me up with
then they hate on you. For some weird reason. Because it makes them feel weird.
Oh yeah. Well, it was like Amy Como said about her ex-boyfriend, who we all know is they're all psychotic. I mean, they're all psychotic. Her new boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend, It's
almost hard to tell what you're talking about.
Yeah, no shit. It's hard to keep track.
The best one was the guy paying her, and she didn't want anything to do with him.
Oh yeah, no. That wasn't even quote unquote a boyfriend. That was her. What was it?
Oh, I know. She kept denying him.
Yeah,
denying him. Till he made money, and then all of a sudden they were friends again.
Yeah, consultant. Yeah, it was the man who hired her for consulting. Yes.
Yeah, she was consulting something.
Yeah. We love you, Amy. Yeah, we love you at any rate. But she said her ex-boyfriend, the shroom head, the guy who got on all the shrooms and really went batshit, that he would just tell her to take that away whenever she was listening to me, because the image would come up on her cell phone and he'd be like staring at it, and then he'd tell her, take it away, because she kept saying it's a boy.
Because he was jacking off.
Yeah, pretty much, and he couldn't stand the fact that he was so excited by me. So that got him all upset.
Which apparently happens to everyone.
Yeah, it happens to a lot of different people. Yeah, more than most people would suspect. Yeah, that's where the conversation later went with Real Tech. Yes, we can get into that privately. Yes. Okay. That went back to the murderous rage part. Yeah, there we are. So.
You bring this on yourself. It's your fault. It's your problem.
Don't blame the victim. Victim. That's like, hey,
actually, no, none of this is true. You're actually just, you're just farming off these Malaysian accounts.
That's it.
Forget about the, you're not actually bending over in front of the tombstone and shit.
That's it.
You just want us to think that.
There we are. Regardless, my clothes are not my consent.
Yeah.
Either way, yeah, that's okay. That's but also
So you're basically a doll. You're a biofax.
that's
basically.
it. That's it. Yes, and we all know that. That's yes, we all yeah. It's that company, man. Yeah, he's got
Yeah,
all
yeah.
from Ringodal, man. Ringodal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How could you?
Yes. Yeah. It's
How
whose
could you show the Taiwanese?
whose dolls do you think those are? You dumb fuck. Whose dolls do you think those are? As for the uniforms, those are uniforms from my mother's day that they reproduce. How
Yes.
difficult a concept is that to understand? It's
And
actually
on top of that, it's a Taiwanese company, so
Thank
it's like
you.
how much more connection could you have? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Does that not prove my point? Does it not validate everything I've said? Actually, it's far more logical and believable than Troy saying, those are African fabrics. They were stitched together by indigenous cultures in tiger stripe
What was that
orange.
guy's name? What was that guy's name?
Traore. Traore. Yes, that's it. Putin's black man. Putin's
The president of the transitional government of Burkina Faso,
yeah,
Ibrahim Traore.
Yeah, but they got statues. Transitional, but they got statues. You said it so perfectly.
Oh,
Remember
now,
you said
now
they.
he's fighting with Macron.
Oh,
He's
there you
saying,
go.
You're getting beat up by your wife.
Of course, he would say that. He would say that. Yeah, he doesn't get beaten by no ladies.
And look at these people are hyping him in the comments.
Oh, of course.
He's not only the president of Burkina Faso, but of the people of the continent.
Oh, Jesus.
And
Christ.
this is like some European guy.
Yeah, of course.
He has dignity and conviction to his people.
Yeah.
He's a new hero for the rise of Africa.
Yeah, he eats well. He don't look like he's starving.
Yeah, because he's standing next to a pile of skulls.
Yeah. Standing next to he's sitting on top of it. He's sitting on top of it.
Him and his lackeys single-handedly killed a whole village of 100 people. That's just what's on
that's
the
the
books.
latest. That's just the latest.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's just what's on the books. Like full-on Geno. You know.
Actually, what makes it stand out,
women and children included.
Yeah, what makes it stand out is they probably did it with their bare hands so as not to waste ammo.
Oh, guaranteed. The people in the comments are glazing him. It's like unbelievable. You wouldn't believe this.
Oh, that's outrageous. Yeah. By the way,
This person. Can you believe this? The president of Burkina Faso needs to unalive Macron of France
Jesus Christ.
as soon as possible.
Jesus
Full
Christ.
stop.
Are these white people saying this?
Yeah, Clifton Edwards, some Frenchman.
Jesus Christ. That's in DC Comics, they had a limited run edition series of King Arthur in the future, where King Arthur returns, and this was produced in the 80s. So they had this like King Arthur returns in the 2020s or whatever during an alien invasion to save Britain from an alien invasion of Earth, and they showed the United Nations leaders, and they showed one from America dressed like Uncle Sam, but he was a Reagan satire. They showed one from communist China was this four-eyed woman who was mousy and loved pandas. Yeah. The one from England was, of course, the corrupt one who was making a deal with Morgana, King Arthur's enemy. So he was kind of, yeah. And then but the one from who's the other member of the United Nations was Russia. I can't remember them showing a Russian leader, but the leader in place of France, they had a black dictator. And so that's almost prescient. It's almost like, in the leader in place of France was some Idi Amin kind of ripoff called Chala. Or Chaka. He wasn't Chala, that's Black Panther. So it was obviously a play on Black Panther's name, but they changed it from Chala to Chaka. And Chaka was like the other United Nations leader who was kind of based, kind of like a preview.
Earth 616?
It might be it. Yeah, the King Arthur, DC run King Arthur. And basically, but Chaka said...
Yeah, Earth 616.
There you go. Thank you. So they, they said, does anyone disagree with you, President Chaka? And he's, Chaka, no one disagree with. Chaka, kill those who disagree with Chaka and shit. And it was like, so that's like Traore. That's like Traore, and these guys want him in power. This is like, I don't know. These are strange.
And you won't believe the comments are insane. Traore the king, Traore the great.
Like you said,
Like
they're
the
glazing.
praise.
But
They're glazing him.
Yeah. By the way,
and these aren't bots; these are real people.
That's what makes it all the worse. I wouldn't even get that term except for the Blood Boys. The Blood Boys taught me that the term glazing is when somebody is suspiciously overhyping you and over complimenting you. There's something to the point where
it means you want to suck their dick.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what it means.
yeah. And so these glazers of Traore, it's. What is it about him that is it the uniform? I mean, the Russians.
Yeah,
dressed
it's
him
just
up
a look. It's just a look.
Yeah, the Russians dressed
They're
him
like
up
Pete.
well.
They secretly like black dudes.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Yeah, it's like
we African men are not slapped by women.
Yeah. I mean, oh my God, what a sexist pig. What a sexist fucking pig!
Well, I mean, in their defense, like Macron got whooped by his whatever that person is, his fake wife.
He married a mature. He married his teacher. Did you know that? He married his school teacher.
Of course. Yeah, I know. Everyone knows that.
Yeah,
but they all say, just like they do with Obama, they say she's a dude.
Yeah.
Or it's his father or something crazy.
Of course. They come up with the weirdest shit. But by the way, Victoria, love her dearly, Victoria. And
here's a Russian comment translating: Africa, support Traore. He's the hope of Africa, from Russia with love.
There you go. Of course. Jesus fucking Christ.
Like they even used the James Bond term.
Of
from
course.
Russia with love.
Of course. It's just our world's getting stupider. It's idiocracy.
But it's fun. You get to see it all.
Yeah, I guess we got to enjoy it.
That's why the beings that are in control from the other dimensions. That's why they gave this technology so they can laugh.
It's true. That's what it comes down to.
Like they can look at it and laugh. Yeah. Through the Ethernet, they can just be like, "Look at all these fools."
Yeah. For those of you listening, we love Victoria, but she really believes Michelle Obama is trans. Is some kind of dude, and it's like I don't understand why that's even important or an issue if she
what would exactly that do?
What does that what does that mean? And with Troy, again, we love him dearly, but here you've got this guy who talks sense and then will turn around and support Russian foreign policy. And it's like, this guy's great, Traore's the hope, and thank God for the Russians and the Chinese, who are effectively colonizing Africa as we speak. This is like neocolonialism with a vengeance. How can you not see this? How can anyone not see this? Do you not think the original people who conducted, when the Atlantic slave trade was at its height, it's not Europeans going in Africa and abducting blacks. They just paid black Africans to do that for them. Do you not see that parallel with what's going on here? How can you not see the parallel? This is,
they're saying he's a powerful symbol of Pan-Africanism. I don't know about that.
Oh, God. Do you remember even Troy said, it was, ever since they killed Gaddafi. And I'm like, did you honestly think Gaddafi was the hope for Pan-Africanism?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Really? The man who spoke Klingon?
I checked out at that point. Yeah. This dude was he was in his own world.
Yeah.
He wasn't anything.
Yeah, by the way, for people who don't get it.
Here it is. The cult of Saint Traore. How a Russian-backed junta leader became an icon. He's built a personality cult.
Yeah.
There you go.
Give me that link.
Okay,
but don't be afraid to read it. Yeah, read it for us. Little snippets from that. Jesus.
Here it is. God protect Ibrahim Traore. Prunes the teary-eyed American R&B singer / rapist. That was my addition. R. Kelly. Over footage of the 37-year-old Burkina Faso leader leading his troops into battle, saying he is the voice of the people. So there you go.
Oh God.
It says this video, which has garnered 2 million views, is actually an AI generated fake because Kelly is serving a prison sentence.
There you go.
So this is just a psyop,
Yeah.
a AI generated psyop to trick all the American blacks into loving this guy. No offense, Troy, but you got to realize that this is just a psyop.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. Someone has to say it. We're here to. Truth hurts. Truth hurts. You lost World War II, and Traore is a meat sock puppet for Vladimir Putin and the United States. You know, this is the true.
Oh, okay, I see. So there's tons of these AI videos of him.
Yeah.
And it's like they're all glazing it.
There you
Just
go.
like the last one I was reading off of was also an AI, the one about Macron.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. There you go.
Yeah.
That's
So it says another post that was debunked celebrates his construction of low-cost housing, but the site is actually in Algeria. The former UK MP George Galloway has repeatedly praised him, claiming France and the US were committed to killing him, which is not true. People love him, said the original, Jean, the 30-something resident of the capital of Ouagadougou of Burkina Faso, saying there were thousands that rallied in support of him after a U.S. military official accused him of corruption.
well, that
Saying there are things about independence from France and greater control. We people like hearing this, according to him. This is the person that lives in Burkina Faso. David Hyundin, a Nigerian journalist, also posted positively about Traore, speaking as his ideology of self-reliance and anti-imperialism is the gold standard. I don't believe that Nigeria is more democratic or a better place to live than Burkina Faso. They're both awful, but primarily economic and political issues are being addressed by Traore. And then it shows the infamous him and Putin getting a medal.
With their weird ribbons, with their weird ass ribbons that are awarded for, you know, how much people you kill or something.
Yeah.
They're both wearing the same ribbons. Yes. Oh my fucking God.
And then there's people with signs. Somehow they have money to print signs and literally wears t-shirts. So yeah, this is just not. It's not natural. This guy isn't like some kind of.
No, this is not.
And it's not like he's giving speeches. They're just showing his photo.
We don't even know if the fucker can talk.
It doesn't look like he can. No offense. That's just a fact.
I mean,
Moscow reopened its embassy in Burkina Faso in 2023 after a 31-year absence after the fall of the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
The Russian Bear Brigade spent months in the country last year guarding the junta officials, including Traore.
There you go.
So he's a puppet. He's a Russian puppet.
Yeah. Yes. No.
Okay. There you go. We don't need any more proof.
Yeah. Thank you.
Russia is holding up Traore as the second coming of Thomas Sankara, the former leader who was assassinated in '87, not because of any ideological or good governance, but because they want to undermine Western democracy, such as the values from France and the U.S.
Thank you. Absolutely.
That's all you need. That's all you fucking need.
Absolutely. It's please. It's like I am appalled. I am appalled that people are falling for this. And this, just so people understand, this is not organic. This person is cultivated. No. He is truly groomed. This person is groomed. Yeah. And he's being offered as a commodity, but the tragedy here is that the average information consumer is buying it. The average information consumer is falling for this, but this is a tool
and no offense, but the people that are older than my generation and even younger, so there's like the millennials for some reason are immune to it, but anyone older or younger than us, there's like a higher likelihood that they'll fall for the AI videos. It's some weird kind of mind warping shit.
It is.
Like anyone who's like your age and above, like they cannot distinguish AI, whether it's a real video or not.
That's what's so disturbing. That's what's so disturbing to me. The first thing I think when I look at anything is this AI? But I always balance it.
After
of course.
2024,
Yeah.
pretty much every video you watch, you have to assume it's fake.
Oh,
And I hate saying shit like that, but that's the fact.
I want people to understand the horror is when I look up like I want an illustration that's representative of something, and I'm looking up high definition paintings to try and get something that has a feel for what I'm trying to articulate in terms of what I'm writing right now with this work that I'm doing, where I'm trying to project a future scenario of what I think is either a healthy development or likely developments. It was only starting a few months ago. All that I get is AI shit, and it doesn't even look good. It doesn't even look good. It's just crap. It's just crap. You know, and I used to be a professional illustrator, and people used to work to produce illustrations, even in the age of digital. But with the AI, now people are just feeding shit into it, garbage in, garbage out, like Peter Moon with his shit. Remember, Peter Moon thought, "Oh, this AI, I'm like Douglas now. I can illustrate just like Douglas can."
Yeah, he thought it was going to supersede everything, but it hasn't done anything, because you have to give it inputs, and the inputs that it's been given are so warped. Excuse me, so warped and toast and just what's the word for it? Deranged. That it's not making anything good.
Thank you. That's
and then let me just finish this last thing by this Financial Times author from London. He says, this is what the Nigerian journalist, I'll call him propagandist, said about Traore. He said, it says, democracies in Nigeria have sown the seeds of disillusion more than any Moscow propaganda. But this is what the guy said, the Hundayan, the journalist who supports Traore. He says, let's say there's some sort of Russian involvement. Or he's Nigerian, so he probably talks different.
It'd be more like this. Let's say there's some Russian involvement. It'd be more it's hard to get, but go on.
The Nigerian accent, Let's say there's some sort of Russian involvement. What makes that such a terrible thing, he asked. For those opposed to him, Ibrahim Traore could heal the sick, raise the dead, and make every woman in Burkina Faso happy.
Are you serious?
It wouldn't make any difference.
Are you serious?
This is what he says. This is what he's saying. It wouldn't make any difference, he says. So there you go. They're going to hate on him no matter what. That's what he's saying.
That's what he's saying. Yeah, what he's implying. It's like, what a fucking idiot. I mean, we're in a world of idiots.
Well, he's obviously getting paid by Moscow.
He is. You know what? Do me a favor. Can you hold the stage for just a few minutes? I'm going to grab some anti-gas pills, of all things, because of I took the painkillers earlier.
Yeah, this shit is a bunch of gas.
It's giving me gas. It's like giving me gas pains. So let me grab those pills, my Gas X, and I'll be right back. And
so Mali's leader, Assimi Goïta, also has similar acclaim from these African intellectuals and personalities who admire him.
But go on. Of course. So I'm going to go mute for just a few minutes.
Who say they admire him for expelling French troops, standing up to international mining companies, saying the French themselves have contributed to the decline of their influence because they have a paternalistic view of our relationship. Traore, who styles himself after 20th century Burkinabe revolutionary leader Thomas Sankara, also told Russian media this month, Traore has found a ready ally in Russia. Moscow opened its embassy in 2023 after a 31-year absence. So this is what I talked about before. So they're just modeling it after this previous leader. So that's the unfortunate situation, that these countries don't actually have autonomy. They're just being played like a chessboard. So, and then let's see, is the Pope supporting this guy too? That would be shocking. Let's see what it says here. Oh, okay. So here's another yeah, here's another fake video. So there you go. When Douglas gets back, I'll tell him about this because this is just shocking. So every video, basically the lesson here, do not believe anything on the internet. It's never been accurate since its inception. And now it's beyond just, you know, you have to be more than skeptical. You just have to assume it's all lies, which it always was. But now it's like super lies, you know. This is like 1984 thought police shit.
Okay,
this is like their wildest dreams.
It is.
Their wildest dreams have come true. So here's the latest. Did Pope Leo give a 36-minute speech praising the leader of Burkina Faso?
Of course
and then
not.
Here it is. No, the video is entirely fake. This is from the Catholic News Agency.
Ew.
It says, it hasn't stopped thousands of viewers being misled. They were waiting for the Pope to say this all their lives. This gave me hope for the world, says one user. And among hundreds of others expressing similar sentiments. However, the video is from Pan-African Dreams as a work of fiction inspired by the life of Abraham Traore.
Jesus Christ. What I can't understand is why was he chosen to be groomed? What set him apart? He's just in the right place at the right time, or he proved himself so brutal and they ran across this guy and said, this is our man. He's like, but beyond that, I do want people to understand, here's the irony of what Brendan just articulated when he talks about this AI fraud, this hoax about the Pope praising this individual. My own proposed solution for much of Africa's problems is for a certain amount of African nations that were already heavily Catholicized due to colonialism by the Portuguese, the French, and other European powers. Honestly, the Pope would not be praising this individual because what I'm hoping for ultimately is, first off, this Pope is already standing up to Donald Trump. This is honestly, the Magatards fear this Pope, and hopefully it's just part of a reinstitutionalization of Catholic militancy, one that's more politically aware, and really, I would hope for a consecration of the armies to basically send in Catholic troops. And by that I mean the Pope has theoretically the power to consecrate armies. If you had the Pope consecrate certain black armies in Africa, they would illegally, at that point, by church law, and remember, the Vatican City State is its own nation, they would become soldiers of the Pope, soldiers of Rome. I would like to see a black Roman army in the heart of Africa, over the Congo, in many of these areas. Not necessarily.
I think it should. It really, like, you know, and I'm not advocating for any specific side, but for it to be like fixed, quote unquote, it has to have some kind of structure, because all these, you know, Africa's been under all these different groups for so long. It's like Islam hasn't been able to unify it, so it has to have some kind of backbone, and that could be an option. But you know, here's the Catholics News spills the beans here. It says, the young military leader came into power in 2022 following a coup, who has been accused by observers of benefiting from propaganda specifically produced by Russia, possibly because of a connection to the infamous Russian mercenary group, the Wagner Group.
There we are. Exactly.
So he's sponsored by them. That's all it is.
Yes, there you are.
Possibly even trained by them. Who knows?
No doubt. That would make perfect sense. Honestly, these are grim and terrifying times, and this is a very real spiritual war. Don't forget that. These are times in which we do have to take sides. I mean, even in my case, you know, our dear Brendan, he wanted to declare neutrality. He just wanted to be left alone, but the enemy wouldn't give him that. As a result, where he was almost rendered a partner in adversity, just because these people just kept assaulting him. They still do at times. Internationally, yes, I wouldn't want the church over all of Africa, but those Catholicized nations in particular. And of course, I do recommend a very strong revisioning of African borders. Obviously, their borders are just drawn by old colonial arbitrariness of who claimed what when in there. These borders are obviously something that cannot be maintained, not in their current state. But I have a fairly what I consider to be radical vision for Africa. But honestly, you just cannot say some African messiah is going to, arise through a situation like this. It's obvious that this individual is groomed and being presented as a commodity and information
And I think our assumption is correct, because all of these so-called videos of him giving a speech are all AI. I don't think this guy can give speeches.
Yeah. I mean, basically, maybe
he's basically like Lurch. He's like Lurch from the fucking.
That would make him perfect. That would make him perfect for the Russians.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I hate to say it, but my fantasy, I'll put it just this: my fantasy is that this individual just points a gun and grunts and just shakes. Yeah, how would you say it? Kind of jerks his head in a motion of. Like you go there, you go there. It's like and it's you almost get that feeling. I mean, it's like now to my eternal shame and disgrace, I would have to look it up. I don't know what the language of Burkina Faso was in the colonial sense.
This whole media, this whole French.
It was French. Okay, that makes
French,
sense.
but they're Islam. They're Islamic.
Right.
Okay, so he's talking to Putin, and he's doing some talking. Let's see.
Yeah, and by the way,
it's just a voiceover, unfortunately.
There you go.
But he does talk.
Okay. Yeah, he can say So, but that doesn't mean he can speak. By that I mean a person can talk, but that doesn't necessarily make them a deliverer of speeches. That doesn't mean.
And apparently these are just being cranked out like wildfire.
Yeah.
UN speech by Ibrahim Traore, AI generated fake.
There you go. I mean, this is outrageous. I mean, how can anyone fall for this? This is something that it really.
I'm trying not to be rude to Troy, but it's like already we had people come on saying falling for this.
Yeah, and it's sad. It's sad. So when it comes to
here's a black conscious website.
Yeah.
Who is Traore? Deepfakes, disinformation. What Appalachia can learn. So these people are actually against it.
Thank God. Black people.
What is it called? Blackbygod.org. There you go.
Thank you. They have what in the spiritual or religious sense, theologically.
And it's showing this American mixed chick who's obviously half black, and it says Traore, feed the people. It's like a T-shirt with him in military greaves that says "Feed the people."
Can you give me a copy of that photograph? I'd like to see that. If you could send me, please. That's I mean, but what I'm saying here is that at least that black site that was just referenced, these are people who have what is theologically referenced as discernment. You really need spiritual discernment, intellectual discernment.
Well, I haven't read the whole article, so just as a heads up.
It's like
at least they're asking questions.
At least they're asking questions, yes. And honestly, it's one of these things that I'm not. It's like, how far do we go with this? The truth is, people are incredibly naive when it comes to things that they cherish. And if people have an idea, oh my God, so here you are. Who is Ibrahim Traore? Deepfakes, disinformation. Yeah, and there's the chick with the T-shirt.
And I'm not against it. Of course, like the Africans should have someone they could trust, but it's not this guy.
Yeah.
I tell you about.
Yeah, it sure. Sure isn't. And it's like, or maybe these people are promoting him. You know, they might be saying what Appalachia can learn from this guy in the sense of building some kind of community. But they're pointing out, he says, the longing stirred for real leadership is very real, but Traore is, viral speeches are deep fake. So this individual traveled from Appalachia to West Africa to find out what's true, what they can learn from who owns the land. It's a terror who feeds the people. So there you go. At any rate, we will have to read the article to find out exactly where this is coming from. But definitely, at least this person's putting in the work. So And by the way, a shout out.
So,
go on.
Okay, go ahead.
I can give the shout out in a few minutes. Continue with what you were going to say.
Okay, so this is an article from April 2024.
Yeah.
So it says, Burkina Faso says the accusations are baseless, where it was accused, Human Rights Watch accused them of executing residents, including at least 56 children. 222 villagers were annihilated. And they're alleging these baseless accusations, in quotes, that they were participating with rebel fighters and that these 56 children were non-existent and shit. Yeah, so there you go.
Oh, that's it. Well, the children never existed. There you go. I mean, how can anyone prove whether they did or not since all the bodies have been burned? That's there was a big barbecue that night.
And this was just one in the last couple of years. There's multiple.
Oh, that goes without saying.
Another 100 people.
Yeah.
Wiped off the map,
Yeah.
So they're just going around just murdering people, and this is their hero, apparently, pointing to Russia.
Yeah. Of course.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Genocide Watch.
Yeah.
We kill you. Troops film killings in Burkina Faso. It's literally a film we can watch if you want gore porn. Here it is.
Oh Jesus. Oh well, that'll excite.
This one was still alive.
Yeah.
Good for nothing. You have nothing available. Just kill people. We kill you one after the other. This is a quote from one of them.
Oh God.
And then it's in the next paragraph. The military has denied responsibility. And that was a quote from the video. So we kill you one after the other.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, that is.
I mean, you saw this shit live and direct. So there you go.
I did, but it's still like something out of a comic book. It's like you'd almost think that could be AI. But knowing what I know from having been on the ground in Africa, I know
these are from a couple years ago. Yeah, these articles are from 2023.
There you go. So we know
this is pre full adopted AI.
So there we are. See, there you go.
This is just, I'm gonna tell this, from like the top down Vedic perspective. Yeah. Everything before 2025 can be potentially real. Everything after 2025, you have to assume it's fake. Until you get full 100% evidence-based reasoning.
Thank you.
So it's just, you just have to make that distinction now.
Excellent point. Excellent point. So
this is the point, because all the planets went into Pisces. This is like the point when everything changed.
Tell us more.
It's a new setup. It's a completely new setup.
Yes.
So all the planets met in Pisces at the end of last year into this year, and that set a new cycle. So the next 15 years is a whole new cycle, and the specific part of Pisces it happened in, from the Vedic astrology point of view, is this this technological Piscean ocean. So a lot more fantasy and like things can be staged easily. So going forward, you have to assume things are fake.
Thank you.
So that's the best way to put it, really simply.
Yes. Absolutely. Very, very well said. And shout out to Crystal Murel 4292, who said, "Hey Douglas, it's Crystal. I love you and your intellect. Let's do lunch in the future, this life or after." So I'll try and give her a response in the very near future.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, you did? That's cute. Yes.
Are they trying to kill you or something? Yeah.
You never know. I mean, at least she has a few videos up on her channel, so she seems to be a real person. But I just wanted to give her a shout out for saying that, and that's nice. And of course,
300 civilians attacked between October and February, compared to 100 from the previous year. So this has been going on since 2023.
So the violence ratios are going up since he took over. The violence ratios are going up. There we are. Of course, he would say that's necessary for the establishment of the new order, right? In other words, people aren't listening to him. The people on the ground are not buying his shit. It
says the killings. This is a direct quote.
Yeah.
The killings have grown under the junta led by Captain Traore, who seized power in September.
There you go. Yeah. Seized power, everybody, was not democratically elected.
Yeah, it's a coup d'etat.
Yeah. Granted, I've said that's what's going to happen here, and that's really the only realistic way I see myself, barring, incidental circumstances or whatnot, ever attaining power.
Here it is. Here you go.
Yeah. Go on.
Little has changed as Burkina Faso overtook Afghanistan as the nation with the most deaths globally from violence, including extremism, as reported by Global Terrorist Index.
Jesus Christ.
It's just they're killing on both sides. I mean, there's no hope. It's just one of those places.
Yeah, for now. For now, it is. Yeah.
But the thing is, the French were there keeping peace until this guy took over. This is what it's saying in this article.
Thank you. That's the problem. See, this is what people don't get. Yes, there is colonialism, but unfortunately, it's better than the alternative in many cases. Now, that's why I recommend the church.
This is this is horrifying. I don't even want to read this. The uncle of a 16-year-old watches a video showing men slamming rocks into the head of his nephew.
Jesus!
Just bashing his skull in. They killed thousands.
I told you they wouldn't use ammo. I told you they weren't using ammo. I said they didn't. Remember I said?
Yeah, you're right. They're not using ammo. Yeah. It says civilians say they're more afraid of Burkina Faso's own security forces because they use extrajudicial killings. And when security forces are involved, the killings increase. They're more dangerous than the Islamic militants, according to these people these actual villagers. So there you go.
Damn, I'm impressed. There's the Russians for you. There's the fucking Russians for you.
Yeah, because in their defense, at least the Islamic people have Sharia and shit. These guys are just lawless.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. That's just what it comes.
Bash. You pick up some rocks and bash his fucking head.
Yeah,
that's it.
They're not worth the bullets. They're not. Besides, it's more fun this way. That's how they think. It's more fun this way.
Jeez, that's just. Oh man, I can't imagine.
Yeah. It's
shocking.
It is and it isn't, right? None of us are really surprised. Certainly Brendan and I are not, but
it makes you grateful for not living in.
Yeah, thank you.
But
it's not too different here.
I don't know
really,
how to say this without being rude to Troy, but for people saying they want to go live there, is just insane. I'm sorry, that's just fucking crazy. It's just. It doesn't matter how friendly they are to Americans or whatever they claim. They're just going to take your money and bash your head in with a rock. That's all they're going to do. They're not going to help you or help Africa.
Oh, shit.
Oh, man. So enough of that. I think we've covered it.
My God. You'll notice, of course, that when I said what I did to Troy about that, I said, I hope you're not considering taking him up on his offer when he was telling us he's saying Americans should come here. Americans should.
I bet. Yeah, I bet they want to. Yeah, bring your money.
Yeah,
bring your wives.
Yeah,
bring your children, and then you just kill. They just basically you just buy land there, and then they come and kill you.
That's and take the rest. They come kill you.
Scam. Yeah, it's just a scam. Yeah.
Kill the rest. Yeah, that's the sanest assumption to make. That's the sanest assumption to make, and guaranteed that it's almost certainly how it works out. Were anyone naive enough to follow them up on that offer? And remember, I didn't challenge him. I didn't say, why don't you go move there? It was nothing like that. I just said, I hope you're not considering taking it. But he was like, me, well, go there. It's like, no, don't
do it. Don't do it.
There's no refrigerator to raid. There's no, you know what he's thinking of? That's it. He wouldn't have to use the bolt cutter to get to his fridge anymore. There wouldn't be any bolt cutter he would need to take the chains his wife puts around the fridge off. Yeah, it's it's but there's no fridge either. There's no
it's not worth it. Yeah, there's no fridge. Yeah, this is just bad idea. Just trust us.
Trust us, Troy. Trust us, Troy. Don't do it. Don't do it. Well, the numbers have gone way up. People are certainly, this is, but it's a relevant topic. People are responsive. They're listening. They're tuning in. Probably half of them are working with the government, and they're checking in. They're going into international matters now. Got to follow this. Hopefully people hear us out. Cultivate discernment.
Oh, it'll go mainstream in a couple days, just like they always tune into your shit.
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
They do. Yeah. It's like, honestly, it's
uncanny. I mean, some of it's just bizarre. It was like, weren't we just talking about that? And then all of a sudden
guaranteed.
They make a big hullabaloo out of it.
Oh, guaranteed. Guaranteed. It's like, in my own way, I'm impacting world policy. Yeah, just by sitting here. It's so true. It is so true. And it's frustrating. Yeah.
Talk about, they don't even have to work. They just get free shit from us.
It's true. It is true. It's so fucking true.
What were they talking about this week?
Yeah, yeah. And that becomes, oh God, what do they call it again? It becomes the topic of the hour, honestly. And then you hear everybody else talking about it. And it's literally... it's frustrating in one sense. In another sense, well, hey, I'm impacting the world no matter what I do. So, and the same...
Whatever makes you feel better, but I need money.
Yeah,
so
it's true.
Fuck them for stealing our...
Yeah, there's that too. Believe me. Yeah, fuck, at least, God, give us something. Give us something in return. Jesus Christ. But they just rape. It's all they know how to do. They just take and it's.
Yeah, I mean, even the freaking was it the Tories? Yeah, the Tories were ripping you off.
Yeah,
not too long ago.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, they were the most
word for word.
Yeah, salient example. They're the most salient example of what we're talking about.
And when I go over there, they just.
They police you.
Watch this guy.
Oh yeah. Fuck it. Now there's your commando units. They had like SWAT, armored Kevlar armored units.
They had Helsing.
Yeah.
Helsing, the black.
Yeah.
Just exactly like they show in the anime, the black paramilitary units.
There you go. Looking at
walking around with me around Westminster and shit.
Like you got your own security detail. You got your own security detail.
Like I got too close to Parliament, and they were like, let's just chill with this guy a little bit.
Yeah, Jesus Christ! There you go. It's you always were under observation ever since birth, of course, trying to switch you up for something,
right.
But definitely with your affiliation with myself, it just increased by orders of magnitude. Now you're international, an international figure. We'll talk more about that privately.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, but definitely, again, it's just. Oh God! If you're listening out there, John Warrington, and like I said, please do contact him. Believe me, at least to wish him happy birthday. That's a good start, and then
I will.
See if he responds, because I can't talk to him on Facebook. Obviously, I'm banned, perma-banned. So hopefully he responds.
Like beyond banned from Facebook.
Yeah, tell him. Yeah, Jesus Christ, it's on. Yeah, just like.
It didn't even last 30 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, and then it's like
you make an account.
Yeah,
and then Doug's just clicking around trying to find friends. Like nothing's totally innocuous. Yeah. And it says, "You have been banned." for 180 days for violating the security clause. And it's like, we didn't even do anything.
Yeah. And by the way, so let me ask Heather. Heather just came on. Oh, Heather, talk to us verbally. You said it's Vinny's birthday too?
Hi.
Yeah, it's Vinny's birthday
It's
too.
Vinny's birthday too.
Right now?
Happy solar return.
Now?
He's
Right. Tomorrow. Oh,
Well,
Vinny's here
today,
too.
June 9th.
Okay, well, welcome aboard. Happy birthday. And we love you both dearly. How are the both of you doing? We haven't heard Vinny in a while, and we were asking about you earlier, so welcome aboard. And
No, it's,
yeah.
we're doing great. And, once again, just watching the whole thing where everyone's talking about, oh, we're going to take over the midterm elections, and there aren't going to be midterm elections. And no one's quite talking about that yet. But you're seeing it now that there aren't going to be midterm elections. It sort of sucks. Mom was right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, certainly.
My mother said it months ago. Remember, I said that my mom thought we'd just seen our last election. And I think it's getting closer to the truth. And eventually someone's going to say something about it. I think you probably already have, Douglas. But eventually, like you said, they'll take it from you and someone will actually run with it. And it'll start showing up in some media.
Yeah. No. And what is your opinion, aside from that, which we'll get back to, what's your opinion on all of these crypto abductions? Please share that with us.
The crypto is what the crypto is. I've sold quite a bit, but I'm still keeping some. And me and Heather went to the casino tonight, and I showed her my prowess on that. So
Excellent.
It was a fun little night at the local casino.
Mm-hmm.
So crypto is just sort of I'm still holding quite a bit, but I've been selling when things go up and going down. But who knows? I mean, the whole world's in such a disarray that I'm just sort of, where else do you put money? I mean, do you put it in the US dollar? I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking maybe the Chinese crypto or some crypto tied to China might be the way to go long term.
Interesting. Okay. And by the way, so I entered into the text box, if you can see it, happy birthday, Vin, via Heather Holman. And how is your mother?
She's doing well. It's cut my Vegas trips for the next couple months, but I'm learning, and it's a good experience. She's doing better. She's home, and we're just we're going with it, and hoping for the best. And it's an honor to be able to take care of her. And luckily, I'm in a position where I don't have to work, so I can take care of her because right now she needs it. And you can grace of God, grace of whatever. It's an honor to be able to take care of her. So wonderful. I'm glad I'm able to do that.
I'm glad you are too. And I'm glad Heather's there to help. I mean, so I'm really excited about the fact that she's back home. So she did finally cooperate with some level of rehabilitation?
Some level. She can't walk. She's in a wheelchair. The rehab's coming, but, it's still... this morning she actually had fallen because she's still very, wants to get up and do things, and she was trying to dress herself and she fell. So we had to get her back up, and luckily, we have carpet in those rooms and stuff. But she's stubborn, and it's, she's 83. So, it's one of those things that, I was trying to realize 83, we've got a couple of years, and she's going to have to slow down a little, but she doesn't seem to have slowed her roll one bit. And, interesting thing, just on a totally different thing, is my mom, really considers herself Buddhist over anything else. And the reason she does that is because she hopes that this isn't all there is.
Right. Well, I admire that profoundly. And so that's wonderful, very spiritual. And it gels well with Heather's spirituality, I presume.
Definitely. And she also is a lot of days she's like, fuck this, I just want to die. I am done. So,
well, we all feel like that. Go on.
Yeah. Yeah, and I told her, I will honor your wishes. And I mean, that's the thing. I'm like, you tell me what you want to do. If you're unconscious on the floor, do you want me to walk away for 3 hours, or you tell me what you want to do? And I will do that, because I will honor her wishes. I did that with my father and all, so,
oh, wow.
So we've got that well cleared, and everything's doing well, and Heather's a big help. And as I said, it's a blessing that 4 months ago she would have been in an apartment and we wouldn't have been living together. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
And the world's going to hell, and thank God I don't have kids, because if I did, I'd rather they were born in Mexico or Canada or somewhere else, because they would live a better life than their parents did. And that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I get it. I totally get it. And thank you for sharing that. That alone takes courage. So, you're quite the man for even being able to articulate and express that. And I'm proud of you. And also proud of the fact that you're taking some time to enjoy yourself. Certainly at the time that I was taking care of both my parents, of course, I was taking care of both of them at once. It was just,
right.
It was like that became my life. And it's very destructive. And I've paid the price for that in many ways, but definitely,
It's rough.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely, yeah.
Honestly, this is the first time
Yeah.
like that I've got out of the house, except for doctor's appointments in the last 2 months. I've got out of Sun City to take my mom where it is, and we went to a casino 15 minutes from the house for 3 hours. And I just realized it was like, that can't be right, except for my doctor's appointments or taking my mom or visiting my mom, when she was in the rehab. This is the first time, that I've got out of the house. Heather's actually done the shopping, so I haven't even done that, or to pick up food in 2 months. So it's been
Wow.
It's very different, but as I said, it's an honor, and thank God I'm able to do it.
Yes.
And I also admire you, Douglas, and
you.
even a little more understanding what it takes. And sometimes it can be frustrating, and there's a lot of love, but there's also a lot of frustration. Sometimes you're questioning why the fuck it's happening.
Oh, definitely. And it's like one of those things where, honestly, we'll talk about this more as time progresses. But definitely, it has so many existential moments. You just question existence itself, but then again, we've always been the sort of people to do that anyway. All such being said, when when Heather saw you kind of strutting your stuff over at the casino, you question about the casino itself. Is this affiliated with any kind of Native American tribe or something more of a conventional? Oh, okay. So tell us about that. Yeah.
It is. They have a bunch of them in Phoenix, and this one doesn't even have a hotel, and it was fine. And we went in. I went in, and I did okay. Came out significantly, by percentage. I went in with 500, came out with, after I gave Heather some money and everything else, came out with 900 in 2 hours. But I'm very disciplined, but that's not the point. It was, it was just sort of a nice thing. And I also made good friends with a person from Las Vegas at the reward center. So, I also, and tipped some people nicely, so I'll be remembered, because that may be as close as I get a couple hours. But just so you know, Douglas, even though we haven't been on much, I've been listening to you on YouTube, and Heather's been listening to you. So we do listen a lot, and we enjoy a great deal. And a lot of times I have things to add, and then either 10 minutes later, or if I re-listen, you added them 10 minutes before. So
bless you.
enjoy.
That's wonderful.
We enjoy input and everything else. So thank you for the. We get the enjoyment from listening to you and everything else. So thank you for all your insight and everything else. I think you've got it spot on.
Oh, bless you. You're an angel. Definitely appreciate it. And so how about yourself, Heather? Anything to observations to be made? By the way, Vin, so you feel Heather's safe when she kind of at twilight takes the golf cart and kind of like goes out to read in the moonlight. You feel comfortable with that? Is that the case?
Oh yeah. Sometimes we go lights out, at high speed through the sprinklers on the golf course. I'm thinking it's like that old Cannonball Run movie. I want to get some cheap night vision goggles so we can go at even higher speed.
Oh Jesus! All right.
With all lights off, blacked out.
Yes. Oh my God. And have you noticed any animals in particular? What stands out to you in terms of the wildlife?
The jackrabbits.
Okay.
They're the size of cats.
Wow. Okay.
They don't have big fluffy tails. They have little tails and long legs.
Wow.
They look like a miniature. They look like miniature kangaroos.
Wow. Oh man. So that stands out. And what about noises at night? Any howls of coyote or what in particular?
Yes. The coyotes sound like little children,
Wow.
and so you'll get posts on the local, the neighborhood thing is like, did anyone hear the strange children screaming at 3 a.m? And it was 4 coyotes because they found a cat. There's no feral cats in Sun City.
Oh wow.
Or they don't last very long. Where we used to live, there was feral cats everywhere.
Yeah.
Now there's no feral cats.
Jesus. Wow, that's pretty frightening. So the coyote, do they just kill them or eat them or what?
They eat them. They eat them.
They take them in their mouth while they're still alive, and they run out to find the other coyotes, and then they like toss them around and torture them.
They howl and tell the other coyotes they have them. So then you'll have 3 coyotes that sound like 20 coyote, and they eat them. Yeah. Oh no, because there's a river wash here, and it's their land. They've been here forever. So they walk down the street sometimes. People see them. They walk down the street sometimes with a cat or small dog in their
Mouth.
in the mouth.
Jesus. Oh my God, what a sight. And how do people handle that?
Well, they don't walk their small dogs, or they carry a stick when they walk their small dogs.
Or Vinny's nephew, when they saw that in California, they threw rocks at it and it dropped the cat and let the cat go.
Oh, and was the cat survived? It lived through
Yeah.
that? Oh wow.
My brother was mad because that was a cat that came with his marriage when he was younger, and his friend is the one that chased the coyote away, and him and the cat had a tumultuous relationship.
I see. That's pretty funny. Oh, that's hysterical. I mean, well, it sounds like you're all doing pretty well, and I appreciate that. How about your father, Heather?
Oh, he's okay. He's just doing the same as always.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No change.
I can't remember. Did he ever marry after your mother died? Again?
No.
Oh, wow.
Never even dated, really.
Jesus.
Yeah, no. He had a couple live-ins, when he was wild in his wild years, but
Okay.
they didn't last long.
Okay. Wow. Okay, so he's not very tolerant of company. Oh my God.
No, he's just like.
Okay, there we are. I see.
They
I know.
treat their women very well.
Okay, I never knew that. About him. That's wow. And how do you get along with
Oh my
him?
God,
Vin?
he doesn't know.
No.
Yeah. No, I always thought of him as an old man in a suit.
No.
How do you get along? I think Heather might have brought it up once or twice, and I quickly forgot all about it because everything else about Heather is already so extraordinarily unusual.
You want to hear a real quick story, Douglas?
Of course, please.
Okay, so I'm driving with him. Like, this is when I first met him. He's driving his Charger, and it's got a tinted windshield.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, this is crazy with a tinted windshield. You can't see out of it. The only people that I know that have tinted windshields are strippers. And he's like, yeah, well, the reason they have that is so you can't see who their old man is, because that's how they get shot. In fact, my buddy, who was the vice president of the Hells Angels, he got shot even though his chick was driving with the tinted windshield.
Right.
So he was saying the strippers have the tinted windshield because their old men are all bikers.
Interesting.
No,
That makes
know
sense.
that. That's his time. When I say outlaw biker, not a doctor driving a Harley.
Right. Got it. An actual honest to God biker. I get it. I totally get it. And,
Yeah, in the 70s, like the whole thing, like, warning at the door, do not knock on this door.
Right.
The cameras from the 70s still remain.
No,
Well-
that's one thing I learned from my dad.
Mhm.
Is when you go, anywhere you go, if you go into someone's house, you lock the door behind you.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know what purpose that would serve. Safety, I guess.
No. That's what it comes down to. It's basically a in-depth defense. It's as people are conducting a home invasion, you've at least provided another barrier to stop them in rooms.
And the cops can't come in.
Right. Right. And yeah, it's important to remember these little habits. We need to habitualize ourselves depending on our lifestyles. And of course, in those days, that's where we got the term crank from. They used to smuggle the smack or other narcotics in the crankshaft of the motorcycles. Was he involved with anything like that at any time? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but yeah.
Douglas, if you look up the first large scale bust in Arizona, it was the Dirty Dozen.
Yeah.
He may have been involved in even.
It was in 1984.
Yeah.
In 1984, it was the biggest. It was their first phone tap operation where they.
And it was called the Dirty Dozen.
Got it. How did I know intuitively to take us in that direction where we would find this? Oh, there we are. That's all.
Well, here we go and get this. Okay, so her mom's a Hare Krishna, and his official job is a butcher at Fry's.
There you go.
Safeway.
Safeway. Okay, a butcher and a Hare Krishna.
Yeah.
It's a straight.
It's well, I mean, where else but where you're at. This is like the Wild West frontier. Yeah, Arizona is like no one really lives in Arizona. They're all just kind of passing through, even if it takes decades or generations to do so. It's just a really weird.
Wasn't it like who's the guy that says Australia doesn't really exist? It's sort of the same thing.
Yeah. It's like it seems like no one who's there. A lot of times, many people who are there really don't want to be there. It's but all I can say it was hell for me because of my I mean certainly people have pointed this out, and I think it's as logical an explanation of as any other. My astrology really just doesn't jibe with the place. It's like my birth chart's just like it's like a combat zone for me. It's a conflict zone. So is Australia. And, and of course I went to both.
It's on the 33rd parallel.
There you go. There you go. And
anyway, Douglas, we'll let you get back. Thanks for catching up with us. Or I'm going to leave you with Heather. I'm going to go in the other room for a while. Take care, brother. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And you're always welcome back whenever you feel like you want to interject. Okay? Anytime. Thank you. Thank you, Vin. And of course, Heather, you're welcome to stay with us and interject whenever you feel like it. So how about yourself, Heather? Anything in particular come up in terms of current events that you feel?
Well, there was something in the sky, I think in Canada, and then today I saw there was something. It was in Florida, and it looks like a big red sun or like some red planet. And I was just wondering if Brendan had heard anything about that.
Is this something you've seen, or is it something you've seen online?
I've seen it online, and there's nothing in the news.
Okay. Brendan?
No, never mind.
No, go ahead, say it, honey. I mean, we're fine. We're cool.
Oh, no, what is in the news is that there's a strawberry moon.
Yeah.
But I don't think that what it was.
Yeah, probably not.
Wait, explain what it was that was showing up, like some kind of craft, like
it sounds to me like it's a lot of online shit.
I'll find it and I'll do a screenshot. Hold on a sec.
Okay, but basically people are putting something online that big red object in the sky like a second sun, kind of thing, a new moon, Nibiru. Nibiru's coming. It's
Nibiru's old news now. The latest I saw was 7 suns in the sky in China. That's what
it's a mysterious red orb.
Mysterious red orb.
Oh God! I mean, if I were to report all the mysterious orbs I've seen in the sky, they would say I was crazy.
But I think these people are saying that it's something big, like something, not just an orb, but. I think what Heather's referring to is something online that they're presenting as like a second sun or something, or a celestial body. But by the way, we really want to thank Vin for coming on. He left rather abruptly, but we we begrudge him that. It's I mean, it's
I don't
always
know
good.
if he had to go do something or what.
Yeah, it was cute. It was cute. It's always good that he comes on at all. We appreciate the fact he comes on at all. But let him know he's always welcome, even if he leaves abruptly, to come back just as abruptly. No problem with that. Aside from that, dear Heather, so you've been gone for how long was it? Maybe 1 or 2 episodes? It feels like a few episodes. Maybe you weren't gone that long.
Oh no, I would think I was on a week ago.
Oh, okay, that's right. Just and then just kind of jumped off.
You remember? And that girl that that I had known from like growing up had connected with me for some short period of time, and I had you explaining about the glowing eyes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Remember?
Oh, how could I forget? I mean, that's Brendan and I actually spoke of that independently with each other afterwards, and so how is that whole scenario developing?
Well, now this is what's weird. Okay, so we went back and forth maybe like the next day, and then a day after that, and then she blocked me. Suddenly.
Really?
And then. So I looked back on Facebook because before when I went on Facebook, before I was blocked or when we were friends, I had like zillion pictures of her. Like that's how I was able to get the screenshot of that one to compare it to a picture of me. But all of a sudden now she's only got 6 friends. And I mean, she had more friends before. She had 6 friends. She had 2 pictures. And I'm wondering if... And I found another post made by her husband saying that on May 1st she had passed away.
Really?
And so I'm wondering if AI, I mean, because you know how they're saying like Facebook could like take your picture and make a profile, and and I don't know, because somebody else she was doing a thread of comments and somebody else questioned if she was even a real person because of the way that she was responding to things. So I'm just thinking that it's weird.
Do you feel she might have been an AI?
Well, I don't know if it was somebody that, I mean, it's weird because she had all of the memories, like in our conversations, she remembered everything, and it's just, I don't know. I mean,
that's really disconcerting.
Either that or she's laundering a shit ton of money or something.
Yeah.
No, she lives in a very small town where there's like 20,000 people that live there.
Well, that's not that small. Come on. I mean, it's small, but
she's probably a crypto millionaire. I don't blame her. I would have said I died too.
No, it was just weird. Because,
by the way, did you notice
everything in her profile just disappeared? Like it was a totally different profile.
I like the way Heather will say, "Yeah, what's weird?" As if the situation already was not beyond the bounds of any conventional experience. Then she'll say, but you know what's weird? After already,
the whole thing is weird,
yes,
the whole way she came out of, I mean, we hadn't spoken in like 30 years or more,
right? Yeah but
and then she divulged.
Well, I was asking you on air, I said, are you sure this is a real person? And you said it was.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, she remembered everything about, like growing up memories, like our softball teams that we were on. She knew where I had a tattoo.
Yeah, but they obviously have your memories somewhere stored.
Yes. Yeah. So to speak, yeah. By the way, did you notice...
somehow.
Yeah, did you notice, Brendan? Did you notice, Brendan, when I asked Vin, I said, hey, Vin, what about all those crypto abductions? That there really wasn't a response about the crypto abductions. Did you notice?
I don't know.
I think
if you heard
we'd
that.
have to explain. Yeah, we'd have to explain it.
Okay,
what happened?
I see. Oh, well, give her a briefing.
I was talking about cryptids, like that the coyotes, like there's a lot of skinwalkers in Arizona.
Oh, no. When I asked her about the crypto abductions.
Yeah, no, I'm saying we'd have to explain that.
Okay.
To him. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I get it. So he may not have known what I was referencing.
Right.
I see. So then go on to talk to Heather about the cryptids as well, then. The skinwalkers and shit. Yeah, they're in skinwalker country. That's for fucking sure. I mean,
Yeah, if you hear someone, like anyone who lives in those areas, even out here,
yeah,
if you go up to the mountains and you hear someone calling you,
yeah,
do not answer. Do not go towards that. Whatever you do.
yeah,
And it sounds like everyone, I mean, okay, just as a heads up for people, if you ever visit America and you go to a desert or some place in the mountains,
yeah.
do not respond to anything calling you.
Yes.
Because skinwalkers exist and they're very real,
Yeah.
and you will
Yeah,
never
they'll
be
like
heard from again.
if you're in the dark at a campsite or something, they'll throw rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are like Bigfoot and stuff, but
Did you hear that? Oh, go on.
okay, yeah.
Brendan. No, complete your thought.
I just said those Bigfoot is almost innocuous compared to a skinwalker.
Yeah, true. Quite so.
Unless you encounter it directly or something.
Yeah. I mean, Bigfoot's no joke, but the skinwalkers are pure raw evil, and they're much more malevolent, and
Yes.
their intent is much more crafty. They're much more crafty about what they. Did you hear that time, Brendan, that Sammy Romero probed and dragged out of me a story that I had never shared before about skinwalkers, in this case the loup-garou as it's known in the
Oh yeah,
barn.
I heard about that.
So you heard me talking to him about that then. Yeah.
But that was like more like a humanoid, right? Like it was part human.
Certainly conveyed itself as a human being. It was basically in human form, yes, and certainly was
Right.
vulnerable. So that's why I said loup-garou as opposed to skinwalker. So it's a loup-garou,
Yeah.
which would be, because he was talking about the Norleanian or New Orleans documentary he was watching about werewolves essentially down in the bayou.
Yes.
And so when he asked me about that, that's what I was referencing. So hence they use the term down there of loup-garou, but they're very different from, say, for instance, my werewolf neighbor a few doors down.
Well, it's saying that it's their Navajo culture, and Navajo is in Arizona.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
So that's where they'd probably come from, right?
Well, that's where they're hanging out. Skinwalkers.
Talking about skinwalkers.
Skinwalkers. She's
Yeah.
Well, they're all over. I mean, they're all over. It's like the natives knew how to deal with these beings, but it's like now that info is lost, like you can just talk to people that go camping and stuff. They hear this stuff a lot, but they just don't talk about it because it's scary as fuck. But you can ask anyone, like, if you're camping in a remote area, you will hear like children calling
your name,
someone saying help, like in a woman's voice or something. Do not follow it. Do not fall for that, whatever you do.
A baby crying.
Yeah, babies definitely do not. If it seems fishy, it is. It's not fun.
Yeah. You know, the question you will automatically ask yourself logically is, what's a woman or a child doing way out here? You know, well, there's no woman or child out there. That's why it's something else. Yes, and so your advice is well taken by someone like myself. Believe me. I mean, of course, I would avoid going out in the middle of the nowhere anyway. I mean, I've always been a city boy. Thank you. I'm as cosmopolitan as they come. You know, fuck the woods, man. Or the great outdoors. You know, I tried thinking, okay, got to give it a try, right? Got to give it a try. And I was dumb enough to say, maybe the first time just wasn't right, you know, I'll try anything twice.
They're also, I mean, skinwalkers are more like witches and stuff, like shapeshifters, but there's also like Wendigo. That's like, that's super malevolent.
Yeah. Wendigo is like, at that point, you're just on a whole new level. You don't even want to go there. That's like, and tell us.
They can disguise yourself. They can disguise as your pets even and stuff like that to get you to follow them. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. You got to be very careful.
Yeah. And you know, any brief description you can provide will be appreciated. Your own understanding of some of these concepts. Brendan, and then we'll hear from Heather about that. I mean, I'll do anything to avoid getting back into talking. I mean, I may go back to talking on the subject I was on. I may not. I mean, honestly, once Heather and Vin came on, I just felt so relieved at not having to provide analysis. I'm almost reluctant to return to it. But yeah, now that we're on kind of a roll with the cryptids, what about Heather? Do you have any links concerning this thing in the sky to provide Brendan or what?
No, I was just looking at it. I don't know, it's the sun. Maybe it's just the environment or the atmosphere. I just wanted.
Well, if you're talking about the red sun, those are from the wildfires. So don't those
There
people
we
probably
are.
just are sketchy. They're just making stupid.
Why would they
conclusions.
be in Florida?
Florida.
Because the smoke is blowing down.
Thank you.
It's blanketing the East Coast right now. The
Wasn't
wildfire
there
smoke.
a solar storm?
Oh,
or
from
something?
Canada as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, there is a solar storm, but that's another. That doesn't cause any kind of visual disturbance other than the northern lights and such. So there you go.
Oh.
Yeah. So I would take these with a grain of salt unless you see them yourself, like visually.
Yeah.
And as you said, Heather, you're not seeing this sort of phenomena visually yourself, correct?
Oh no.
Thank God.
Yeah. No.
Be glad for that. Consider yourself blessed. Things start getting wonky when wonky. I mean, say once that sort of thing starts coming into one's life, any particular cryptid stories stand out to you, Brendan, aside from what you've already articulated?
Nothing that. I mean, I don't like talking about it because I've dealt with these things before. So
Understood.
It's not exactly.
Yeah, how do you still have the balls to hang out in the woods at night and shit? I know sometimes you do. You seem to have an affinity for nature that borders on Holly's. Of course, Holly's goes a bit.
Yeah, but I go into controlled zones. I mean,
Yes.
even non-controlled zones. I mean, when we were younger, we got chased by shit that's unexplainable.
Yeah.
So, winged shadow beings and different things that you can't make this shit up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, things that lurk in the darkness that you don't want to deal with. So, yeah.
Thank you. That's horrible. And you still have the audacity to go out at night to look at the stars. That's incredible. I mean, I'm impressed.
Yeah, well, if you're in kind of like a reverential mode, like you get back up from the elements and things that you have to be in the right state of mind. But you can be protected from these things more so, which is what the natives knew. So,
yes.
Which is why they were able to live out in those places for generations. So.
What are the people that they I've known my friends saw at one time? They're people with no faces.
I mean, those are like I don't know the exact name about it, but yeah.
Like they have no face on at all.
Remember I said the other night that remember it wasn't that long ago where I said I was stupid enough to try and take out the garbage at 3 to 4 in the morning, and I said that
you saw a faceless being.
Yeah, and I saw a face. Like, and I'm talking about not just saw. I mean, this guy and I were standing face to facelessness. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's and I was. And my response, believe it or not, is like I can't really believe myself when I think back upon it. Why did I stay there staring at this individual trying to discern his features? And even though I certainly didn't want to try and go anywhere near the cans with him digging through them, I ultimately wound up, I said, I got to get to bed. I can't, wait for this guy. And so I just threw my garbage at his feet, after saying hi, and then threw my garbage at his feet. It's like when I think back on what an insane thing for me to do. And then I, went back in, locked the door, and, after like maybe half an hour, 45 minutes, maybe an hour or two, I was still awake, because oftentimes I think I got to go to sleep and then don't. And then I went back out and I couldn't throw my garbage in those cans because he had then filled up the can with garbage. It was absolutely phenomenal. This is like, in other words, it was like he took garbage out of everyone else's cans and put them in my can to prevent me from putting my garbage in my own can. It's like to get back at me for doing what I did, which was throwing the garbage at, his feet near my can, because that's what he was digging through. So I wasn't about to go straight up next to him, where we'd be kissing close to put my garbage in my can, and just, and I can't believe that I said, hi, of course, no response, and he's got no face with which to respond. And before I did that, I mean, when I reflect back upon my actions, it's like, I think half the time when we're confronted with these sorts of phenomena, we're not acting right. We're not acting. Yeah. Of course, people might draw the conclusion, oh, it was all in your head, Doug. Bull fucking shit. Bull fucking shit. It's like too much physical evidence. Like I said, I couldn't put my garbage in my own can after that because he had filled it up with garbage from all the local surrounding cans. It's like, obviously this was real. It was a very real experience, but it's like, it's also supernatural. Obviously, there's elements to it that are beyond normal, and these entities, they're not normal. Like they're in other words, they're super normal or supernatural.
They're just supernatural beings that happen to be around, but people don't notice them until you do. And but they're out there at night. And I hear them as like other people are hearing. Oh, did you hear the children out, the weird voices where Vin is kind of thinking, Vin is processing this as
they're chihuahuas.
All
these older people are
coyote.
Not chihuahuas.
Coyote. Yeah.
Coyotes eating chihuahuas.
There we are. And that's the childlike cries, the chihuahuas and cats being eaten. Yeah, there you go. But
that part checks out.
And Vin's processing it as that. And he's thinking all these other people are processing it wrong, that they're but in cases it's not that. In other cases it's something else. But when I'm awake throughout the night, believe me, I have heard plenty of things that don't make any sense in context. But
of course,
there's a lot of activity out on San Francisco streets at night, but particularly in this area, it's haunted. As a matter of fact, so get this shit. So when I came back from the dentist after all that, and I was exhausted, and so I have to, of course, where was this? It was after the shot. It wasn't the dentist. It was on Tuesday when I came back after getting the maintenance level shot, after being made late for that because, as I told Brendan, I was in contact with Brendan before I had to call Comcast and get them to institute a whole new program for my internet, where they actually said the overcharge, where my bill tripled, they are counting that as an overcharge, which they did not need to do. So like PayPal, Comcast is very much working with me. They're counting that as an overcharge, and they're putting that towards future bills. So, all this is great, but when I was exhausted after dealing with that, going to get that maintenance level shot, then coming home in the cab, I had to walk to the main hospital offices, because you don't want to call them at the clinic because it's a off area for a cab pickup. So I had to go to the main entrance, the main offices where there's more traffic and more easily accessible, just like I did with Chinatown, where I had to walk blocks to get back to where a cab can pick you up, en route. And so when the guy picked me up, turned out to be the cab I didn't call. This guy, he shows up and, picks me up. And then I said, I'm Douglas, I called. And he says, oh, well, I'm not the one you called, but I'll take you. And maybe that should already have been a clue that things were odd. Then when he's like driving me home, I tell him I'm going to Searchlight Market, I said, on the corner of Russian Hill, on the corner of Union and Hyde. Thank God I didn't have him bring me directly to my home. I said, I'm going to and then when he started asking me, oh, you live near there? And I says, yeah, and I'm like saying right down the block. And he kept probing. he kept probing. And, at first, I'm just casually saying, oh, yeah, unlivable place and all this stuff. And he's going good neighborhood. Then he starts asking me the subdivisions of, like, how many units in your apartment and shit. At that time, I'm thinking, is this guy setting me up? Is he casing the joint for some kind of break-in? Yeah, this did not make any fucking sense. So I finally started clamming up and just distracting the conversation. But, during the conversation to that point, the usual thing came up that I bring up about the cemetery, the Russian hills. And at first, he was like saying, oh, you sure? You sure? Like he's skeptical. And I said, look.
Wait, what do you bring up about the cemetery?
The same thing I usually bring up. Oh, the place is unlivable, and actually all the homes are over a cemetery. Because he's trying to say that it's a good neighborhood. I'm like saying, you obviously.
Well, that's how you know. That's how you know he doesn't know it, because your neighborhood looks like a Scooby-Doo fucking program, like a Scooby-Doo episode.
Thank you. And I told him that originally.
And I'm not making a joke. It literally is spooky as fuck.
Thank you. And when I told him, originally the landlords in the area before Silicon Valley, the landlords wanted rental income, and so they started setting up Section 8 housing contracts with the feds that they instantly regretted. I said, all it was a neighborhood of literally psychotic people attacking you when you went to take out the garbage because they were all digging through the garbage. And so again, this was all bizarre. Yet he made certain, the motherfucker, that when he drove me to Searchlight Market, he didn't go the normal route. He drove me through my street. In other words, he took a detour in order to drive up my street. So we're cruising by my home before he took me to the market. You get what I'm saying? That's how it's just, this did not add up. But the guy was like.
So you would point it out or something?
Yeah, that's what he was hoping for. Of course I didn't. But I was telling him, that the place is like, I got the cemetery, and he seemed quite skeptical. He was like quite skeptical. So I'm saying, no, it's what the tourists, little buggies say when they pass by my home. And, then
which I saw one of those tours, by the way.
Thank you. And when he finally realized I wasn't going to go any further describing my home, he starts going in on the cemeteries. He starts saying, oh, yeah, San Francisco has really got all these places built on top of cemeteries because originally it was a frontier Barbary coast town and everybody was here for the gold and they were all killing each other. And he pointed out, Laurel Heights. Think of this as Laurel Heights as the opposite of Laurel Canyon. And Laurel Heights in San Francisco was the biggest cemetery. And he points out thousands and thousands of bodies, and people are still discovering bodies in their homes today. And then he pointed out Civic Center. Civic Center was actually a big cemetery, and they were doing construction there on City Hall projects, and they keep uncovering coffins. And then he points out Yerba Buena, or your neighborhood in San Francisco, was another cemetery. And he says, oh, and you can go around these areas where the tombstones were actually cannibalized to add into the foundation of various buildings. And you can read the names on the tombstones that are incorporated into the foundations of various buildings. And he says, oh, it's why all of the... And this guy is acting skeptical about what I was saying about Russian Hill, but he's familiar with every cemetery in San Francisco.
So that's suspect, to say the least.
You get what I'm saying? This is like outrageous. It's like, what cab?
Because he wanted you to go off and divulge your location. That's all.
Yeah, that was what it came
to trigger you out.
Yeah. And it was outrageous. It's like this guy was definitely sent to pick me up. That's the only conclusion to draw. This is, it's just to say that he's a simple criminally minded individual who wanted to know about my home so he could break in. None of this made any sense because he started asking me details about my home when I'm like describing it. It was just, it became outrageous. It became very interrogative, like a police interrogation. And it was, it didn't make any sense. But then he was saying, oh, as a cab driver, I picked up all these people who are saying how haunted all their homes are. And he's saying, oh, of course, because there's all these cemeteries. Yet he was acting so skeptical when I brought up the cemetery in my neighborhood. And then he confirms it. Then when we're driving up, he says, oh yeah, and there's this little park over here on the right where this guy got killed. Remember that? And I said, yeah, how could I forget? I heard the shots when this guy got killed a few years ago in this neighborhood. Like he knew about that.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like it was just like he knew everything about my neighborhood already. So it's like it's just absolutely, that was one of the weirdest experiences. I was so exhausted over this week with everything going down. It's funny I forgot that till now. But yeah, it's all part of just but anyhow, he brought up that one particular case on Laurel Heights. This guy was doing repairs in his own home, and then it was doing some work eventually with a pick or a shovel in his own home and on his own property, and he hit something with a big clank, and he then became much more careful with his excavation and uncovered a glass coffin. And they used to sell glass coffins as a gimmick, saying that this will vacuum seal, hermetically seal the body so it will never decay. And it was all said later to be a gimmick, it's fraudulent. But the guy swore up and down the 2-year-old girl in the coffin was in perfect condition, as if she had just gone to sleep. Even her every hair in place, like wow. He said it was everything they said about hermetically being sealed in a glass coffin must be true. And so this guy found it, and then he presented it to the police, of course, and then somebody followed up and said this was one of the girls who died during the Barbary Coast era, probably a product of some 49er and prostitute, right. And yet it must have been a 49er who had struck gold, because he paid for her to be hermetically sealed in a glass coffin, which is altogether, wow, that's but he knew about all this.
Presumably the weight of the dirt plus the aerobic environment kept the body preserved.
Anaerobic environment.
Yeah, anaerobic.
Yeah, but he knew all this, yet was trying to get more out of me about, oh, there can't be a cemetery there. And I'm like, saying, how could you say that? It's Russian Hill, it was Barbary Coast, of course they're all killing each other. It was all a bunch of whorehouses. But anyhow, this was it. Then, like I said, remember how I said I had gone down Russian Hill, and then I realized, oh shit, that bank I'm going to has been closed, and I had to walk all the way back up the hill. So while I'm walking up the hill, just trudging along, probably looking like Nemo myself at that point. Then what happens is somebody comes up behind me. And I remember what our man, Real Tech said. I have a prescient vision. Someone's going to try to kill you from behind, in your neighborhood. Yeah. Watch out for it. They're coming at you with a stick. And, of course, all my alarm bells went off. It became just this feeling of insects crawling all over my body. Just the feeling of just skin shuddering revulsion. Like, why is this person coming near me? And it's like, so when I turn around and look at some white trash piece of shit coming up behind me, and he's like what we all imagine Nemo to look like by his own description. it's just like this. He's all deformed and and he's like, comes up at me with his sleazy, smarmy, yeah, I'm walking up, I can beat you and up the hill. I can beat you up the hill. And I'm 67. I'm 67. And
like a ghost of a 49er.
And he is wearing this horrible, well, he couldn't be, because he's wearing this horrible Hawaiian t-shirt, Hawaiian pattern shirt, and why does anyone wear a Hawaiian pattern shirt? What would drive a person? You couldn't pay me. How do those things even exist? It's like they're just, it's like
comfortable.
Yeah. Oh God. At any rate, but the patterns alone make it uncomfortable. They're
ugly.
Yeah. They're hideous. They're hideous. Except of course it's all faded with age and shit. And so he crab walks.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's basically what this fucker's doing.
You're serious?
He's crab walking, beyond me, like scuttling ahead of me, just to show how I'm 67, and it's like he's talking to me like he knows me. And of course, I said, good to see you. I said, because, he might be a neighbor. And then he entered the home I showed you that was unoccupied. He entered that home I showed you. He
Oh,
went
whoa.
in it. He went in it. And so I figured this must be property that chicken shit piece of white trash piece of shit owns that he's never in, and comes back to check in every 20 years or so, or he's a fucking dead ghost, but he was using a lock to get in and open the door. He didn't walk
The
through
black
the door.
house? The black?
No, it was the more blue one where I showed you, the more bluish one. It's that's all. Remember I showed you these doors? I said, the homeless don't sleep here? That one. Remember I said the homeless don't sleep here? That one. Yeah.
With that weird aura.
Yeah.
Threatening aura that the house.
That's the one he went into. The one that I told you after you visited, it was the next night the lights went on. Remember that? I told you that. Yeah. In one
It
room.
looked like they started renting it because they put up cameras and doorbells.
Yeah.
But there was no doorbell camera to be seen.
He's no fucking renter. He's no fucking renter. That fucker must own the property because he doesn't look like he can even pay rent. And when he crab walked beside me saying I'm 67 and shit, just to show, see what I can do. I'm 67, and I'm thinking, dude, I'm not impressed. You're crab walking, you're hunchback, and you're bow-legged.
That's sick.
It's like you look like a. It's I'm sorry, but Nemo's described to us. He walks outside the door, and then people throw their Slurpees at him, and this is what you'd expect to happen to this guy, and with good reason. It's like he's just repulsive when you look at him, and but anyhow, I vaguely remember seeing him around the neighborhood incidentally. Once in a while, but it's not somebody you would ever register because he's so repulsive. And but it's not like I've seen the guy in 10 years at least. I haven't seen this guy. So then the guy just comes up and then goes in that place. So he either never leaves or he's never there. So it's
that whole area is like a Scooby-Doo episode, and it's
absolutely.
not just because you're a vampire, but it's literally the vibe is weird.
It's horrible.
Those buildings are strange, and there's that one I told you, I showed it to you, the one.
Oh yeah. I mean, Brendan
it literally
was
has not been open since the 70s.
Yeah. Brendan was waiting in front of it for a while, and it's not a good neighborhood, and then the cab driver, that whole incident, it's things are just getting more and more surrealistic. But, a lot of this is surveillance combined with, of course, the natural negative, the bad feng shui. It's just bad feng shui in this neighborhood. But that,
at least.
Yes. But it's compounded.
It's built on a cemetery.
Yeah, it's built on a cemetery, which the goddamn cab driver goddamn well knew because he knew about every other cemetery in San Francisco. And he pointed out, but, after, 1870 or whatever, they outlawed any more bodies in San Francisco because it's just too, what would you call it, congested. Then he brought up, except in Presidio, but you got to be in the military to get there. And then I pointed out, no, I knew the woman whose husband was the last person to be buried at the Presidio, yet when I drove up there with a friend of mine, I was referring to you without naming you, I said we noticed that there was a woman who had been buried there fairly recently, maybe a year or two ago. Yeah, and he said, that she had pre-bought the plot or something, which is exactly what you said. She must have, purchased the plot 20 years ago when her husband was alive. And, so, so he knew all this. He knew all this, so he goddamn knew everything about the cemetery under my buildings around this place. But, obviously the whole city is built on top of a cemetery, one cemetery or another, and that's why San Francisco is so fucking haunted, and we got faceless individuals coming around at 4 a.m. in the morning digging through our garbage, and so it's
Which brings me to the thing I was going to reference is the different beings spoke about in the Puranic lore that prove that just that these beings are all around, but you don't deal with them. People don't usually see them, or like you said, you don't even notice you're dealing with them because you don't think of stuff. You're not humans aren't geared to think about shit like that usually. So there's things called boots, which are ghost. So boots, in Sanskrit means ghost. There's also prets, which are pretas. They're grotesque forms. They symbolize unbridled cravings during their earthly lives. They have large stomachs but tiny mouths, reflecting their inability to indulge the senses. You know, these are like the hungry ghosts of Buddhist lore.
Gaki.
There's
in Japanese they call them gaki. But go on.
Yeah. So those beings are real, and that's probably what the faceless beings are.
Yes.
That's why they're like always looking for food, but they can't eat anything.
That's
and
it.
Then
Thank you.
The Pishasha, there's Pishash, like these are like the banshees and shit. They're powerful, malevolent beings that thrive in areas of negative energy, such as graveyards or crematoriums. Though dangerous, they seldom interact with humans, and they live in isolated areas. The Pishashas dwell wherein darkness thrives, yet even they fear the light of divine grace. That's a quote from one of the Puranas. They're also the Kudales, the female spirits, believed to arise from women who have been suffered oppression or violent deaths. They haunt, these are like banshees, these female, beings. There's Vitalas. These are like zombie-like spirits known to inhabit corpses, depicted as spirits possessing supernatural strength and sinister auras. So those are just some of the Vedic kind of scriptures that talk about these beings.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I think this is important,
and they're real. They're real, and they're very real. And like places in, like the Barrow Whites, like that Tolkien talked about, those are like the Pishajas and stuff. And the beings like Aleister Crowley and stuff, they would go out to those places and do rituals to summon them and make deals with them or whatever. So that's like the banshees and shit. So
yes. There you go. Yeah. And
so there's beings like that in the wilderness out here in America. It's just you don't want to encounter them. So that's what all these skinwalkers are and shit.
Thank you. And as we've just articulated, there's plenty of them on the city streets of San Francisco in particular. This is like a mecca.
Yeah. And they've probably been around since the 60s, or like you said, since the gold rush era, but they just can fly under the radar because it's SF,
Yeah.
Or even New York or whatever.
Yeah, there you go.
And then you just see them, and I've dealt with them out here, in the cities. Yeah. And people think, it's just a crazy homeless person, but they're not human.
Tell what your security guard saw. How's he been doing? Was he only there for a few nights in a contract, or is he?
Yeah. It was only a couple days.
Okay. But tell people, what he saw that freaked him out.
Well, this shit, he saw this shit, and it spooks me out too. But I have to deal with it no matter what. So, but he just did it for one day and he couldn't hang.
Yeah.
But he said he saw a being that was in all black with a hood on, like huddled up against a fence facing the darkness.
Yeah.
And when he walked up and said, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" and shined the lights at it, it ran into the darkness, basically. Yeah. It was like a faceless being, and it ran away from him. Yeah. And he was spooked.
Of course. Yeah.
And he said, "I don't know who that was, but, it wasn't, they didn't respond to me. They just ran away." And
no shit.
Trying to tell him, I was trying to like lay it on him lightly. Like, dude, that sounds pretty supernatural, man.
Yeah.
But he didn't want to admit it. He was just, no one wants to deal with that shit,
Yeah. Well, I mean, he knew it inside intuitively.
Yeah.
He knows it. He can't bring himself to consciously confront it because then he couldn't hang, he couldn't even make it through the night.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then there was also another dude that was like obviously zombified. Just he showed me the video where it was like some dude with like pure white hair, and he was like, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" And the guy just walks right by him, and then like just walks out of the gate.
And you say this was captured on video?
It's captured on video. Yeah. I watched
oh my God, that's fascinating. So tell us more about this again. This is like so it's captured on video. He's confronting him, at least verbally. It
was like a dude, just like a random guy walking through. Somehow made it through all the gates magically. And then he's like, "Hey, what are you doing here? Who are you? Why? You got to go." And the guy just keeps walking, doesn't turn around, doesn't move, and just walks out the gate. Like just as if it's a normal day,
Yeah, of course. Oh my God! And so this was the same security guard. The same security guard in both cases.
Yeah, this was the same night.
Jeez, it's the same night. Jesus, how did he even make it through the night? Oh, shit.
I don't know. I mean, because he just denied. It was just denial mode, you know, just pretending like it didn't happen. And he was convinced that that second guy he saw was the first thing he saw.
Oh, that's just crazy.
Yeah, and I was trying to just break it to him lightly. I was like, yeah, maybe not.
Yeah.
The second guy could have just been some heroin head or something that was looking for cans, but
no. Not when they're just staring at a wall. I'm just going to stare here at the wall.
No. This was a different.
Oh, you're talking about the zombified guy who
the second guy
got caught on. Yeah, even then, no, like you said, making it through all the doors, gates, everything else. I mean, it's all like.
It's very strange, and I'm pretty sure I saw the second guy.
Okay,
I've seen that guy around, but he doesn't speak or anything. He just walks through.
Yeah,
so it could be just an apparition, like literally an apparition. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
Just like you go up to them and they're just not responsive, and then they just leave.
Yeah,
and that's it. There's no other. You don't get anything else out of them. You know.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's it's so true. It's so true, and it's like, but of course, do not confront them to all the normal people out there. I mean,
well, if you see like the being with the hood that's like facing a fence, like staring into space, definitely do not confront that shit. But this guy felt compelled. He said, like, I kept asking and it wasn't moving, and then he like turned on his car and turned on all the lights, and he said that's when it ran away. And I was like, yeah.
Well, I mean, I mean, look at me with the faceless. The guy was black, but only in the sense that there's no features, black color. But it's like it's really an entity. There's no facial features whatsoever, and
it was a hungry ghost. It was just they died in the city years ago, and they're
and yet here I was. Yeah. Doing what the security guard did, like, hi, why did I say that? Why did I say that?
In your defense, you've dealt with a lot of fucked up shit.
So. But it's like there's something about these entities where we kind of do things we shouldn't be doing. We shouldn't be trying to communicate with them. We shouldn't.
No, don't deal with them. Don't deal with them.
Just don't deal with them. Yes, and. Like Brendan said, the problem is that my envelope of tolerance is just far too wide. It really is. So, honey, Heather, are you still with us? What about yourself? Any of this bring anything to mind from your own cosmology or experiences? Obviously, you've experienced something recently that borders on the supernatural, or rather, probably repressed memories or compartmentalized personalities concerning this individual who was able to, basically was almost like a lost sister in a sense, and
it's just strange. I mean, I remember like she was always around, but she was like really good. Like she was like the Christian girl that was always doing good, and I was always getting into trouble, and I was the troublemaker. So, I didn't ever want to corrupt her. So we never really hung out. It was weird. We weren't really friends, but she was always there.
Yeah.
Wow. And then
Doug, back to the Hungry Ghost for just a quick second.
Of course, take your time. No rush.
It says, these beings, according to Buddhism, are, of course, manifested through their deeds, their negative deeds in their like earthly life. But some traditions imagine these hungry ghosts living inside the earth, or they live in the midst of humans but go unnoticed by those around them. Or they choose to distance themselves. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So you can see them and you can encounter them, but they're the gaki, the jin, jikinji gaki, spirits of greed or jealousy. Cursed with insatiable hunger. There you go.
Yeah, definitely. It's there you go, and that explains quite a bit, puts a lot into context.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
It says these are G. Kiniki, people eating ghosts. Spirits of greedy, selfish, or impious individuals cursed after death to seek out and eat human corpses. They do this at night, scavenging for newly dead bodies and food offerings left for the dead.
There you go.
There you go. So you
Wow.
encountered one.
That's for sure.
Congratulations.
That's for fucking sure. And like I said, the horror is I've dealt with so much all my life that I tolerated it while this individual was
Like talking to it.
Well, beyond that, remember how I said it was coming slowly with this inexorable, like a glacier, like an advancing glacier,
Yes.
was going from can to can and just coming up the street. And I kept thinking maybe I can load the cans before it comes up, maybe before I can, because I hadn't emptied the garbage in 2 weeks. So I had to empty the garbage, and and so I'm saying maybe I can get this done before it gets here. But no, it still got there before I finished, and that's when the encounter happened, and everything could have capsized at that point. When I think about it, so many negative things could have happened, and I don't mean in the sense of like physical combat. Just you can imagine just all kinds of things just going wrong. It's,
you don't want to deal with these beings.
Yes,
Definitely not.
you definitely don't, and it's there you go, and take all this to heart, people, and so what about yourself, Heather? Obviously, you used to work in a funeral home or grew up around a funeral home. Any memories from that other than what you've already shared in terms of experiences where something similar may have happened?
Oh, the hellhounds.
Hellhounds. Tell us about this.
Yeah, how when I go to the cemetery and I record.
Oh,
my
yeah,
phone.
here's some spooky shit. Sorry to interrupt you, Heather.
Okay, go ahead.
16 hungry ghosts are said to live in hell or in a region of hell. But unlike other hell dwellers, they can leave hell and wander. They look through garbage and human waste on the outskirts of human cities. They are said to be invisible during daylight hours, but visible at night. They not only eat corpses, but food that is burnt up. And they have big bellies and thin needle-like mouths.
Well, no big belly on this guy. This guy was on the, what do you call that? The new drug everybody's on. Ozempic?
Ozempic.
Yeah,
Ozempic. Yeah, but
Ozempic. Yeah.
But this is just this is like just a Buddhist interpretation of the spirit level. Yeah. So physically they can show up as things that would blend into society.
Yeah.
So yeah, you saw one of these beings. I mean it's exactly like you described.
Yes.
Wandering, looking through human garbage and human waste on the outskirts of the human cities. Yeah,
absolutely. Yes. Thank you.
So if anyone wondered how haunted Doug Street is, there you go.
Yes.
Shit crawls out of hell right in front of them and shit.
Yeah. And thank you. And it's just so
and you're talking to it like, how's your day?
yeah. What? Yes. What the fuck is going on in my mind? So, honey, Heather, again, what you were going to say about these hellhounds? Something.
Oh yeah. So when I record it and on slow motion, then I went back and listened, and all you can hear are the dogs, the hounds of hell, like barking and whining.
What? you on videos,
like, you're recordings. Like, I don't know, you could hear the dogs or hellhounds because you could tell it sounds like it's coming from under the ground.
Wow. Thoughts, Brendan?
Yeah, I mean, what that is what it is. It's pretty obvious. Like the black dogs and all that, they're seen all over the world, and you don't want to deal with those beings, obviously.
Yeah, they protect the underworld, or the spot where you can go from the one world to the other worlds. They guard it so people can't get into it.
Okay. But by the way, I've always been puzzled at that. This is the Kerberos. Kerberos is the three-headed hound who guards the entry to hell. Exactly like, who in their right mind wants to go there? It's kind of like,
Yeah.
okay, why
Like,
does
go
it,
where?
to hell? I mean, it's like, why is it guarding a place no one wants to go? It's, yeah, these are always puzzling to me, these things.
Oh, you're saying why there's like a Cerberus and stuff?
Yeah. Why are they guarding?
Because people try and retrieve their loved ones and shit.
Yeah. Okay,
It's
true enough.
just, there
Good
are
point.
reasons for going down there. Yeah, there's
Okay,
reasons.
point well taken. Point well taken. That's good.
And it's like another realm and stuff. So it's like you don't, some people would like to go down, just like because they have like entire cities and stuff. Like people want to go down there, so like you can't just let the riffraff in.
Yeah.
Like even those beings have like standards.
True.
Because their lifespans are much longer and stuff. They don't want just randos coming in.
Yeah, good point. No, it's true. It's true. This is true. And point well taken. Yeah, my question was asked more in fun than anything else. But yeah. Ed, so what else, Heather, besides what you've just described? Anything else that comes to your mind? I mean, certainly you've got this Hare Krishna cosmology. Is there anything in your own experience vis-a-vis that cosmology that has stuck with you? Come to mind?
Well, you're not supposed to feel sorry for the living people or the dead people. You're never supposed to feel sorry for anyone.
Oh, okay. And
because everybody's got their own karma and their own path, So it's like if I see this guy with no legs, I'm like, oh, I feel sorry for him. I've kind of reconditioned myself to not feel sorry for people. It's just
with that horrible guy who came scuttling up behind me, I certainly felt no sorrow for him. I can tell you that. But so you got to get that. Yeah, I get it.
Even for like if you see starving children, you're not supposed to feel sorry for them.
Yeah, and I see what you're saying.
It's like you just don't know, like you don't know like the karma of those beings. Like
right.
You can only know your own situation.
So how do you interpret acts of charity? Certainly Hare Krishna performs acts of charity. Does it not? Does it not feed the poor?
They feed people.
Yeah.
But I guess
it's fine if like the beings come to you, but you can't really like you can't save everybody.
Right.
It's like anyone can do that. Like only divine can do that. So you have to kind of just stay within.
And when you express some kind of like pity for people, it's not a good moral
space.
Like
the
basis of it, the basis of Dharma is like live and let live, and it's like you want everyone to evolve, but you can only do from your side the maximum of what you could do. So you can cook for people and feed them and teach them the right things, but you can't overstep that and just like because if you you can think of it as like a thought experiment. If you go out and just grab random homeless people and give them a house and food and stuff and money, you don't know what they've done. You have no idea what the heck they've done, what kind of evil, vile shit they've done,
No, of course.
So they have to come to you, and you have to be on a certain kind of vibe.
I mean, I hate to say it, there's a reason most of them are homeless, and it's mostly because the majority of them are assholes. It's that's
exactly.
Yeah, and
which is it goes back to the beings themselves. Like what level you're at is because of your previous actions, whether this life or another life.
And all that being said, I was trying to find something. There was a certain video that I was looking for where I was going to bring up as an example of, again, kind of odd behavior that it kind of triggered an odd response behavior in myself, in that I can see how I could so easily put myself in danger. This was somewhere in what I'm presuming was either the Malayan realm, like South Asia, or Southeast Asia. And of course, it's a typical thing that you find on YouTube when you're doom scrolling. And what people run into is scary videos, and then they'll run into, all these third world nations where people are uploading what they're recording on their cell phones. But the encounter in this case was in what was a neighborhood at night. No, it wasn't a neighborhood. More like a abandoned neighborhood. It would be an abandoned neighborhood, so there's no electrical infrastructure or certainly no homes with the lights on. It's just abandoned buildings. But it's, a fairly rural area, or at least the feeling was of that. So it's kind of like what you'd find in Southeast Asia, like Malaya, or some places maybe in India. Places like that look like a relatively warm, balmy area where people could spend their time wasting their time traipsing about at night with their stupid cell phones, hoping to have some supernatural encounter and then regretting it when it happens. And so, they're going around with their flashlight and then encounter a lady, female of indeterminate age, who's sitting down like in the corner of one of these structures, smiling with this ghastly smile. And of course the question automatically arises, is this CGI manipulated, where the smile is a bit more exaggerated than your normal human mouth is capable of? So it's like, or is that just a facial deformity, or these things can happen, a dislocated jaw or something of that nature. But she's kind of like smiling when the light is cast upon her. Yet the feeling that I would normally get would be that this is a person who's probably mentally disturbed and is like is basically feral. It's almost semi-feral. Yet at the same time they were dressed, so it could be, people would interpret that to be a ghost because they're dressed. But that, it's not necessarily that the clothes are not soiled. But first thing I would think of is not necessarily asking this person if they need help, but there's just almost a fascination where, wow, if you really are a dead or supernatural being, there's almost then the temptation to try and communicate, simply because it's such a it's almost like speaking to a foreigner from a different land, like a stranger from a strange land. Obviously not something to be recommended in terms of an action, but nevertheless there's that bizarre quirk in my own personality that veers towards that. So again, that's something that just is something that I probably need to overcome. It's really something that probably will never serve me well. But yeah, there you go with that. Having shared that,
were you encountering these people, these beings?
No. I'm just talking about, in this case, it was just doom scrolling in a sense. I don't believe it or not, I don't normally do that. I simply don't have time. But it's one of these cases where I was exhausted enough and yet in enough of a state where I wasn't sleepy. So I was just like kind of going through these videos on YouTube. And when I went through the video on YouTube, this came up. So it was like, but then again, what drew me to it was she's younger, female, indeterminate age, but certainly no hag, but had a fairly deformed face, but not deformed enough to be repulsive, just obviously ethnic, South Asian chick, you would presume, and that's what I presumed from, I guess, I really wasn't listening to the voices, but the person who encountered her stayed there long enough where people questioned its authenticity. Normally, if you're wandering around at night and then you encounter something like that, oh, there's a girl sitting in this corner who's like smiling at me with a fairly deformed smile, in the sense that it seems to be a wider smile than the human face is normally capable of physiologically, and she's kind of clacking her teeth, then it's like, why doesn't the person just automatically run away? There shouldn't be the footage that we had. In other words, in a normal sense, you would assume the person's just gonna it's just turn around and run, right? But they stay there long.
You got glitched out right when you said that. That's pretty spooky.
Interesting. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, this is where people question the authenticity and feel that's a performance art, because, normally a person encountering something like that, you're not going to stay there long enough to even get the footage that we got where there's something discernible, because the person's, you would assume. And yet, as I've explained, you would have assumed I would have done the same thing with Mr. Faceless coming up inexorably off the street. And yet it's... So, people need to realize that people don't act normally when you encounter these things. You're kind of mesmerized. You're kind of caught in this vortex of, there's a gravity situation of vortex which you're drawn into, of a kind of, like the bird. They used to think birds were hypnotized by snakes, that the serpent would hypnotize the bird, and the serpent could therefore eat the bird, that they'd hypnotize them before they devoured them. There's something of that. There's something of that. By the way, interesting thing to point out here, I have dreams as well. I don't focus on them like certain individuals do who have been on the show in the past that we know of, who will speak of these dreams as if their dreams are like obviously the high point of their lives, which I hate to say it, shows how empty their lives are. There's nothing going on with their lives, which is why their dreams have such an impact on them. But I dreamt just the latest sleep period that I had, either that or the night before, of all people to show up in my dreams briefly, Max Spears. Nothing homoerotic, I assure you. Do need to qualify that simply because, people automatically go there. But, all kinds of people of all genders show up in our dreams, no matter what.
I don't remember exactly what he looks like as far as, like, vividly, but I never really got the image of him. People said, he's an attractive
the woman just
character.
Well, you know why the women were
I never
batshit
got
over
that
him?
impression.
You know why the women were batshit over him?
Yeah.
He had this boyish vulnerability, and he was a bird with a broken wing. So they all wanted to take him under their wing. That was the trick.
But I never got the
you're not a fucked up, traumatized female who's so damaged that she needs to do that. That's why you don't feel that. It's like it's like looking at gay porn. Neither you or I get excited because we just look at that and we say, we can only look at that for a few seconds, acknowledge what it is,
right?
And
but you can still see why they're like attractive. But I'm saying like even that. I didn't get it. Well,
believe me, when I first met the guy physically, I told you what my response was, get this guy off of me. Remember I told you he kept collapsing out. He's covered in his own vomit. But all these women are like, ooh, it's because he's a fucked up needy kid. He's just an overgrown fucked up needy kid. They coos over that shit. But no, he was in my dream, but it was briefly. It was just more like in passing, like I don't remember any conversation. It was more just an acknowledgement. It was like kind of like he was checking in, and it was. That was okay. That was nice for what that was. It was just interesting that it happened. I mean, of all people to show up in my dreams, all of a sudden it was him, and so that was interesting. Just a thought. For some reason though, I feel it's important to bring it up and get it on record that happened. So if you're listening, Crystal River, shout out to you. Not that Crystal River, has any particular infatuation with him, but it's something that. He was a big part of her life, but like she said, by the time he died, she wanted him dead. By the time he died, and I get it. But
here I have something from the, from the Vedic perspective about you're wondering why they have guards. Why do they have dogs and shit guarding?
Yeah, guarding hell and places like that. Yeah,
the lower realms, the netherworlds, because. It's talking about, it says the next world below, one of them, these are the different lokas, which is where we get our word location from in English. These are the realms above and below Earth. But the ones below, there are 7 levels below Earth. The next level below Atala is called Vitala, where Lord Shiv, who in one of his forms is known as the Master of Gold Mine, he lives with his wives and ghosts and similar entities in a river of gold where fire and blaze and sizzles and spits out gold, special types of gold called hataka. And the demons who live here are decorated and made with various ornaments, and thus they live very happily.
Wow.
So there's like gold and jewels and shit. So, so even if you're traveling spiritually and shit, like, you can't just go there.
Got it.
Like, that's why they have dogs being guarding.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
They have stuff they don't want people getting to.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so that explains quite a bit. And
yeah.
So some crazy.
And even the ones that are really close, like the ones, that are like subterranean, let's say.
Yeah.
You can like bring stuff back here. Yeah. Like through portals or whatever.
Got it.
Like Agartha and stuff. Like, you don't want beings just walking down there.
Now
it's all the guard. Yeah.
Got it. So let's arrange a trade. I promise to watch the Ninth Gate if you finally sit down and review Shockwaves. That's that way.
Oh yeah, I'd be happy to watch Shockwaves.
Okay.
But, yeah. The Ninth Gate is a bit of a slug if you want to do that.
Okay. How long? I mean, is it that long?
No, but it's like super esoteric. Like, it's kind of like a mystery,
Okay.
The whole time he's trying to figure this out, and then it's, how to conjure Satan. Mm-hmm. But it fits your vibe, so you should watch that, because he's like going through all the grimoires and shit.
God, it's almost obligatory in that sense.
And the book he has, yes, exactly. The book he has is written by Lucifer himself, and then they like reveal that.
Yes. And you've heard of this? There's almost this. What is it? Is it called the Book of Lucifer? I mean, we could try and look it up. There was a book some monk wrote in the Middle Ages that it said he wrote it overnight. Yet it's something that obviously you would normally take. These scribes took years and years, decades to write these books, and yet he was said to have written it overnight, and it was like. Full of all of these demonic and diabolic symbols. And,
so that's where the movie gets it from.
Got it.
It was a real. Everything in that film is real. Yes. But they fictionalize it.
Yes. Dramatize it.
Dramatize it. Excuse me. Dramatize. And it's a Roman Polanski film.
Okay.
That never got any traction.
Interesting.
And even to the point where Johnny Depp took a pay cut to star in it for no reason.
Oh, we know the reason. I mean, he's an occultist.
The Gygas Codex.
Yeah.
Devil's Bible.
Got it. Gygas Codex. Thank you. Devil's Bible. That's it. Yes. And so there we have that. Fascinating. By the way, I want you to know that our numbers went up all the while we've been discussing all this stuff, which I find pretty hard to believe or understand.
People love this shit.
Yeah. So our numbers have gone up over the past few hours.
Oh shit! The book is extant and it looks spooky as hell.
Oh yeah.
Jeez.
Oh yeah. Where is it kept? Where's it kept? I presume there's only one copy in the world. Is that not the case? No one's...
Yeah, and it's probably, and if you watch that film, it's not a genuine copy. It's most likely a copy of a copy.
Interesting.
So if you watch The Ninth Gate, it explains how all this happens.
I see. Yeah. Because what I will say is I notice I don't believe
Bohemia. It's in the Czech Republic. There you go.
Oh well,
there
of course.
Fucking go.
Oh, of course.
The most occult place on earth.
Yes.
Prague.
Yes. Yeah. Where, of course, that brainwashed idiot, Pavel Edward, came from, Mr. Child Porn, who was using my son's face to befriend kids all over Europe. Piece of shit. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. It's now in the National Library of Sweden.
Okay.
Stockholm.
Interesting.
Where it is on display for the general public. So it must be a copy. It has to be.
Well, I'm sure they can't allow the general public to physically touch it because grease and oil from human hands will destroy, paper or even objects. They won't even let you touch a statue, let alone,
Right.
paper like that. So it must be only on display in the
Well,
sense that.
Yeah, they just sit it open with
Yeah.
like a page open.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's bullshit. That's bullshit. And like you said, that must be just a copy, like you said, where the rest of the pages are blank. It's like some shit like that.
Yeah.
That's some bullshit because because I one thing that strikes me is I don't believe I've ever seen, it would be quote unquote relatively simple. I could even say so easy that they just scan every fucking page and reproduce it for release to the public as like here's the paperback edition, like they do with other. I've never seen that.
They don't. No, of course.
Yeah.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Because it's written by their there's a lot of Vedic stuff to go sift through, but like it's written by like the actual being, like
Yes.
Lucifer. So
Yes.
you don't just put out your master's like stuff.
Yeah.
Like you don't put that out. It's not good form. It's not nice. It's not respectful.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
and that being is very real, and he does a lot on Earth. They're not so stupid. The rulers aren't so stupid. Like,
Thank you. Yeah.
like they're being guided by these higher beings. Like
Yes.
fallen angels are pretty high up. Like let me just put it clearly.
Yeah.
They're not so. The way the modern thing is it makes them seem like almost like ignorant and kind of like demonic or whatever.
Mm.
But that's not the case. They're very intelligent and how do I put it? How would I put it without having to go through the backstory?
Well, it's kind of like what we were saying. Both Brendan and I have come to the conclusion that the twain of us, along with Brooke Gibson, for whatever reason, that a good example of this would be that the Horcrux or personae as extant of Michael Aquino seems to have a perverse affection for us, and this almost like results in all the hatred that we get from the cult of the Kings of Edom, because it's really a kind of lunatic jealousy on their part. It's not like we're asking for this attention.
I don't want to hang out with them. He just shows up. It's like,
thank you. Which is what he was doing with Brooke Gibson. Even before she knew about him, she described him perfectly and physically, as did her daughter Lola, who was the first to hear his voice speak to her after his death, quote unquote, and then she would see him pretty much in the window. Both of them saw him and described him before I ever introduced the topic to either one of them. So they were definitely visited by him, and he was kind of like hanging out at her home. And it's just like obviously she didn't request this attention. It was because she had glommed onto me that she got it. But then after that, the Peter Moon and the rest of the cult of the Kings of Edom began harassing.
Threw everything.
Yeah.
Threw everything at us.
Yeah. And it was like this insane jealousy, like the kind of jealousy David Schroeder felt when he felt that I was taking all of Aquino's attention away from him. And I'm like, dude, he was making you eat babies on a stick, according to yourself. Why aren't you grateful I took the attention of him from you? Instead, he's jealous.
No, he wants it.
Yeah, he wants it. Yeah, it's like, it's like these people they don't get it. It's like, we're not asking for this attention. It's like, there you go. But somehow Aquino, for whatever reason, is attracted to us, and his attention stirs, provokes this insane jealousy on the part of all of these maniacs. And then they spend all their time attacking us in various ways. But in my case, it goes to the heights of this bizarre character assassination. With Brendan and Brooke, it's more like just direct assaults. Generally just direct occult assaults. But in my case, it's more like, they can't get me through the occult assaults. So other than, kind of impacting the environment around me to a degree. But instead, so they turn towards this bizarre character assassination, which is never attacking what I say, but always myself as a person. It's yeah, it's so there you go. No, that's
Well,
like
that's the only way. That's the only option left, really.
yeah, yeah, and all that having been said,
And like the
yeah,
funny part is, Q never denounced you. He just said,
yeah.
he just said, I don't know him.
Yeah. And it was such a perversely unbelievable. It was like nobody believed him when he said that.
Never met the guy.
Yeah.
Met the guy.
I never met Douglas Dietrich, and then he ultimately asked, well, what's his Sean Stone to take that particular video down and scrub it because even he realized it just made him look stupid because everybody kept everybody in the comments entered on
Because he
it.
never acknowledged it before.
Yeah, but everybody in the comments would enter things like, "You sure spent a lot of time denying you know somebody you never knew." Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, it's like yeah. So everybody, we're bordering on almost 8 hours. I'll probably be checking out in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, I need, like I said, I need some buffer time before I go to bed. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna go
so
soon.
we might as well let Bren go.
Yeah.
I'll probably let the listeners go. Well, we love you dearly, Brendan. Stay safe and be well. Blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber. Let's both say goodnight to Heather. Heather, you want to hang around a bit more while maybe I'll just go into a bit. Or say goodnight to our listeners.
I'll just
Bren.
listen. I'm kind of dozing off a little bit, but I'll be listening.
Okay. Love you, honey, and
Good
stay
night.
safe and be well. And blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber to both yourself and Vin. Kisses to you, honey. Hugs to Vin.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Bren, you want to say good morning to everyone before you check out? Give yourself that buffer time. Yeah. Oh, wonderful sigils from Brendan.
Yes. Yes. Good evening and good morning to all.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah, I'm going to go do some ablations before I sleep.
Excellent.
To prevent any unwanted discussions as happened last time.
Yeah.
So.
Sounds good. And I'll
right.
download these images. Thank you so much. Love you dearly.
Yes.
All right. Bye for now.
Blessings.
Okay. And so we'll turn back towards my analysis for a little while at least, take us into the 8th hour. And okay, so as for finishing up with Ukraine's attack and the counterattack by Russia, first off, in terms of the implications of what this means for warfare in general, or the practice thereof, first off, we're talking about limiting conventional aero defenses. Ukraine's previous drone attacks have frequently been countered by Russia's relatively advanced aero defense systems, such as the S-300 and S-400 missile launchers. But it seems these latest drones don't need to run the S-400 gauntlet. The SBU said that rather than flying larger long-range drones through Russian aerospace from Ukraine, it trucked the containers out to the aerofields, activating the smuggled drones after remotely retracting the roofs to release them with a much shortened and simplified journey to their target. The drones struck warplanes at the aerofields of Balaya, Diaghilev, Olenia, and Ivanovo. And it's a powerful statement of Ukraine going it alone. Lithuania's former foreign minister, Gabrielis Landsbergis, said on Monday that the attack showed Ukraine's ability to innovate and surprise the world. Himself writing that, powered largely by domestically produced armaments, Ukraine once again innovated while the world talks, hosts meetings, and forms yet another coalition of the willing. Ukraine is preparing to fight on its own terms. If you ever wondered what strategic autonomy looks like, this might be it. Its scale and ingenuity, carried out without visible Western intelligence or logistical support, suggests Ukraine is now less resilient, less reliant on outside help. Ukraine's Western backers, such as these United States, have resisted providing the weaponry and intelligence. Ukraine has sought for retaliation against Russian bases from which it launches regular attacks on Ukrainian civilian infrastructure and defensive lines. So I certainly love Ukraine for doing what it needs to do for itself. Fuck the West, which is impotent, useless, and ultimately, thanks to Donald Trump, on Russia's side. But then again, it was the same way under that pig shit Mr. Joe Biden, who was definitely on the side of the Russians, ever unwilling to help the Ukrainians out in any way. And I still think he gave the Israelis all the help they needed. Maybe drew the line only. And I know for a fact that, unlike what Troy said, Joe Biden just aped and regurgitated like a parrot everything Netanyahu told him to say about that goddamn hospital. He never condemned it. Not for a goddamn moment. Now, Ukraine showed that a fleet of $150 million bombers on a runway can be made prey to the kind of cheap drones modified slightly from racing and wedding photos. There you go. It is also has another point to be made here on counting my fingers. We're at the fuck you finger now, the middle finger. It enables Ukraine to hit deeper into Russia. Prior to these coordinated strikes, Ukraine's drone attacks on Russia have reached as far as 1,100 miles from their shared border. That distance is dwarfed by the reach of last Sunday's attack, where the farthest airfield at Belaya in the eastern central Irkutsk region was more than 2,500 miles from Ukraine itself. Russia most likely viewed bases far from Ukraine as being at less risk of attack, to say the least. They probably felt they were invulnerable. While details of the attack itself need to be independently confirmed, Justin Bronk, an influential aero power expert at the Royal United Services Institute, has already verified that initial visual information suggests that this is, his words, a stunning success for Ukraine's special services. Bronk observing that even if only half of the reported 41 planes were damaged or destroyed, it would have a significant impact on Russia's ability to launch long-range cruise missile attacks on Ukraine's civilian infrastructure, with Bronk estimating that Russia had about 60 active Tupolev 95 Bear bombers and about 20 Tupolev 160 Blackjack bombers involved in this aerial campaign, and he said replacing damaged parts would be an astronomical challenge, as production on both models has either slowed or rather halted completely in recent decades. And finally, I guess maybe as another point, we're at the pointer finger now. There's no hard shelter for planes. Videos and images from the attack show that the planes were parked in the open air, outside any shelter. This may have made them an easy target. Satellite images have suggested that this is a point of some anxiety for Russia, which appears to have tried to pile tires onto the wings of its bombers to try to trick visual guidance systems. An aerocraft on the ground is highly vulnerable to attack and is wholly dependent on aeroborne aircraft and nearby aero defenses. Russia isn't the only nation with this issue. While the Communist Chinese Empire is reported to have enough hardened aero shelters to house the majority of its combat aircraft, the United States has invested far less in this capability. So if it can happen in Russia, guaranteed it can happen here. And that brings us to my thumb, my opposable thumb, which is the crux of all these points to be made. Sleeper drones. You see, at the same time, Russia has shown itself quick to learn throughout the war, which should worry the West. Carl Rosander, the CEO and co-founder of the Swedish defense tech startup Nordic Aero Defense, has concluded that the attack is a stark reminder of a new phase in war, one where drones can be covertly deployed and lie dormant behind enemy lines waiting to strike, himself emphasizing that it's only a matter of time before the tactic is taken up by Russia and other hostile state actors. The implications of this are wide-ranging. An aerobase needs a combination of armored shelters for aerocraft, electronic jammers to disrupt drone guidance systems, and enough missiles or guns to shoot them down. All are costs measured in billions of dollars, and Ukraine just devised a new threat costing in the mere thousands. While long-range drones will continue to strike, weaponized short-range drones will be hidden and waiting for launch to attack deep inside adversary territory, as James Patton Rogers, a drone expert who's executive director of the Cornell Brooks Techno Policy Institute, posited while questioning how vulnerable NATO aero bases are to such attacks, himself pointing out how the tactic could be adapted elsewhere. Ukraine didn't detail how it successfully smuggled the drones past Russian authorities, but Patton Rogers notes that the fact that it did so, in his words, highlights the vulnerability of Russian transport and logistics system. The question for Russia must be how many more are lying in wait. This attack is a window to future war. Drones won't be confined to a set battlefield. The question is, are NATO allies ready for this new reality? And Ukraine's drone attack on Russian warplanes was a serious blow to the Kremlin's strategic arsenal. So in that very sense, we're going from the tactical to the strategic. A surprise Ukrainian drone attack that targeted several Russian aerobases hosting nuclear-capable strategic bombers was unprecedented in its scope and sophistication, for the first time reaching as far as Siberia in a heavy blow to the Russian military. Ukraine saying over 40 bombers, or about a third of Russia's strategic bomber fleet, were damaged or destroyed last Sunday, although Moscow said only several planes were struck. The conflicting claims could not be independently verified, and video of the assault posted on social media showed only a couple of bombers hit. But the bold attack demonstrated Ukraine's capability to hit high-value targets anywhere in Russia, dealing a humiliating blow to the Kremlin and inflicting significant losses to Moscow's war machine. While some Russian military bloggers compared it to another infamous Sunday surprise attack, that of Japan's strike on the United States base at Pearl Harbor in 1941, others rejected that analogy, arguing the actual damage was far less significant than Ukraine claimed. So again, that forces us to take another look at what warplanes were reported hit. Russia's bomber assets. For decades, long-range bombers have been part of the Greater Soviets and Russian nuclear triad that includes land-based intercontinental ballistic missiles and atomic-powered submarines carrying ICBMs. The strategic bombers have flown regular patrols around the globe, showcasing Moscow's nuclear might. During the 3-year-old war in Ukraine, Russia has abused these heavy planes to launch waves of cruise missile strikes across the country. The Tupolev Tu-95, which was codenamed Bear by NATO, is a 4-engine turboprop plane designed in the 1950s to rival the United States B-52 bomber. The aircraft has an intercontinental range and carries 8 long-range cruise missiles that can be equipped with conventional or nuclear warheads. Before Sunday, Russia was estimated to have a fleet of about 60 such aircraft. The Tupolev Tu-22M is a twin-engine supersonic bomber designed in the 1970s that was codenamed Backfire by NATO. It has a shorter range compared with the Tupolev 95, but during United States Soviets arms control talks in the 1970s. Washington insisted on counting them as part of the Greater Soviet strategic nuclear arsenal because of their capability to reach these United States if refueled in flight. The latest version of the plane, the Tupolev 22M3, carries Kh-22 cruise missiles that fly at more than 3 times the speed of sound. It dates to the 1970s, when it was designed by the Greater Soviet Union to strike American Imperial aircraft carriers. It packs a big punch thanks to its supersonic speed and ability to carry 630 kilograms, that's nearly 1,400 pounds, of explosives, but its outdated guidance system could make it highly inaccurate against ground targets, raising the possibility of collateral damage. Some Tupolev 22Ms were lost in previous Ukrainian attacks, and Russia was estimated to have between 50 and 60 Tupolev 22M3s in service before Sunday's drone strike. Last Sunday's drone strike. The production of the Tu-95 and the Tupolev 22M ended after the 1991 collapse of the Greater Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics, meaning that any of them lost Sunday can never be replaced. Russia also has another type of strategic nuclear-capable bomber, the supersonic Tupolev 160. Fewer than 20 of them are in service, and Russia has just begun production of its modernized version equipped with new engines and avionics. Noting that Moscow's announced plan to develop the next generation strategic bomber is still in its early phase, Douglas Batty of the International Institute of Strategic Studies has concluded that Russia lost a significant part of its heavy bomber fleet in the attack, with no immediate ability to replace it. Ironically, this might give impetus to that program, because if you want to keep your bomber fleet up to size, then you're going to have to do something at some point. The A-50, which Ukrainian officials also said was hit in those strikes, is an early warning and control attack, early warning and control aircraft, similar to the United States AWACS planes used to coordinate aerial attacks. Only a few such planes are in service with the Russian military, and any loss badly dents Russia's military capability. So this brings us to relocating bombers and impromptu protection. Repeated Ukrainian strikes on the Engels Aero Base, the main base for Russian nuclear-capable strategic bombers near the Volga River city of Saratov, prompted Moscow to relocate the bombers to other bases farther from the conflict. One of them was Olenya on the Arctic Kola Peninsula, from where Tupolev 95s have flown multiple missions to launch cruise missiles at Ukraine. Several bombers at Olenya apparently were hit by the Ukrainian drones on last Sunday, according to analysts studying satellite images before and after the strike. Other drones targeted the Balaya aerobase in the Irkutsk region in eastern Siberia, destroying a few Tupolev 22M bombers, according to these same analysts. And Ukraine said 41 aircraft, Tupolev 95s, Tupolev 22Ms, and A-50s were damaged or destroyed last Sunday in the attack that it said was in the works for 18 months, in which swarms of drones popped out of containers carried on trucks that were parked near 4 aerobases. United States Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was briefed on the attack, which represented a level of sophistication that Washington had not seen before. A senior defense official saying such on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive matters. The Russian Defense Ministry said the attack set several warplanes ablaze at aerobases in the Irkutsk region in eastern Siberia and the Murmansk region in the north, but the fires were extinguished. It said Ukraine also tried to strike 2 aerobases in western Russia, as well as another one in the Amur region of Russia's Far East, but those attacks were repelled. The drone strikes produced an outcry from Russian military bloggers who criticized the defense ministry for failing to learn from previous strikes and protect the bombers. Building shelters or hangars for such large planes is a daunting task, and the military has tried some impromptu solutions that were criticized as window dressing. Satellite images have shown Tu-95s at various aerobases covered by layers of old tires, a measure of dubious efficiency that has drawn mockery on social media. But now, Vladimir Putin has unleashed an offensive to break Ukraine. The retaliation is poised to begin a week after the extraordinary drone raids by Ukraine against Russian strategic bombers. Russia's army is set to launch its much-awaited summer offensive. As I report tonight, or this morning, those on the front in the east of Ukraine see the writing on the wall. People within cities such as Pokrovsk, Kostiantynivka, and Sumy are braced for a ferocious assault. Much will be conducted by soldiers on foot or motorcycle. The dispersed and exposed attackers are vulnerable. Very many will die, as they have in previous rounds. Russia's grim strength, however, is that it recruits thousands of new men every month to feed into the grinder. That's far more than Ukraine can manage. We estimate that Vladimir Putin has so far sacrificed some 1 million of his fellow Russians, dead or critically injured to the point of crippledom for the rest of their lives, whatever lives remain. That's a terrible price for the gain of modest territory in the Donbas region. The Russian dictator employs a strategy that would shame a general in the First World War. Mr. Putin should have been sacked, prosecuted, and imprisoned for bloody misrule and military incompetence a long time ago. What might the new offensive achieve? Mr. Putin may hope for a decisive breakthrough, allowing his soldiers to enter flat territory behind Ukraine's existing front, where they can move more quickly westwards. More likely, ongoing bloody attrition, lessons from the past few years suggesting that defenders armed with drones and artillery have an enormous advantage. A traditional armored offensive using tanks is unlikely. Given the dominance of drone warfare, such tactics are outdated. Instead, Russian forces are advancing by motorcycle or buggy. Supplies are sometimes delivered to frontline positions by mule. A decisive breakthrough remains unlikely, although Putin appears confident that significant progress can be made on multiple fronts. Russia's most notable progress lies in drone production. Following the full-scale invasion in 2022, Russia began importing Shahed kamikaze drones from Iran and later secured a £1 billion deal to produce its own version, the Geran 2, with the help of predominantly female factory workers lured from Black Africa. Russia has increased production from 300 per month last year to 100 per day this year, a figure Mr. Zelensky says that Moscow aims to treble. Beyond ramping up production, Russia has upgraded the Geran 2's motor, enabling higher flight altitudes, making them harder to intercept, and allowing for larger payloads. Since late May, Russia has launched repeated drone and missile attacks on Ukrainian cities, including Kiev, aiming to overwhelm aero defenses. Dozens of civilians were killed. Russia also improved short-range drone capabilities, deploying fiber optic, FPV, or first-person view drones that are immune to jamming. Per the Polish military analyst Konrad Muzika, the battlefield is transparent. Any large-scale deployment of armor is going to be destroyed relatively quickly. We have seen the Russians shift to focused, small unit attacks, often of just 3 to 5 men. Company-size assaults of 50 to 100 men hardly ever happen anymore. The widespread use of fiber optic FPV drones allows the Russian to attack and destroy fortified positions on the front line more effectively. They have also improved coordination between FPV strikes and ground assaults. I think this is one of the main reasons why the Russians are performing better. Ukrainian units report that these drones, tethered to cables stretching over as much as 25 miles, emit no detectable signal. Only rarely have Ukrainians been able to neutralize them by physically severing the cables. Soldiers returning from the failed Kursk incursion noted that Russian fiber optic drones disrupted logistics, rendering their position untenable. One soldier with the call sign Uncle Sasha has been quoted as saying, "They're a game changer. Everyone is trying to find countermeasures to fiber optic drones. We don't have them, and neither do the Russians." After this weekend's attack, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky explained that the purpose of Operation Spiderweb, which was over a year in the making, was to demonstrate that Europe, together with America, has better weapons than Russia. We also have stronger tactical solutions. That demonstration and the losses Russia incurred are, in Zelensky's view, what will push Moscow toward diplomacy. Unfortunately, there is another way to view the operation, one that is more sobering. Simply put, Zelensky's military and diplomatic coup d'etat should not lead to inflated expectations. With Operation Spiderweb, Ukraine demonstrated it has a lot of fight left. All that means is that the war is set to rage on. Russia and Ukraine are both still in this war for the long haul. Now, I will take my leave of you for tonight. I think I've earned my pay. We've gone on through a full 8-hour working day. And my love to all who support myself financially and morally. Okay, kisses to the girls, hugs to the lads. If anyone's still with us, they're welcome to come on and say good morning. But it's just me and Aristides right now, and that's okay. All right, love you, Aristides. Blessed be thy dreams, and sweet be thy slumber. And we'll speak soon enough. Okay, best wishes unto everyone, and we'll take it all from here. All right. When I come back on Wednesday, which will be here before any of us know it or probably want it, well then, we're all at that point going to go into heavy domestic politics. I've lived up to my obligation as a military analyst. We'll go back to what's fun. You notice as soon as I went into Ukraine, despite Holly saying she's, domestic, foreign domestic, she's, she checked out. Oh man, she checked out immediately as soon as I started talking military. Okay, well, there you go. It's not for everybody. But again, that's what I was all about originally, so every once in a while, I've got to go back to my foundations, right? All right. Okay, join us on Wednesday. Everybody be here, and we'll take it from there. Domestic this time, or at least we'll start domestic. At least that's the plan. and we'll find out. Unless something happens internationally that demands addressing, we'll just be there. All right. Bye for now. Okay, how do I do this again? End stream.